Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Nityananda
Nithyanandam. Yes, Nithyanandam, and welcome to all the Paramashivoham Level 1, 2 and 3 participants to the Nithyananda Yoga. Before beginning the Nithyananda Yoga, we will be first invoking Swamiji's presence. Let's all close our eyes. Be in a comfortable seated position. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya-dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, let us chant the Shivamoola mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. You can chant along. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us now perform the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keep your hands in the Gokarna Mudra, folding the index finger to the center of the palm. Then pour an udharani of water, a spoon of water in the palm, and drink it at the end of each mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Shivadattvam Shodayami Swada. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. And now wipe the upper and lower lip twice with the base of the right hand thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index and thumbs touch the right nostril, left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb of the right hand touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Next, with the little finger and thumb of the right hand touch the navel, the right chest, the left chest, and with all the fingertips of the right hand touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Now, let us perform the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now, keep your right hand on your left palm and keep both the hands on your right thigh and visualize a particular reality you want to manifest out of today's Nithyananda Yoga as we chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopartha Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Śrī Nithyananda Paramashiva Prītyartam Śrī Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Śrī Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prītyartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shabadito Purnaroghyukta Dhraga Triyogik Sharira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarnatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Om. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Apaupasprishyam. Now please place your Panchapatrams and Uddaranis aside.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, let's now enter the recap of the 12 components. Now, the first component is the asana. The asanas are the various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align our energy centers to the highest consciousness and to the cosmos, awakening the Kundalini. The next is the pranayama. The pranayama is the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing to intensify the intake of prana energy, life energy from the air around. The next is the mudras. The mudras are the various switches and energy activating postures that will be performing, gestures that will be performing in our hands and body. The mudras activate particular energy channels, the nadis in our body, and also help locking the prana into the energy channels. The next is the karanas. The karanas are the various dance postures we'll be performing. The karanas have been performed by Paramashiva himself when he created the cosmos in the Ananda Tandava, the blissful dance that Paramashiva did to create this entire cosmos. So when we perform these karanas, we embody Paramashiva in that ultimate space. The next is the bandhas. The bandhas are the various locks that we'll be performing in our body. The bandhas help hold the kundalini and push it up, making sure the kundalini does not come down during the Nityananda Yoga. Next is the visualization. The visualization is an important component, as what you visualize during the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama enters your biomemory. So visualizing the great sages, the gods and other sacred objects intensely keep you in the highest space of consciousness. Next is the japa. The japa is the internal visualization of the particular mantras, the mahavakyas. These japas you'll be visualizing in your throat center and will change time to time. So pay attention to the japas that are being announced. Next is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas. The chanting of the Shastra Pramanas help keep the authenticity of this Nityananda Yoga, continuously reminding us that these asanas are directly from Paramashiva. The next is weightlifting. Weights can be used throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama to intensify the experience you receive from the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So you can use weights throughout the sequence in whichever asana you feel that you have mastered. Next is the mandala. The mandala is the sacred geometrical figures as part of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The Shri Yantra will be the mandala. So just by gazing at the Shri Yantra, which is very powerful, your third eye can be awakened. Next is Abharana. The Abharana for the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is Rudraksha. The Rudraksha jewelry is a very powerful energy bead, as it is directly from Paramashiva's own body. So when you wear the Rudraksha throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, it keeps you energized, and even throughout the day, it keeps you in the highest space of consciousness. And finally, the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the alchemy product that we'll be using. You can use the Bhasma, the sacred ash, on the 16 places, the first Aushadha. The second Aushadha is Kumkum on the third eye, and finally turmeric on the temples. So with this recap of the 12 components, let's enter the first asana, Sukhasana. Now be seated in a comfortable position with your legs crossed. Place the back of the palms on the knees and the fingers of the index and thumbs touching. Visualize Paramashiva. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the Samana Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, holding the breath, visualizing intense fire in your stomach, and exhaling, hold the japa Soham in your inner space. Tatsukāsanamityuktam ashaktastat samacharetāsanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. The next is Parvatasana. Now place the legs in Padmasana, keeping the feet on opposite thighs, and bring the palms together and raise the hands above the head. Visualize Mount Kailash. Continue to perform the Mahamudra Mantha. Ata vakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Kritva Asthira Rupi Sya Chachakradi Vilopanam. The next is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and interlace the fingers behind the back. Lower the forehead to the heels and keep the knees on the ground. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Purvavidiyahu me jano ubay pakatali sampurtano prishtapachedo vukaryavo dachina karso vam gahavo. Now raise up and bring the forearms to the shins and the palms to the soles. Keep the palms cupped and slowly lower the forehead to the heels once again. Visualize a snake, gaze at the nose and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. पूर्वविधि परि आगानैनी चौहो ई कहो निपनस्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे. The next is Kokilasana. Raise up and hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Then straighten the knees and bring the feet to the face and then cross the legs and keep the elbows on the ground. Visualize a bird and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Atanyadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhave naraha akasmad vayu sancharam kokilakyasana cha. Next is Nityasana. Rise up and stack the knees and ankles and hold opposite. Hold opposite elbows and rotate the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Baba Padaki Akamakli Soya the Chicharnako Varlo Taparikulpa Samoya Vamapadako Bahro Gulpajano Vamapa Tapari Goda the Chiki Akamakar Barli Tane. The next asana is Gajasana. Now come to a plank position and walk the feet forward, raising the hips up. Then scoop the body repeatedly, visualizing an elephant and performing Uddiyana Bandha. Nujjambadagre bhumau kritva lambi boyamastakagre nidaya nidambam udamunnamaya navilaksham bhumo nasika maniya. The next asana is Rikshasana. Now alternate raising one heel. As we move into Rikshasana, visualize a bear and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Ekam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat Rikshāsanam bhavati. Next is Vaishyasana. Stand on the tip of your toes. Bring the index, middle and ring fingers to your heart center. Visualize Swamiji. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Keshena padayugalam tadvatishte tatomakaha ata vaishyavakshe yad kritva satyavan bhavet. Next we move to the Urdhva Karna. Now this is the first Karna of the sequence. Come into the half squatting position called Arai-mandi, keeping the heels together, knees slightly bent and the hands at the heart center. Now with the right hand and the right leg, perform a circle and then come back to the starting position and then perform on the left side. This is one cycle. Repeat this again and again. Now we move to the next asana, Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from the inside out and pull the right leg to the chest. Hold the right leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana ursiyalingya statavyam bhalalinganam bhavati. Now lower the leg and pull the right leg towards the buttocks. Hold the right leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Stitve kasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanam prishte samstapyatnena padapidanam asanam. The next is Natarajasana. Continue holding on to your right leg and now slowly pull it backward and up with the right hand and stretch the left hand forward. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam Krauncancha Marichim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trigonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Now we move to the next asana, Balalingasana on the left side. Once again interlace the fingers from the inside out and pull the left leg towards the chest, holding the left leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana ursiyalingya statavyam bhalalinganam bhavati. The next is Padapidanasana. Now pull the left leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेश्रयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. The next is Natarajasana. Now continue holding on to your left leg with the left hand and stretch the right hand forward. Then pull the left leg backward and up and stretch the right hand forward, keeping it in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja. Uttanapadam Krauncha Marichim Veera Bhadragam Natarajam Trigonam Jasaptangushta Prasarane. Relax. And now we move into Ardharechita Karna. Once again come into Arimandi and keep the hands at the heart by the heart center. Then cross the right leg behind the left with the toes down and the heel raised. With the right hand make a pendulum motion back and forth a few times and then place the hand on the nose. Repeat the same on the left side. Relax. Now we move into the next asana, skeleton dance. Intensely start shaking your body in all different directions, visualizing your complete skeleton structure. See all your laziness, tiredness, boredom being removed by Swamiji. Relax. Now we move into the next asana, next karana, which is Kadichina Karana. Now come into a half squatting position and keep your hands above the head with the wrists crossed. Now turn to each side and open the hands wide apart and come back to the center and cross the hands above the head. Relax as we now move into the next asana, Tadasana. Now stand tall at the tip of your toes and raise your hands above the head, keeping the palms facing each other. Visualize a tall palm tree and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the new japa in your throat center. Shivoham. Mahamudra Bhadragonau Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Padipriya. Now lower the entire upper body, bending the hips and bringing the forehead to the knees and the hands to the feet. Visualize Swamiji. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudra Bhadragono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Padipriya. Now relax. And now come into a plank position, bringing the hands shoulder width apart and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the neck from side to side. Visualize Swamiji. Gajasana Vastitvam Varam Varam Dakshina Kokshim Savya Kokshim Naye Tarakshvasanam Bhavati. Now lower the upper entire body onto the mat and keep the hands by the side of the chest. Then lift the upper body with the strength of the lower back. Visualize a cobra and perform Bhujangani Mudra, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Angushtanabhi paryantam abhobhumam vininyaset karabhyam chadram dhritva urdhashishah panivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Now raise up into a plank position and then alternate bringing one knee to the chest. Start performing the Saja Kumbhaka, inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably. Gajasana samsidau janadvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Now alternate placing one foot between the feet in Ratasana. Gajasana samsidau ekaikam padam puromargena brahmayatva kartavyam Ratasanam bhavati. Now keep your right leg forward and the left leg back. Raise up and turn the hips forward and raise the hands above the head, bending the front right leg in a 90-degree angle. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra, gaze at the third eye and perform Udyana Bandha. Vashishtamata Kaundinyam Murdhakukkutameva Ashta-vakramato-tanam Mayuram Set Bandhanam. Rise up and switch the feet, bringing the left foot forward and the right leg back. Keep the left knee bent in a 90-degree angle and raise the hands above the head, visualizing Lord Veerabhadra. Vashishtamata Kaundinyam Murdhakukkutameva Ashta-vakramato-tanam Mayuram Set Bandhanam. Relax. Bring both the feet together as we move into Vrikshasana. Now bring one leg into the inner thigh of the left foot. Bring your right leg into the inner thigh of your left foot and keep the hands together in front of your heart center and raise the hands above the head. Visualize a tree and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Vamo Ramula Deshe cha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishte Vrikshavadh Bhumo Vrikshasanam Idam Viduhu. Next is Garudaśana. Now lower the hands and place the right leg in front of the left thigh and keep the hands in Namaskar Mudra in front of the heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda. Garudaśana Vakshe Yena Dhyanam Sirambuvi Sarva Doshadvinir Mukta Bhavatiya Mahabali. We now move to Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring the left foot to the inner right thigh and keep the hands together in front of the heart center and raise the hands above the head. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a tree. Vamo Ramula Deshe cha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhumo Vrikshasanam Idam Viduhu. Next is Garudasana. Now place the left foot in front of the right thigh and visualize Lord Garuda as you keep your hands in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Garudaśana Vakshe Yena Dhyanam Sirambuvi Sarva Doshadvinir Mukto Bhavatiya Mahabali. Next is Trikonasana. Now keep right foot forward and the left leg back. Stretch the hands parallel to the ground and bring the right hand to the right foot and keep the left hand raised to the sky. Gaze at the sky as well and visualize a triangle. Uttana Padam Crown Chancha Maricham Veera Bhadragam Natrajam Trikonam Cha Saptangushta Prasarane. Now we move to Trikonasana on the left side as you bring the left foot forward and keep the right leg back. Once again stretch the hands and bring the left hand to the left foot. Raise the right hand towards the sky and gaze at the sky as well, visualizing a triangle. Tanapadam Crown Chancha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natrajam Trikonam Suptangushta Prasarane. Rise up and then stand in the Aremandi position once again. Now raise one heel and keep the palms facing each other in front of the heart center. Now alternate raising the opposite heel and switching the position of the hands. Now we move to the next asana, which is Angushtasana. Now be seated in a squatting position on the heels and keep the knees together and the hands in front of the heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling and exhaling, making a gentle buzzing sound. Hold the new japa Sanātana-Dharma in your throat center. Kavanda asanamittyaho gorakshasanam angushtamushtigam yayam brahmaprasaditam data. The next asana is Saurasana. Now stretch your right leg forward and keep the hands by your side with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji. Prasarya ekam padatalam samstapitveka padakam. Now with the right hand, hold the big toe of the right leg and with the left hand, hold the heel of the left leg. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mula Bandha. Gulpastitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagam samsise tatkarena. Rise up and pull the right leg back and stretch the left leg. Then keep the hands by the side with the palms facing forward. In Varamudra, visualize Swamiji. Prasarya ekam padatalam samstapitveka padakam. Now lean forward. Hold the left leg with the index and middle finger of the left hand and the right leg heel with the right hand. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mula Bandha. Gulpastitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagam samsite tatkarena. Rise up and bring both the feet together once again as we move into Brahmajarankushasana. Keep the back of the hands on each knee and open the knees wide apart. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize Swamiji. Gulpastitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagam samsite tatkarena. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now lower the knees to the mat and keep the palms on the respective knee. Visualize the great sage Kapila and gaze at the nose. Perform Udyana Bandha. दो पगदली संपुट करे कौरवाली भू परिधरे कौरवाली राके ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वारटी की बेसे. The next asana is Bhadra Gorakasana. In the same seated position, just switch the gaze to the third eye and change the visualization to Swamiji. उभय पगतली समट हरावे तिनकी माहिलिकोर मिलावे पनापानी उखड़ होई वेसे एडी दो जोनी निवेसे. Next is Suryasana. Now raise the knees and bring the soles of the feet together. Touch the little fingers and the thumbs and open the palms wide and raise the hands above the head. Visualize Lord Surya. Gaze at the sky through the gap of the palms and visualize and perform Udyana Bandha. Edido guda tariyane pana pani betek bunitane goda jang adar kar rahe ade bamisi vidigahe. Now be seated on the heels with the toes flat. As we now move into Mandukasana. Now, visualizing a frog, gaze at the third eye and roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat. Keep the hands on the knees in Mandukasana. Pada talau prishya deshe anguштadvecha samsprishe jhano vigram puraskritya sadhayan Mandukasanam. Now raise the hands and cross them behind the head, touching opposite shoulders. Visualize a frog. Continue to gaze at the third eye and perform the Manduki Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Udyana Bandha. Manduka asana madhyastam ghurparabhyam sharam dadaha etadbe ekavduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Now release the hands and cross the heels and be seated on the heels. Then keeping the Now, in this seated position, keep your hands on the knees, stick your tongue out and gaze at the nose. Exhale forcefully through the mouth, visualizing a lion. Dachinagodo niko tane vamo take upar ane. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now uncross the ankles and cross the hands behind the back and hold opposite big toes. Visualize Swamiji. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the nose. Gulpau chavrishanasyado yutkramenna samahitaha padangushtokarabhyam cha dhritvata prishtadeshataha. Now uncross the hands and we move into Kakabasandhyasana. Now place the soles of the feet flat on the mat and from the inside wrap the knees with both the hands and interlace the fingers behind the back. Visualize a crow and gaze at the nose. प्रथमे वेस उकड़ताने दो हाथ बगम बीच आने तिनकी मोड़ी नल्या पर लावे पिष्टपचे कांकसी करावे. The next asana is Khani Pavasana. Now keep the hands on the mat shoulder width apart and place the knees behind the armpits. Then lean the legs onto the hands and raise the feet off the mat, bringing them to the perineum. Visualize Swamiji. Asana ko guna asidisita hoyi tu achi hoyi. Now, we move into Kapalyasana, an inverted asana. You can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now place your forehead on the mat and then keep the knees on the elbows. Then slowly, keeping balance, raise the feet off the hands and straighten the knees. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Shisha shisha dirty teki bagdovu miliva ucha gugare. Relax. Come to a squatted position now. Now from this asana we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, exhaling, holding the breath and then inhaling again. Let me repeat, we'll be performing Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhaling, holding the breath and then inhaling. Now we'll be moving into Parsvamayurasana as you turn to one side and align the knees and hips to the elbows and then lean onto the hands, stretching the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock and gaze at the third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, mayuram danda namakam kuryan, mayuram parshvabhyam, mayura parsha namakam. relax and come back to the squatting position. Now turn to the opposite side of the legs and once again align the elbows to the hips and knees. Then lower the legs onto the hands and stretch the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryat, mayuram dandanamakam kuryan, mayuram bhashravyam, mayurabhashanamakam. Relax. Now come into a plank position. Now take the right leg and from the outside of the right hand, place the foot between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairavan, push the hips forward, gaze at the third eye. Asana Koganapiti Jayi. The next asana is Bhairagnathasana on the opposite side. Now bring the left leg from the outside of the left hand and place the foot between the palms. Push the hips forward. Visualize Lord Kalabhairavan, gaze at the third eye. Asana Koganapiti Jayi. Now pull the leg back and now place the forearms on the mat as we move into Unmukha Pitasana. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Bhunyastau janani hastau chatuspatava vanmukam uttapitangri yugala chatuspatama bhiruka. Now raise up to the plank position once again and roll onto one hand. Raising the opposite hand towards the sky, gaze at the sky and visualize the great sage, Sage Vashishta. Vam Urdha Kukkuta Vashishta Marichihala Matsyakam Parivirtam Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Place the hand back on the mat and roll onto the opposite hand. Raising the opposite hand up, visualize great sage Vashishta and gaze at the sky. Urdha Kukkuta Vashishta Marichihala Matsyakam Parivirtam Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Now relax, come to a seated position with the legs stretched and the toes pointed up. As we move into Anjani Asana. Now, place the hands underneath the buttocks. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Lord Hanuman and gaze at the nose. Do karaki ube hateli korvarli me lebeli so agane bhuparidase mahane anguli milirase. Remove the hands from underneath the buttocks and hold the big toes of each foot with the index and middle fingers. As we move into Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Janu parilalatam to paschimam tanam uchyate yena kena prakarena sugam daryam ja jayate. Relax, raise up, and now interlace the fingers behind the neck. Lower the forehead to the knees and keep the knees outside. Keep the elbows outside the knees. Visualize the goddess Kali and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Swapanipyam dhiradam ditva janu parishironnisayasana ugravidam proktam bhavedanil deepanam. Rise up and now pull the right leg towards the perineum. Wrap the right leg from the inside with the right hand and interlace both the hands behind the back. Lower the forehead to the knee and visualize the great sage Marichi. Urdha Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trigonam Jasuptangusha Prasarane. Now release the hands and lower the knee to the mat. Lower the entire body onto the stretched left leg and hold the stretched left leg with both the hands, placing the forehead on the stretched left leg. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabe yam prapi siddha siddhim cha kapiladya puragataha. Now rise up and stretch the right leg and pull the left leg towards the perineum. Now with the left hand, wrap the left leg and interlace both the hands behind the back. Lower the forehead to the right leg and visualize the great sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. The next is Mahamudrasana. Lower the left leg and hold the right leg with both the hands, placing the forehead on the right knee. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabe yam prasiddha siddhim cha kapiladya puragataha. Rise up and bring the soles of the feet together. Keep the feet as close to the perineum as possible. And now, we enter Bhadrasana. Gaze at the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start holding the new japa Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Gulpau tu vrishanasyadah shivanyah parshvayo kshipet padaparshvenu panabhyam dridam badvasu nischalam. The next asana is Kvālipavasana. Now push the feet slightly away from the perineum and hold the knees of each leg. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose. Tuck the chin in Jalandhara Bandha. Purvachara padachok kahyo sohi vahi vidyoki jisohi yame edi binna jurase angul at antarorase. Now pull the feet back to the perineum and hold the feet with each hand. Visualize the Yoni Mandala representing Paramashiva Shakti. Gaze to the nose in Joniasana and lower the body onto the feet and keep the forehead on the mat. Do pagtali samputa kare edimade ke dingatare ardhant ko antarrase lat pagtalya upardase. Now raise up and push the feet away from the perineum. Stretch the hands to the side and once again lower the forehead to the heels. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Purva Bidhi Paripagtali Samput Sori Yedi Mili Rase Yedyasu Mahili Kani Angar At Atro Lase. Raise up and now we move into Siddha Samadhi Asana, pulling the legs once again to the perineum. Insert the hands underneath the shins and keep the palms facing up. Visualize Lord Surya. Do pagdali samput kare solimade aga medare angla at antaro rase edi ko ese vididase. Now raise up as we move into Chiniki Pavasana. Pull the feet to the perineum. Open the feet like a book with each hand. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Do pagdali edi dharti magwa med lagave pagdali mahili kor anguta sada sudi jode. Now rise up and keep the hands on the respective knees in Charapada Chokasana. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye and perform Udyana Bandha. Do pagdili samputidare agane kar jar pasare goda buso lagtara se hath do goda paridase. Now we move to Bhairavasana. Now pull the toes to the perineum and raise the heels. Keep the hands on respective knees and keep the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava, gaze at the third eye and perform Udyana Bandha. Gulposam Bidya Chanyonyam Mitramena Samahitaha Janmopa Ashogatav Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Relax. Now bring the right foot to the perineum and raise the left leg to the chest. Hold the left leg with both the hands and visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantra sadhana dekapadamaro datva guhyonilingvatrake. Now place the left leg on the left shoulder and keep the hands by the side, straightening the right leg up. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye in Apanasana. Apanasana kevalam padame kancha skandhe charopi adnataha ekapadena gagne tishtedanandavat prabho. The next is Samanasana on the right side. Now this time, place the left foot by the perineum and raise the right leg to the chest. Then visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantra sadhana deka padamaro datva guhyonyalinga vatrake. Now place the right leg on the right shoulder. Keep the hands by the side of your body and stretch the left leg. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charovyantataha ekapadena gagne tishtedadandavat prabho. Relax the feet and cross the legs. Stack the knees. Keep the ankles, the heels by opposite hips. Visualize a cow. Gaze at the nose and start performing the Sitkari Kumbhaka. As you inhale through the clenched teeth and exhale through the nose, visualize the face of cow and hold the new japa Om Nityanandoham. Savye Dakshina Gulpanto Prishtabhashve Niyoje Dakshine Pitta Savyam Gomakam Gomakam Yatha. The next asana is Anusuyasana. Now hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers and lower the upper body on, now hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers and visualize Rishika Nusuya, gaze at the nose and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. दक्षिण गोडो नीकोट आने वामोटा के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पुनि पड़ी दे संधि बसारी. Now we move to Anusuyasana 2 as you interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the upper body onto the knees. Try touching the nose to the floor and visualize Rishika Anusuya. Jimana goda ki sandhi upari dava goda ki sandhi milave goda sole bhagdalyalo adivai sudara se. Now raise up. Now keep the left leg by the perineum and the right foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on respective knees. Gaze at the nose and visualize Lord Garuda. Hold the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in your throat center. Davo Bogmodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamula Dwarni Chede Bese Jimani Pakatali Dharti Teki Godo Uncho Uborase. Now we move to Naradasana. Sit on the left heel, interlace your fingers behind the neck and turn outside the right leg. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtujavam pakadali keri bu parita hilaga veperi the goda sado panohe joyi dachapasiti la vesoyi. Now relax and now we move to Matsya Pitakasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh. With the left hand, wrap the left leg and hold the right shin. With the right leg, hold the big toe of the right leg. Visualize the Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, and gaze at the nose. Vame navamangustantu grihitum matsyapitakam yoni vamena sampidra medadu paridakshinam. Now once again, cross the legs and stack the knees. Keep the heels by opposite hips as we enter Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Visualize the face of a cow. Gaze at the nose. Savye dakshina gulpanto prishtabhashve niyoje dakshine pita savyam ghomukam yatha. The next is Anusuyasana. Now hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers in the same seated position. Visualize Rishika Anusuya. Gaze at the nose and perform Uddiyana Bandha. दक्षिण गोडो नीकोट आने वामोटा के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पुनि पनि दे संधि बसारी. Now we move to Anusuyasana 2. Interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the chest to the knees. Visualize Anusuya, Rishika Anusuya. Gaze at the nose. Jimana goda ki sandhi uparidava goda ki sandhi. Rise up. Now we move to Garudasana 2. Now keep the right leg by the perineum and the left leg flat with the knee by the chest. Visualize Lord Garuda and gaze at the nose. Davo Pagmodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamula Dwarni Chede Bese Jimani Bhagatali Dharti Teki Godo Uncho Uborase. Now rise. Sit on the right heel and interlace the fingers behind the neck. Turn outside of the raised leg and visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtijamam pagdali keri bhuparita hilaga veperi dachapasiti lave slove goda sudopano hejoi. The next asana is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the right leg on the left thigh and then wrap the right leg and hold the left shin, and with the left hand hold the left big toe. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, and gaze at the nose. Vamena vamangushtanto gritam Matsya Pitakam yoni vamena sampedra medad paridakshinam. Now we move Matsyendrasana. Now stretch the feet and now place the left leg on the right thigh. Bend the right knee. Turn outside of the right knee. Place the left elbow on the right knee. Place the right hand on the mat. Visualize Matsyendranatha. Gaze at the third eye. Udaram paschima basam kritva tishtini attataha namragam vamapadam hi dakshajanu parinyaset. Now place the left hand on the right foot. Place the right hand on the right ear. Visualize a camel and continue to gaze at the third eye. Asana ko guna jolo jaye. Now place the right hand on the mat in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsendra Pitam Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rakmandala Gandanastram Abhyasada Kundalini Prabodham Dandastram Hitadahipam Sam. Now we move to Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Once again, stretch the legs. Place the right leg on the left thigh. Bend the left leg. Turn outside of the left leg. Place the right hand on the left leg and the hand on the right ear. Place the left hand on the mat behind. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha and gaze at the nose. Udaram paschima bhasam kritva tishnit nattadaha namrangam vam padam hi dakshajanu parinyaset. Now in Kubasana, place the right hand on the left leg. Place the left leg on the left ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye. Asana kaugana jolo jaye. Now place the left hand back on the mat in Matsyendrasana 2 and gaze at the third eye. Matsyendra Pitam Jatra Pradiptam Prachanda Rakmandala Kandanastram Abhyasada Kundalini Prabodham Dandasram Hitadahipam Sam. Now relax and we move into Padmasana. Place the legs on opposite thighs in a comfortable position. Visualize Paramashiva. Gaze at the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham in your throat center. Asanam Dividam Proktam Patmam Vajrasanam Data Udo Rupadi Chedade Ubepada Deta. The next is Padmasana 2. Cross the hands. Hold the big toes with index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Visualize the goddess Parvati and gaze at the nose. Uttana charnau kritva uru samsto prayatnataha ur madhye gato tano pani kritva tadrishao. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now insert the hands to the gap of the thighs and calves. Lift the entire body off the mat. Visualize a rooster. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam se samstapya nanurvarantare karau niveshe bhuma vashishte dyamastak Kukutasana. Relax. Now we move into Bhaddakeki Asana. Now raise onto your knees. Keep the hands on the mat with the palms facing backward. Lower the upper body onto the elbows. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And raise the feet off the mat. Dharamavashtebhya karadvayena tatkurpari sthanivat abhiparshvaha. Relax. And now stretch the legs, uncrossing the feet. And now in a kneeling position, continue to keep the hands on the mat with the palms facing backward. Lower the abdomen to the navel and stretch the legs back and raise the feet, visualizing a peacock. Ata vakshe mahadeva mayurasana muttamam bhumo nipadyaustodho kurparopari dehakam. Relax. Lower the entire upper body onto the stomach and keep the feet wide apart with the toes pointed sideways. As we move into Makarasana, interlace the fingers behind the head. Visualize a crocodile. Adhyasasete hridayam nidaya bhumo cha padau cha prasaryamano shirastriditva karadanda yugme dehagnikaram makarasanam tate. Now keep your hands by the side. Bring the soles of the feet together and lift the legs off the mat, visualizing a locust in Shalabhasana. Adhyasasete karayugmam vaksho bhumim avashtabhya karayostalabhyam padau chusунye vitasti chodvam vadanti pitam shalabham munindraha. Now bend the knees and bring the feet to the side of the hips. Press the heels down, visualizing a camel. Adhyasasete padayugmam ashtam prishte nidabhya dhritam karabhyam akunchayet samyagudarasya ghadam ushtan chapitam yogino vadanti. Now holding the ankles tightly, simultaneously raise the thighs and upper body balance on the lower abdomen in Dhanurasana, visualizing a bow. Prasarya padau bhuvidanda rupo karocha prishte pada yugmam. Relax and come to a seated position on the heels in Bhagasana. Now, keep your palms on the knees, gaze at the third eye, visualize Swamiji. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहरो जगति करे एक वैसे पावन महिला कुल्प जो कुला पासिदीला वैसो. Now we move to Gohi Asana and Shirasasana. To inverted asanas, you can take the support of the wall to perform these asanas. Now, keep the forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers, then place the head between the interlaced fingers. Raise the knees off the mat and walk the feet forward. Align the hips to the shoulders and kick the legs gently, raising the feet off the mat. Try to keep the knees to the chest and visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose. दोई पुण्य कलावे जाड़े दोई पिष्ट आगाने कोई पुरजानो ए सबले बूहु परटानो. The next asana is Shirasasana. Now slowly straighten the legs and continue to be balanced. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Viparitam malnalam cha dideva viditam hinaha dandasanam tiva proktam viparitopaveshane. Relax. Come to a seated position. Stretch the legs and we enter the final sequence of asanas where we'll be performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is the forceful exhalations by pushing your stomach in and up repeatedly, pushing the air out. Now keep your hands behind your calves and push the legs up, straightening the knees, bringing the feet to the forehead. Visualize Swamiji. दो हाथ पकड़ बहनाने गौड़ा तरे कांग सीटाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता तरे चरण उबे आसा दिशि करे. The next is Parigasana. Now place the feet back on the mat. Cross the hands behind the head and touch opposite shoulders and stretch the legs up. Visualize a maze. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसारे नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृश्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा. The next asana is Naukasana. Lower the feet, and now in Naukasana you can keep your hands in two positions. One, you can keep the forearms by the hips or raise the upper body and keep the hands parallel to the ground stretched. Now raise the legs into a 45-degree angle and visualize a boat. उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं अष्टभ्य हस्तास्यौ निदम्बं निधाय. Relax. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the soles of the feet together from under the legs and pull the legs towards the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra and gaze at the nose. Pagdali samputakara hastasya paga ucha paga ka angota doleo parlika nitanave. Now bring the soles of the feet to the mat and bring the knees together. Then lower the back to the mat and touch the back of the heels. Lift the hips off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Jalandhara Bandha. Perform the Mursha Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling through the Jalandhara Bandha. This is Unmukha Pitasana 2. Urdve jajanuni kritva shavitvodvamukam tata uttapya hastau tishthetu pita unmukha namake. Now lower the hips to the mat. Keep the legs stretched and the hands by the side with the palms facing up. Visualize your body is being liberated by Swamiji. Completely relax your body and keep your palms facing up. Relax all the micro movements of your body, unclench from the senses, and just feel completely relaxed in Shavasana. Ata Shavasanam उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनन्तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude this session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to start the session very soon. Stay tuned. All the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, as we are going to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama in just a moment.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Now, let us continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama with the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasa-Nishthasana. Now, sit in a comfortable position that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine. Now, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana. Hold your breath and visualize the fire in your navel region as you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Yathasa-Nishthasana.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yata samstam yata sthitihi.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji as you in and exhale as deeply as you can, again and again.
Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso yata lagau sukha prasavalabhaya prochate praktane pati dandapadma bharadvaja veeravajra samanito asanani sada kuryat sudirgaire cha purakaihi.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on your knees, gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
Nipedya sevinim sukshmam dakshinetara gulpataha vamam yam yena gulpena muktasanamidam bhavet medra dupari nikshipya savyam gulpam tatopari.
Next up is Siddhasana. From the same position, shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Samana Kumbhaka.
Sthanus samyamitendriyo chaladrisha pashyan dhruvorantaram chaitan mokshakapata veda janakam siddhasanam prochate.
We move on to Siddhyasana. From the same posture, now shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके डेजानो शिवनमदितासकोण्ठानो दचपादकी एडी जोई मेदुमति लगावे सोई.
The next asana is Rudrasana 2. From the same posture now, rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राके एक जुगति आसे विदिधा के वाम पगत लिमा हरे गोर दक्षिण के जुबा हर ले बोर.
Maintain the same posture, but gaze to the tip of your nose. Embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadhunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Now bring your hands in front of your navel. Cup one hand over the other in Samputta Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana 2.
रुजुकाय समाशीनं सिद्धासनं मुरीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादोतो दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्टमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, sit in the same posture. Set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. Inhale all the way and hold your breath as you get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your mouth with little fingers, your nostrils with the ring finger, your eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणो यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा कृत्वा योन्यासनं नाथ लिङ्गुह्यादिबन्धनम्.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze forward as you embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the great sage, poet, and author of Ramayana, Sage Valmiki.
दावा पगकी पगतली पुनिहे डिहे जोये.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now maintain the same position, but keep your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपादकी पगतली जाहि माहले कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and keep visualizing Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलं तत्कालपललं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि पादयोगेन चक्रस्य लिङ्गाग्रं न नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now keep the soles of your feet together, the heels close to your perineum, fingers interlocked around your toes. Push your knees down to the ground as you gaze to your nose. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you gaze to your nose.
गुल्पो च वृषणस्यादः श्रीवन्द्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे पार्श्वपादौ च पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् एतत् सर्वव्याधिविनाशनम्.
We move on to Aghodasana. Now visualize yourself as an Agori as you keep the left hand on the knee and cover your mouth and nose with the right hand. Close your left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right. Close both nostrils. Exhale through the left. And then again inhale through the left. Exchange the direction of the breathing flow again and again in Abhyanta Kumbhaka as you gaze to your third eye and push your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra. Try to lead it along your nasal tract.
पूर्वकः विष्टिका जो ही वाही विधि जोगी जे सोई.
Now keep the heels close to your perineum, but separated. Keep the toes together. Lean forward with your elbows on the heels and rest your chin on your hands. As you gaze to the nose, pull your stomach in and up, exhale all the way and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka again and again as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कह्यो हे जैसे याहुम में जाने विदितै से दो वो गुल्प माहिलो जानो औरु ये जा विच काहुनी तानो.
Next up is Padasana. Now, with your knees raised, bring your hands underneath the legs and interlock your fingers in Parashu Mudra in front. As you lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद् वायुं मृडनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlock your fingers around the toes from the top as you pull your feet towards your chest. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपगा का अंगुता कंटको परासे.
Now bring your hands below the feet and again interlock your fingers around the toes. Lift your feet up against your chest. Rest your chin on the soles of the feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddarasana.
दो पगतली संपुट ठाने उबे हस्तकरी ऊर्ध हिताने अंगुष्ठ दो समत हरावे चिवको नीचे ताहि लगावे.
Next up is Vishishtasana. From the same posture, lift your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दो पगतली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दो व पगा विच आनी थले.
Now bring your legs over top of your shoulders and bring your arms underneath the legs. Bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra, still breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. With the legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows down and bring your fingers behind your back. Try to interlock them behind your back. As you gaze through your nose, visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पगम वीछा आने तिनको गोडानी छेठाने बहुरी पाख्यात बाहर ल्यावे पुनः युगति आसई तहारावे.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot flat on the ground and sit on the left heel with your perineum. Stack the right foot over top of the left knee, right heel outside of the opposite hip. Now keep your hands on opposite knees and gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, start breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकं जानुयुग्मं करयुग्मम् एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्.
Now slide your left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground in Dhenukasana as you pull your stomach in and up. Keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नागर पंचदं वृषीरं दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot on top of the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back and twist your spine. Reach for opposite thighs. Once you catch hold of them, twist your spine even further. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
वामजंग परिदक्षिण ठाणे वामहस्तपिष्टि दिशा आने बहुरो दक्षिण पादकी है जोई ताकि नाली जूपा करे सोई.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto your feet as you lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the mat and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणो जोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकि येडी कडिशोल्यावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
Now rise back up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space as you engage Mahamudra Bandha in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपाद्यस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Sankhatasana on the other side. As you place the top of the right foot on the mat, sit on the right heel and stack the left foot over top. Bring the heel to the opposite hip, hands on opposite knees, and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं जितेर्मूलं धन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकं जानयुग्मं करयुग्मम् एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्.
Now repeat Dhenukasana on the other side. Again, bring your heels to the outside of the hips, hands on the top knee, and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नागर पंचदं वृषीरं दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Now bring the left foot on the right hip and the right foot on the left knee. And reach your right arm behind your back to twist your spine, hold on to opposite thighs, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरिदचनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिशाने बहुरोदचनपादकी हे जोयि ताकी नाली जुपकरे सोये.
Now hold on to the feet and lean forward and down as you repeat Machandrasana 2 on the other side.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणो जोयि वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयि ताकी येडी कडिशोल्यावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे.
Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपाद्यस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
In Parshasana, place your feet flat on the ground in front of you and keep your knees raised against your chest. Cross your arms, pull your knees in as you gaze up, push your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनी उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands and rest your chin on the knees as you gaze to your nose. Press your tongue up and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana.
तो उपगतलि भूपरिदरे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरुमिलायि उकड़वेसे जंगा चाटि अग्रनिवेशे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. As you gaze to the nose, press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे घोड़ा नीचे लेता हरावे आम हाम साम हाम ऐसे करे आपस में को हानि पकड़े.
From Kurakatasana, cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारे धरते परिठाने दावापक परिदचपद आने दाई पाकाते लो ए आवत हरावे एका अमत लेत हरावे.
We move on to Dandasana. Now extend your legs out in front. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you raise your arms up straight above your head. Engage all three bandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितौ आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your head towards the knees, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Without the support of your fingers in Nadi Shodhana, cleanse all your chakras and the Ida and Pingala Nadi through this alternating breathing flow. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Adambhasana.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
We move on to Bidokasana. Now, slightly separate your feet and raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Place your head down as low as you can as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचुककु कुर्डो डौडारे.
Now bring the soles of your feet together in front, still extended away from your body. As you bring your arms underneath the shins, palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and place your face on your heels in Jalandhari Pavasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो येडी मैलिके दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down as you bring one leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot with both hands as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize the prana flowing upwards within your body through 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva himself. Those points are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत्सितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back with the legs still behind your neck. Hold onto the foot behind your head. As you extend the opposite leg forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being unending, infinite, endless, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनीये कैकम्बायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot behind your neck. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितये कैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Now lay on your back and pull your feet up, knees towards your chest. As you interlock your fingers around the knees, rock your body from side to side. Recover from this intense stretch as you visualize Swamiji in Drushasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुने हृदये वष्टम्ब जङ्घासहित ऊर्णीकरद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत् दृशासनं भवति.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. As you lean forward and down, visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पश्चिमतानवत्स्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back, hold onto the foot behind your neck, extend the opposite foot forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being unending, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनीये कैकम्बायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Now roll onto your side as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana on the other side.
उत्थानशयनं एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs up behind your neck, one by one. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you interlock your fingers around your neck. Interlock the fingers around your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana. Now bend your elbows up and interlock them behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुदोषो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Laying on your back, raise your knees up against your chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky. Now extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji. Don't forget to breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सपा करे पग ऊंचाई आगाने आने बहुरी जुगति आसे विधिवाने.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. Let us perform all 3 steps on one and then on the other side. Throughout this asana sequence, visualize Swamiji, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya. Let's enter a neutral position first. Extend your arms out to the side and pull your knee up towards your chest. Then drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg straight down. Then bend both your knees to the same side. Then extend both your legs to the side and hold on to the feet as you gaze away from the feet. Turn your head in the opposite direction. Now return to the center position. Then drop the other knee to the side. Extend the opposite leg down. Bend both legs to the side. Extend your legs to the side. Hold on to the feet. Gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is Dviparapita. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and raise the knees off the ground. Hold on to your ankles and gaze to your nose. As you lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and push your hips up high, visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीडः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानां इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now, with your feet flat, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and place the fingers so they are pointing towards your feet. Now, lift your hips up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Paryankasana.
उत्थानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Gently lower your body down. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. As you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभो आनीय हस्ताभ्यां कन्तरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत् श्वोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back, place your arms flat and raise your legs up. Point your toes towards the sky and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतलेष्वशिरो दत्त्वा केनयेन चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतैश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs, point the toes up as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीता क्या सर्वादिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाडराग्निं विवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head, touching the ground above you. As you interlock your fingers behind your neck, In Padasha Mudra, place the hands on the ground, push your body up as you visualize yourself as a plow in Lankalasana.
Griva Gandena Bhumim Vishtamba Pada Gradvayamurdamunnayet.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now hold on to the feet above your head. Internally chant the Mahavakya as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space, for this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
Tanam Shayitvat Kurvita Shaitapaschimottanakam.
Now, holding onto the feet, bring your hips over the shoulder level and separate your legs to the side as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
Parivrittik Kukshi Bhage Tridahi Parikirtitaha Baddhakonam Suptakonam Murdakonamatapicha.
Now bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
Shavashanastadvau padau kuryanmastaka parau yutkamena tata shigram metad sarvasya sadhanam.
Now lay on your back and raise your legs up vertically as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Then separate your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and still breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Supta Prasalita Parangushtasana.
Uttanapadam kraunjancha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane.
Now join your feet back together, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Keep your knees straight and visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
Uttanapadam kraunjancha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Parangushtasana, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Lay on your back, place your feet, your knees flat on the ground as you bring your arms over top of your head and hold on to opposite elbows. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttana Shainancharet Purparabhyam Shiro Veshtya Matsyasananstu Rogaha.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the back of your right hand onto the left palm, palms facing up over top of your head. Maintain Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
Pratama Kare Padmasana Ache Sudo Sovebu Paripache Goda Aro Jange Edubu Buso Logata Rase Soyi.
Now bring your hands to the lower back as you raise your knees and your legs off the ground. Support your body weight with your elbows on the ground. As you gaze to the nose, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
Atava Kshetra Samshepa Sarvangasana Muttamam Yatkritva Yoga Nipuno Vidya Vipandito Yatha.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Lay down on your back and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Pull the opposite knee against your chest as you extend your arms up above your head and hook the fingers forward. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
Pratama Shaino Sudoshi Shake Shiki Sandhi Sudake.
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side by placing the other foot on the opposite thigh. Lift your knees up, extend your arms above your head, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
Pratama Shaino Sudoshi Shake Shiki Sandhi Sudake.
The next asana is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you lay on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck and lift your legs off the ground. Alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose.
Uttanam Shainam Kritva Angulip Kandaram Badva Kurpurumilitva.
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back with your arms flat, hands next to the hips. Then alternate pulling your knee up towards the respective ear. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, keep breathing calmly through your nose.
Svottanavasthitim kritva janadvayam paryayena karnayo samsprishet.
The next asana is Vriksasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then sit up and lay back down. Stand up and lay back down again and again. As you visualize yourself as a wolf.
Uttanam shayanam kritva padatalabyam bhumim dritva uttishtet vrikasanam bhavati.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, now kick your legs up over top of your body and roll over again and again. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally lay in a prone position on your stomach.
Uttana shayanam pado shiranga bhumo thapayitva.
The next asana is Sadatasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders. Contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation in Sadatasa Kumbhaka, as you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sadatasana.
Yugdha shayanam kritva nabhim bhumo nidaya samvadhyasta bhumim vashtamba.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth. As you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
Hastadvayam badva tanmadhya charanadvayam uddaneva bahiraniya.
Next up is Jatyasana. As you lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground from a standing position. Walk around on your hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
Ata jatyasanam vakshe yena jati smaro bhavet. Hastan dribhomo cha gamanam agamanam tataha.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now, stand in Adimandi posture. Keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. As you raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body, lean back, tilt your head back and move it in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. As you stand on the mat, tie your legs with a rope if you have a rope available. Keep your arms close to your body, hands on the respective thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
Ata sarvasanam vakshe ayupanaya kevalam sariram dandavatishte trajubandhastu padayoh.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. As you stand on the mat, lean forward and down and step your feet onto your hands as you clench your hands into fists, holding onto the toes. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
Mushtikanishtika pradeshena bhumo nidaya upri padatale samstapya ushtravat ushtrasadanam bhavati.
we move on to Ashvasana. From the same posture, hold the toes from the outside and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववच्छरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Now stand with the heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parasha Mudra. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you tilt your head back and bend your back as low as you can, visualizing yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpapatam Karana. Now stand in Arimandi, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, and bow down to one side. Raise the respective heel, open up your palms. Repeat this movement on both sides again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. From a standing position, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. And then jump your feet up towards your hands and stand again with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिमस्तभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कटुकासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now, hold weights and stand erect on the mat, then sit down and stand back up again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to your nose.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand with your arms over top of your head. Jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. As you stand, hold on to one foot with both hands, pulling it towards your chest, and alternate sitting down with the other foot on both sides again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्.
Next up is Parishvajanu Karana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing outwards and raise the opposite knee towards your chest. And circle the raised leg with your arm, hand in a fist, and the opposite hand of on the respective inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold weights and visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you extend your arms and one leg forward and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner opposite thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands hanging relaxed at the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Bring the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right calf and bring the left arm below the right, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठस्य सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you extend the left leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the right leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on the mat with your leg behind your neck. Then stand tall, sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Raise the other knee towards your chest with the hand and the fist, other hand on your thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side as you extend the other leg forward and your arms as well. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the right foot up against the left thigh. Heel against the perineum. As you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्. एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Garudasana 3 on the other side. Raise the right foot over top of the left knee, tucking the toes behind as you bring the right arm below the left with the hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side. Place the right foot onto the left thigh, hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the pole star posture on the other side, as you hold on to the right big toe in Prana Mudra. Extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the left leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Stand tall and sit back down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now perform Samanakakarana. Bring your heels together, your hands at the hips, slightly extended away, fingers pointing one by one in this natural posture. Breathe calmly. Recover from this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready to enter the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Let us now move to the next asana of the sequence, which is Gorak Anjali Asana. As you stand on the mat, squat down and bring your arms in between the leg from the outside in. Interlock your fingers and bring the finger lock to your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath, and then freely move the prana within your system.
प्रथम ही उबो होई बाहुरे नीचे पुनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchasana. From a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back and interlock them as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यासस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now bring the heels together and squat down, bringing the heels close to your perineum. Then interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पगात की तल्या की माहली कौर मिलाइए पना पानी ओकड़ मड़ुवै से.
Next up is Varahasana. From the kneeling position, with the heels close to your perineum, separate your toes and join your hands in Namaskara in Anjali Mudra. Bring them behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Varaha, the power avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पगतली की माहली कौर मिलाई पना पानी ओकड़ वैसे एड़ी मोलद्वारी नीचे रही से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पाशिद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बजानुप्रदेशानीय तिष्ठेत् प्रिपियासनं भवति.
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Now lean forward and down and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यां भवनिवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. As you place your head on the mat, lift your legs up and cross them into Padmasana. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होवे.
Now come to a kneeling posture and keep your heels outside the hips, toes touching behind your back. As you place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize that you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुडं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. As you place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, raise your hips over top of your body and lift your legs up into a handstand posture. You can lean against the wall for support if needed. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in the Vrikshasana too.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
The next asana is Shiva Asana. From the handstand, gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize that Tejas energy is flowing upwards towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दावापक की कल्या की माहिली को और मिलाइए.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, which is Matsyasana 2. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Step your feet back and lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
Nibdishainam Gurparopa Gatya.
Now lay down on your stomach and place your hands on your hips as you lift your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake in Sarvasana 2.
Nibdishainam Krutva Hastau Nitambam Samstapya Pado Dehi Kritya Sammilyam Murasam Samtavyam Sarpasanam Bhavati.
The next asana is Niralambanasana. As you place your elbows on the ground, join your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your hand on the chins. Feel self-supported and completely independent in this asana.
Karabhyam Pankajam Krutva Tishtet Gurparaya Shudhi Mukamunnamunuchai Niralambanamasana.
Next up is Chaturasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat and bend your knees, lift the feet up. Then straighten your arms, bring your upper back close towards your feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
Adhyasanavastitva Hastatalabhyam Bhumim Vashtabhyam Nuya Chatrasanam Bhavati.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now come to a kneeling posture, sit on your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front and place your forehead on the ground. Rest your palms on the mat as well. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
Idanim Garbhinam Yogabhyaso Yatalako Sukha Prasavala Bhaya Prochaye Praktane Pati Danda Padma Bharat Bhaja Veeravajra Samanito Vasanani Sada Kurya Sudirgairecha Purvakaihi.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands on the ground, push your hips up into Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
Gajasana Samjito Bahum Bhumotadayet.
The next asana is Ajasana. From a handstand position, now lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
Gajasana Samjito Padadvayam Amtarale Kritya.
Next up is Dhanantalasana. Come to a kneeling posture and hold on to the big toes as you pull them close towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
Purabha Vidhi Parihata Ki Kakasi Seopanasara Modi.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right, in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in the Angamuttanam.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा
Next up is Garudasana form. From the kneeling position, turn your feet to the side so the toes are pointing outwards. Sit down in between the heels, placing your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां तरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानो परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, separate your knees and hold your ankles. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. As you overlap your feet and sit on your heels, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands underneath your knees. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra as you visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वग्ने सवलयाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृते.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now, place your hands flat on the ground and tuck your toes. Sit on raised heels. Keep your thumbs touching in front of you. As you gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again. Visualize Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दोवु पनापानि होय वेसे एडी मुलरि गुडानि वेसे.
Next up is Pishlakasana. From the kneeling position, sit on your raised heels. Cover your mouth with your hands, bring your thumbs underneath the teeth, and close your mouth, inhaling through the right nostril and exhaling through your mouth as per your capacity in Pishlakasana. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दोवु पगांकी एडी जोई गोडा बाणो बाण पुनि होई गोडा जंगादर करी रहे आड़े वाह इशी विदिदहे.
Next up is Makarasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on the heels. Keep your knees separated and raise your elbows. Bring your hands towards your armpits as you imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a playful monkey in Makarasana.
दोवु पगतलि संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिधाने मूलद्वारि एड्यां परिल्यावे मूडा हाट ऊंचा तहरावे.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together and sit on raised heels, knees separated, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back, gaze to the tip of your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
गोडा पानो पाण पुनि वो वेसे दोवु एडी गुडानि वेसे गोडा उबारा के तीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now sit with your feet crossed on top of your heels. Keep your knees on the ground and place your hands on the mat next to your body. Gaze to the tip of your nose and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up as you visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सृष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on your knees and make your neck and upper back stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle with a body to live for centuries. Gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितो ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture, but relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् एतत् योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the toes close to the opposite knees as you hold your thighs with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
गोडावानो उभो होई गोडाडे राखे दोई दचपादगे पानी रहावे पनो वाम गोडाडे गिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushtasana 2. As you place your feet flat, lean back and hold on to your heels. Tilt your head back and push your hips forward as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिजाद्या सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मिदहितासनः.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now lean back, place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Hold on to your feet, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवुयेडी संपुटकरे सोले मूलद्वारितरिदेरे पनापानी उकड़ होये बेसे बहुरु पिष्टि दिशिकरे जो ऐसे.
Next up is Viratasana. Now lay back and place your back on the mat and raise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body.
जङ्गाभृतिभूमौ निधाय जङ्गोदरयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you lean back all the way, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and try to bring your forearms on the ground. Hold onto your feet as you bring your head in between the feet, visualizing yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाद्या सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मिदहितासनः.
Next up is Varasana. As you stand on your knees, tuck your toes behind your body. Hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to the tip of your nose and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva as this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानने भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit down on your heel and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानि निकत्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Mundasana. With your forearms on the ground, place your head on the mat and raise your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lob tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. From a kneeling position, lean forward and down. Place your head in between the knees and hold on to your head as you inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth in this asana. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगतले समत हरावे कोरुमाहिली उबे मिलावे पनापानी उकड़ कर बेसे दोवु एडी गुडा निवेसे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights as you lift up your arms, your chest and your legs. Hold this position and visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lay on your stomach with your hands next to the hips. Place your forehead on the ground and then lift your legs up without lifting your chest as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, lift your legs over top of your head. Push your hands into the mat. Bend your knees and place your feet on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. In a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground. Bring your navel towards the knees. Be sturdy as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
पूर्वपर्यन्तं हस्तान्तरामवष्टभ्य जाननी नाभो सङ्कुञ्च.
The next asana is Vrishikasana too. As you place your forearms on the ground, raise your legs up, bend your knees and bring them over top of your head as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
निश्चैवपुश्च प्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्वे धृत्वा शिशिरे चुबकं विदार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel and keep the left foot outside the hip. Place your hands in front of the knees as you keep the left toes facing to the side. Visualize yourself as a bull. Breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose. Hold your breath for a short while and then again exhale slowly through your nose.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. With your hands flat on the ground, lift your legs up and cross the toes of the left foot over the right. As you balance on your arms, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now place your perineum on the left heels. Keep the right foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side as you visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now place the right foot flat and tuck the toes of the left foot sitting on the left heel. Place your hands on the respective knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन कौगुण जलविकार जायी.
Next up is Grahasana. Stand up and then squat down. Bring your arms in and around the legs, holding onto the ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel with the left foot flat, knee raised. Hands on the knees, visualize Balagunahai.
आसन कौगुण जलविकार जायी.
Next up is Utkatasana. Step both your feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep the knees together, hands on top of the knees. Hold on to weights as you keep your knees close together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यथा ऊर्ध्वदाने यत्रासने पादद्वलयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. As you join the soles of the feet and stand on the toes, separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पनापानि होय जैसे दो एडी गुड़ा निवेशे गोड़ा उबारा के दिया आड़े वाय पसारे धीरा.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your palms on the ground and step your heels on top of the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight, gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूम परिधाने कहनी जारी ना भी लगाने पनापाने ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलिया की परि दे रही.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand tall and lean forward and down. Place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet on top of your hands as you walk around. Visualize that you're wearing padukas and walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodanasana. As you place your hands on the ground, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुद्दानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. As you place your hands on the mat, lift your legs up into a handstand and start dancing on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्ट ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you separate your feet, place one hand on the ground, keeping the arms straight. Place the other hand on the respective ear. As you breathe calmly through your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अत वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण एकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरकरः.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Place the other hand on the mat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kunjarasana on the other side.
अत वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण एकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you raise your feet off the mat. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पा धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now keep your feet flat, knees raised, and hold your knees with opposite hands as you visualize any excess vata being released from balance within your system in Pavanamuktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्थनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Keep your hands at the side of the body and lift your body off the ground. As you lift the opposite leg up in front, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now keep the left knee bent. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you extend the right leg and pull the left foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring the left leg over top of your head and hook the right foot over top as you lean forward. Extend your legs out to the side and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. As you place the left foot on the ground, place the right foot on the opposite thigh, bring your left shoulder underneath the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Now bring the right foot outside the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Bring your right elbow around the raised knee, bring the arm below and interlock your fingers behind your back. Twist your spine, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यातो पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पातं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Hold the other foot towards your ear as you hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over top of your shoulder, hook the left foot over top, extend the legs out to the side, lean forward, balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring your right shoulder underneath the right leg as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana on the other side. Bring the left foot to the right hip and bring the right foot over top of the left. Bring your left arm around the raised knee, interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यातो पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep the left heel at the perineum, the right leg extended. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands as in Paschimottanasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवने सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kraunchasana. As you keep the left foot outside the hip, hold on to the right foot and pull it up towards your face, keeping the knees straight as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Extend the other leg, bring the other heel towards the perineum, lean forward and down, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kraunchasana, the crane posture on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now sit in a cross-legged posture with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to your nose as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity while visualizing a swastika in swastikasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you maintain the same posture, cover your heels with your hands, gaze to your nose, tuck your chin to the chest and visualize Sage Goraknath.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Now bring your left heel against the perineum and place the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, meditate on the enlightened one. As you enter Shanmukhi Mudra, close your mouth with little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वगुणं संस्थाप्य दक्षां गृह्णामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you place your feet on opposite knees, keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. Gaze through your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing down, and lift your body off the mat. Balance on your arms as you pull your knees up and visualize yourself as a rooster.
वाशिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतो तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Bring your hands in between the legs, palms down on the mat. Don't lift your body up. Sit on the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासनो को करे हस्ततो वा गोडासन्धिधेरै.
Now press your hands into the mat, lift your body up and balance on your arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूर्धनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmakasana. Now raise your hips and push your hands through the legs. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parasha Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासनो को करे गोडासन्धिमाहि करिधेरै.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. As you raise your knees, bring your arms in between the legs and bend your elbows upwards to hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana 2.
पामि जङ्गपरिदर्शनपावा दाहिनी जङ्गपरिपामिल्यावा.
Now tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठा गन्धिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the shoulders, your legs in Padmasana, as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरम्.
Sit back up into Padmasana and bring your hands in between the legs, one palm on the mat. Hold its wrist and lift your body off the ground on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनवस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat and lift your body up on the other arm. Keep visualizing yourself as a rooster as you repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kritasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra, press your thumbs against your throat and rest your chin on your hand as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Place one hand over top of the other with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you engage all the wonders and visualize Swamiji.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, perform the Mula Bandha and chant the Mahavakya internally as you visualize Paramashiva in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. Keep the left hand on the knee, hook the right hand, index and middle finger around the big toe. Move the big toe round and round and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you then repeat the movement on the other side as well.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back, keep your legs in Padmasana, and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाचित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next, raise your chest, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll back. Lay on your back with your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze through your nose and breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोताने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees towards your chest and circle them with your hands in Parashva Mudra as you bring your chin to the knee and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you lay on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck and gaze to the nose, breathing calmly as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. As you lay on your back, place your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
उत्तानहसैनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikipitakasana. As you lay on your back, support your lower back with your hands and raise your hips up high. Then extend your feet, point the toes as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
झङ्गोर्बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशयपीडकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up high, point the toes to the sky as you place your arms flat on the ground and visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed.
नरकासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. Now bring your hands to the lower back and then lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावस्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back to the ground. Straighten your legs, point the toes to the sky. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तुर्या नौकावद्ग्रीवा पृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side. And relax as you pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you as you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, let us now get ready for another preview of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. Another 15 asanas we are going to experience today. Let's get ready. Have a sip of water and settle down on your mats and follow along.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Now, let us enter into the first asana of today's preview. Starting off with Chakrasana 3. Now, lie on your back and place your feet flat on the mat. Bring your arms over top of your head and fingers pointing towards your feet as you lift your entire body off the ground. Bring your hips up high and visualize each of your chakras as a bright white light.
नोभ्यमारं समाकृष्य कुण्डल्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Peta Putti Asana. From the same position, with your hips raised, walk your hands closer towards your feet and try to hold the ankles of your feet with your hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुणपान अपानी की गाठी सुठे.
Now lay down on your back and extend your legs over top of your head. Place your toes on the ground over top of your head and hold them with your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka, in Vichitra Karani.
शैतपश्चिमतानस्ते हस्तौ तत्र प्रसारयेत्.
Now lower your feet down again. Lay down on your back with your elbows on your navel. And bring your one hand up and touch the nose with the thumb. Other hand extended towards the hip. Squeeze your stomach and switch the sides. Repeat again and again as you visualize yourself as a hatchet being thrown.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानु निवृत्ति निधाय.
The next asana is Dakshinasana. As you lay down on your right side of the body and stretch your legs out, bend the right elbow and support your head with the right palm. Extend the left hand and rest it on the side of the body as you visualize yourself as Lord Dakshinamurti.
शय्यर्जुदक्षिणाङ्गेन मस्तके धो निधायशः.
Now lay on your stomach with your hands to the sides of your hips. Lift your chest and legs up off the ground as you keep your head upright. Visualize yourself as a locust and breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Move the prana freely within your body.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Next up is Bhekasana. Lay on your stomach and catch hold of both feet behind you. Hold the tops of the feet and press them towards the ground outside your hips as you visualize yourself as a frog.
बकं भेकासनं चैव मकरं मत्स्य नामकं मत्स्येन्द्रं द्विविधं चात्र कुण्डलीबोधकारणम्.
From the same position, still holding onto the feet, now lift your chest up and pull the right foot up towards the sky. Keep the left knee on the ground as you visualize yourself as a hyena or another beast of prey.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now repeat Bhairundasana on the other side by lifting the left foot and lifting your chest as you leave the right knee on the ground, visualizing yourself as a hyena.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now keep laying down on the stomach as we enter Shakatasya Karana. Now hold on to one of the big toes with your thumb, ring and middle finger and extend the other arm in front of you, lifting it off the ground. Now exchange the position of your hands again and again. Relax. Place your elbows on the ground in front of you and rest your chin on your hands as you bend your knees. Keep the toes pointing up to the sky as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Shulasana.
कूर्वराभ्याम अवरिमवष्टभ्य हस्ततलाभ्याम हनुमवष्टभ्य.
Now bring your feet back to the ground. Keep your chin on the hands as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an alligator in Makarasana too.
ऊधा सुईने बाने हाथा माथनी बाने भानी.
Next up is Ganda Bhairundasana. As you lay down on your stomach and keep your chin down on the mat, kick your legs up vertically as you bend your knees and bring the toes down, touching the top of your head. Visualize yourself as the leader of a hyena pack or another beast of prey as you gaze to your nose.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Ganda Bhairundasana 2. As you lay down on your stomach and keep your chin down on the mat, keep your palms flat on the ground and kick your legs up over top of your body. Bend the knees and rest them on your head as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as the leader of a hyena pack.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके.
Next up is Ganda Bhairundasana 3. Now bring your feet even further and place them on the ground in front of you as you visualize yourself as the leader of a hyena pack or another beast of prey.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
With this, we come to the end of this preview of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. Thank you all so much for joining us today in today's Nityananda Yoga session. As we all sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Śrī Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you all. Let us now get ready for the power manifestation session. Stay tuned. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Welcome all the participants to the power manifestation session. Now we have just completed the intense yoga session, and now is the best time. Swamiji has given us this beautiful opportunity now, at the best time after our Kundalini has been intensely awakened by the yoga to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Today we are going to be manifesting the first power, the power of third eye reading, blindfold reading. So I request all the participants to first get ready for this session. Please bring your eye bands, your alchemy products, your Atmalinga, your deities, a notebook and pen or a device to write down your revelations, whatever you see during this manifestation. Keep them ready now. So today we are going to be seeing letters again, and in today's session we are going to be having multiple letters on the screen, and one letter is going to be circled, and you will be choosing that particular letter, and you'll have to see with your third eye what is the particular letter that has been chosen, and you will be seeing and telling that. That is the goal of the manifestation. But even throughout the manifestation, if you see other letters or other shapes, other colors, that's perfectly fine. It's just a little different for our third eye to just get used to the different kind of letters, shapes that will come when we see through our third eye. So yes, so now with this, let us now enter the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference, the authentic source scriptures that
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityanandam, I would like to complete for the technical glitch. I hope you're able to hear me clear and loud now. So let's enter the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference, the authentic source scriptures where Paramashiva himself has revealed the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. Paramashiva in the Vedagamas have given the technique to manifest all of the 463 powers. Today we are taking this Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, where Paramashiva reveals the science of manifesting the third eye power. Let me now recite the Shastra Pramana for all of you, and then I'll give you the translation and the technique that Paramashiva is giving and holding in this particular verse. Kapala antarmano nasya तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसो दाढ्यात् lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this verse is by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. In that stability of the mind in the inner space through the power of third eye reading, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Now, the technique that Paramashiva is giving us in this beautiful Shastra Pramana is that we need to fix our mind on the inner space within the crown center. That the crown center is the Sahasrara Chakra, which is the seat of the Guru. Each of our 7 energy centers in the body have a particular energy. The crown center is the Guru, and basically we are going to be visualizing Swamiji. So you can visualize any beautiful manifestation of Swamiji. The different days Swamiji has come in different colors or particular darshans, or you have met Swamiji in person at a particular time, and that incident, that beautiful connection you created with Swamiji, remembering any one of these and then asking Swamiji to show, to reveal to you the answer in the third eye. That is the technique we are going to be doing to manifest the power of third eye reading. So now I request all the participants, let's enter the manifestation. I request all the participants to blindfold your eyes now. All the viewers on social media and on Zoom, I request all of you to blindfold your eyes now. Close your eyes and now visualize that particular incident, picture, or even yesterday's darshan. that beautiful form of Swamiji. Take a moment to visualize that. Now, let's start chanting the Mahavakya. This chanting of the Mahavakya creates the connection with Swamiji. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now, slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Now you can start posting what you saw during this round of the manifestation, the different letters and what letter. See, you can write down all the different letters you saw. Write down what is the one letter that you think is the selected letter. So, the main importance of this, why we are doing this particular manifestation is because when you start to trust your third eye, when you start to trust what Swamiji has shown you, that will intensely and immensely build the confidence and belief on the third eye. Third eye will no more be a extra organ or some power or magical thing. It will start becoming your partner. It will start becoming your, I would say, like how you trust what Google says when you search for some information, when you trust what ChatGPT says, you trust that. So same way you're going to trust what your third eye shows you, what Swamiji has shown to you through your third eye. That is the importance of this manifestation. So now let's verify what we have seen, what you have seen in this round of the manifestation. Now I'm going to be projecting the image for you. So this is the image of the which all of you are seeing. So there was H, D, T, E and C. These are the 5 letters that were there, and E was the selected letter. So if you saw E, that is perfect. You have manifested 100% this round. Otherwise, if you have seen any of the other letters, whether H, D, T or C, that is perfectly fine. You have also manifested the power. Third eye is not about just seeing the answer. It is being able to be a channel for Paramashiva, for Swamiji to flow through you. So now let's move on to the next round. I request all the participants to once again blindfold your eyes. In this second round also, we are going to be doing the same thing. We are going to be having a picture with lot of letters and one letter selected. So I request all the participants to once again close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji. That is the most important. The more and more you visualize Swamiji, the right and the more correct your answers will become. Now visualizing Swamiji, let's chant the Mahavakya and connect with him. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Now once again we have completed the step of seeing what is written, seeing through our third eye. Now let's write down whatever we saw in this round of the manifestation. All the different letters, colors, shapes, everything that you saw. See, even if now in this manifestation we are seeing letters, but if you have seen colors also, that is perfectly fine. Don't think, okay, I just imagined something. No, don't try to bring your logic, because when you start bringing your logic, you will become a filter. You will filter what Paramashiva is showing you, and you might have not seen, you will not see exactly, you will not trust your third eye completely. It's okay even if you see something. And the most important thing is, it is not that you are just manifesting on your own now. Swamiji is entangling with all of you. I want to assure all the participants that throughout the program, whether it's the level 1, 2 or 3, Swamiji is with us and manifest, watching us manifest, watching us go through the whole program. So be 100% sure and feel complete that Swamiji is entangling with all of you. He is manifesting and watching all of you now. So yes, with this now let's view the answers. So this time the answer is D. There is H, T, E and C, but D was the chosen letter. So if you have seen the letter D, that's perfectly fine. You have manifested the power 100% this time. Otherwise, don't feel powerless or don't have a negative cognition. You have started manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Yes. So with this, let's now move to the next round of the manifestation. Now once again, let's all blindfold our eyes. Close your eyes now. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now start seeing Swamiji and let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Yes, now I request all the participants to once again open your eyes. And now let's start writing once again what we have seen in this round of the manifestation. All the colors, letters, shapes, pictures, everything that you have seen this time, you can start sharing it in the Zoom or YouTube chat. So one more important powerful cognition you need to hold is that when you manifest, feel complete. That if you've seen, that's perfectly fine, you have manifested and Swamiji has flowed through you. It is Swamiji's greatness if he manifests through you. Otherwise, if you have not seen the right answer, don't feel that I'm not manifesting yet. What is this? It's been so many days. I'm trying so hard. That is the biggest problem. We should not try. It is Swamiji. We have to let him flow through us. And if you're not seen, allow your cognition to not go in the wrong direction, thinking you're not manifesting. Be powerful and see that Swamiji is training you. He's strengthening your foundation. And so much of decalcification is happening. So if you've seen from the first day till now, maybe in the first day you would have just seen black. but now at least you're seeing many things. That itself is a manifestation. So with this understanding, let's now verify the answer. Now you can see the answer. Now we are projecting it for all of you. The answer this time is T. T is the selected letter. So the answer is T this time. That is H, D, E and C. But T is the selected answer. So if you have seen the letter T, beautiful, you have manifested this round also. Otherwise, if you have seen any other letters like H, D, E or C, that's perfectly fine. You have still manifested the power. So with this, we come to the end of today's manifesting. I request all the participants, after this manifestation, you can take a short break, but post on social media your experience during the manifestation and the yoga. Share all your breakthroughs you had in today's Nithyananda yoga session and what all you saw through today's during the manifestation. The important thing is when you start declaring in the social media, it is a public platform, so everyone is going to see what you share. So if you declare over there, one, you declare to the world and strengthen the cognition inside you that you have manifested Paramashiva and you are Paramashiva, and you also enrich others to come and also experience this beautiful effect of third eye awakening. So with this, we come to the end of today's session. All of us are going to now get ready throughout the day to experience Swamiji's darshan. So let's now come to the end of this beautiful session. I thank all the participants for your participation during this entire power manifestation session, and we'll be joining you back with the next sessions. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. Nithyanandam, and welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Let's start. You already have the beautiful yoga session and the power manifestation session. Now we are going to enter into the jnana sessions. And today we are going to have a beautiful jnana session. And I'll just going to speak about it a little bit about. Let's start paying our gratitude and inviting our beloved Swamiji's presence. Nityandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tvam Namami. Today we are going to have sessions on Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavad is God. Gita is song. Bhagavad Gita, literal meaning is song of God. What would be the song of God? What God wants from us? To become like Him, to be one with Him. Isn't it? So in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavān Śrī sang that. Bhagavad Gita by Bhagavān Śrī. Who is Krishna? is an incarnation of Mahavishnu, the Purna Avatara, the complete manifestation of Bhagwan Vishnu landed on the planet Earth as a Purna Avatara, meaning the complete, all the aspects of the avatar manifested in the human body. Manifested as human body. How Bhagwan Krishna lived his whole life is a celebration. Bhagwan Krishna walked on this planet Earth, lived 126 years, radiated the ultimate super consciousness. But what he taught, his life, how we should live like a celebration. Even though he is an incarnation landed on the planet Earth, his very birth itself is with so much of difficulty. He was born in a jail. His parents were put in jail before even he was born. The stories. I'm not getting into much details of the story, but understand he was born in a jail. The moment he was born, there were many demons out there to get him, out there to kill him. All his life, he faced all the challenges, guided, gave the experience, gave the powerful teachings to the humanity. It is said that he was so loved by even his enemies. His enchanted not only the form, but everything about him. Bhagavad Gita is one of the prime scriptures of Sanātana Hindu Dharma. There are millions of scriptures. In that millions of scriptures, there are only 3 which are prime. Bhagavad Gita is one among them. Like how for Muslims it is Quran, Bible for Christianity. Bhagavad Gita is for Hindus. Of course, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has got millions, but there are 3 which are called Prasthanatraya, the prime scriptures. That today we are going to learn about that. And what Krishna taught are literally Swamiji explained beautifully and retold. I was the witness, personal witness, experienced way back when Swamiji started first time speaking about Bhagavad Gita on the inauguration of the first Western Hemisphere ashram. He taught for the first time to the humanity the scripture Bhagavad Gita. For 18 days, he spoke on all the 18 chapters. Some of the participants I heard, they said, we have been reading Bhagavad Gita, we have been learning Bhagavad Gita for almost like 30, 40 years. All our lives we have been trying to understand Bhagavad Gita, trying to practice the teachings of Krishna. But today I got a breakthrough in understanding. You have explained to us such a beautiful, simple language. It straight away hit. So today we are going to learn about that all the gist of Bhagavad Gita. Swamiji has explained at least few years on the scriptures. In 2005, for the first time, for 18 days, he explained, he gave the satsangs on Bhagavad Gita, and again for 2 years, every verse, he elaborately explained in 2012 and 2013 again. So what I'm trying to explain to you today is, today we are going to learn about that. So what is the essence of this Bhagavad Gita? Why we are learning? Through Arjuna, Arjuna is the hero of the Mahabharata, a war that happened, a world biggest war yet recorded, as the world war actually. In that midst of the world war, the hero of that, Arjuna, who represent all of us, will be learning more details about what I'm talking, about who is Arjuna, who is Krishna, and the gist of all the chapters, who represent each one of us and his powerlessness. Of Bhagavan Krishna awakens the responsibility in Arjuna. Like how Guru awakens the responsibility in all of us. Through the awakening of Arjuna, the hero of the Gita, we need to be aware of our inner conflicts, how the war is happening between the powerful thoughts and powerless thoughts all the time. Or you can say positive thoughts, negative thoughts. So how Guru, through his initiation, awakening of the third eye, awakens our highest potential through awakening of the Kundalini energy within us, and helps us to make better decisions, live our highest peak potential. So let us start. We'll be learning all the teachings, the gist of the teachings of Bhagavad Gita through Swamiji's powerful explanation as Krishna came back and retold the same teachings again. This is what every one of us who attended felt. So let's learn the Bhagavad Gita. And Ma Guru Prasadini, are you excited to learn Bhagavad Gita? Yes. And Atma Jyotikananda, please come on. Turn on your camera, Ma Lu, Zion, all those who are offline, Chandrasekhara Priya, all of you, please be online. You have decided to come here to spend your time to listen. Do it with intensity, involving listening completely. Otherwise, you'll be here. You hear, but your attention is distracted, and you will not get the complete gist of it. So you have decided to do this program. Get the best out of this. Be online, be on camera, listen, involve, interact, and learn and experience this program completely. So let's learn Bhagavad Gita today, and our next Acharya is here to lead us to the sessions, Jnana sessions.
Nithyananda Madhai Swami, thank you for that very interesting introduction to Bhagavad Gita. Welcoming all the participants who are here, Atma Jyotikananda Ma Frederick, Guru Prasadani Ma, Chandrasekharananda. Yes, let's begin the session. Requesting all of you to please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. We'll start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Jnanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Kagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Daimai Swami has already given the gist or an introduction to today's session. Today, we are all going to engage with listening to the Song of God, Bhagavad Gita. The context is the happening of the Mahabharata war, which was one of the biggest wars that was fought during humanity. It was fought between the Kaurava and the Pandava princes, who happened to be brothers, cousin brothers. And the Bharat, the land that was India those days, there was a very unfair event that happened where the land did not get into the hands of the rightful princes, the Pandavas. After going through a period of exile, when the Pandavas come back to reclaim half of the territory, Duryodhana, who happens to be the eldest of the Kaurava princes, denies the Pandavas, and he says he's not even going to give them a needle point of land. And that was the time when the war happened. Krishna, the Paramavatara, the incarnation of Vishnu, was also related to both the Kaurava and the Pandava princes. He was the greatest avatar happened to rekindle Dharma, to re-establish enlightenment on the planet Earth. At a point in time, when the war was announced, he says, I am available to join either of you. The only thing is, you can choose to have my army or me. Duryodhana, blinded in his ignorance, chooses the mighty army of the Krishna, which was really huge. Arjuna was more than happy to have the divine on his side, and the war gets started off. When the war is about to begin, Arjuna, who is the hero of this whole epic, the Mahabharata, comes and sees his own relatives, his friends, with whom he has grown up, his own grandparents, grandfather, his teacher, his uncles, his cousins, and he is in complete confusion. And he says, no, I don't think I want to fight this war. And it is at that time, in that situation, that Krishna delivers the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is a Shruti. Shruti is what is heard, the teachings that are heard. The depiction between Krishna and Arjuna, the conversation that happened between Krishna and Arjuna, is actually the conversation between Narayana and Nara. Nara is each one of us, and Narayana is the ultimate. All the questions that Arjuna asks is each one of our question, and it is to answer each one of our questions that beyond time and space, Krishna delivered the Bhagavad Gita. As you dive deep into these understandings, you will all realize that these are all the questions that even I have in my life, and Bhagavan has already answered them. For many, like Ma Daimai Swami rightly said, at least if you're a born Hindu, you come from a traditional family, from a very young age, you will at least start learning the Bhagavad Gita verses. The next level is, there are some people who engage with the translation. And you say, I've been reading Bhagavad Gita for 30 years. Or at the most, you might have engaged with certain translations which give you a literal meaning of word to word. The beauty of what we are going to get into now is Bhagavad Gita that has been demystified by none other than Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavad Gita has layers and layers of meaning and many sacred secrets embedded into it. It is only possible for the avatar to understand his own language, what he delivered way back 5,000 years ago. Only he can decode it for humanity to make it user-friendly and of practical use and applicability for each one of our lives. So are we all ready to dive deep into Bhagavad Gita and receive all the sacred secrets of the same? Ma Frederick, I can see the excitement in your face. Yes. Atma Jyotikananda, Guru Prasadini Ma. All right. So let's enter into the Song of God, Bhagavad Gita, demystified by the Supreme Pontiff, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us begin with a prayer to Bhagavan Krishna himself. Please sit straight, put your hands together. We'll invoke Bhagavan Krishna's presence and seek his blessings for all these understandings to become our very cognition. Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru, the Master of the world, the son of Vasudeva, the supreme bliss of Devaki, the destroyer of Kamsa and Chanura. Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is a manual for enlightenment, like how you have a user manual to drive a car or any new equipment that you pick up from the market. Everything comes with a user manual. The divine, out of his compassion, has given a user manual for humanity to achieve its ultimate purpose of its very happening, which is enlightenment. So Bhagavad Gita is that manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its sufferings. Like I said, it is the conversation that transpired between Nara and Narayana. Narayana, Krishna, and Nara is a human being, Arjuna. Each one of us, he represents each one of us, our issues, our sufferings, our confusions, all of that. And to clear them all happened the Bhagavad Gita, which is the knowledge of enlightenment given by Bhagavan Krishna. There are 18 chapters in the Bhagavad Gita, and this is a table that has been compiled, which talks about the gist of each chapter. The very first chapter is the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Like I said earlier, when the warrior princes enter into the battlefield, Arjuna is completely confused. He is actually in deep depression. He's suffering. He's asking the question, how can I fight and kill my own kith and kin just for the sake of this land? I don't think I'm going to do this. And he's wanting to run away from the war field. Now, this is the situation. Many often, people would want to blame Krishna for promoting violence. Bhagavan says, no, it is not about violence. It is about re-establishing dharma on the planet Earth. If Krishna had not mediated the war, there were so many atomic weapons at that point in time that all life forms, not just humanity, all life forms would have been completely destroyed. So, it is out of compassion for life. Nobody can be more life positive than the avatar himself. Out of his compassion for life, out of life positivity, Krishna creates a situation where all these atomic weapons are all brought into one place and they are destroyed. And he has saved humanity. Each one of us have to be thankful to Krishna that we are still there and there is life form on the planet Earth. So, in Arjuna Vishada Yoga is the setting where the war begins. Arjuna represents all of humanity and the current status of our mind. Bhagavan says, the only problem in our life is wrong thinking. We will go through each of these chapters through the session, and I would like to begin with the very first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Yoga is union. Arjuna is in union with his own suffering. This is the chapter, the very first chapter, where the war begins. Bhagavan says, life will always be a mix of the good and the bad, the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. Understand this? Choosing one over the other, the divine over the evil, the good over the bad, is not going to help. We need to complete and go beyond both. Gita is a Shastra. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, about the great why of life, as well as the what of life, the do's and don'ts, the rules and regulations. Understand, scriptures are of three types: Shastras, Sutras, and the teachings that connect to your being, the very being. Shastra is what gives intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, the why, what, do's, rules, and regulations. Bhagavad Gita is directly from Bhagavan, God Himself, from the Purnavatara, who is a perfect, complete incarnation, Śrī Kṛṣṇa. Till Śrī Kṛṣṇa, all incarnations were only teaching the science of leaving, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But for the very first time, it is Śrī Kṛṣṇa who gave this science of living in the space of Purnatva, the space of completion, that you don't need to renounce anything. Wherever you are, you will be radiating life and enjoying life. See, one of the main components of the happening of human life is, as per the Hindu understandings, is your liberation. It's most important. So all the incarnations who have happened till the happening of Krishna only thought about leaving, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But for the very first time, Krishna happened, who told that you can be where you are, you can do what you're doing, all of that in the space of completion, in the space of Purnatva. Live your life royal, like a king, but deep inside, you will be a sannyasi, renounced with everything. You will live where you are enjoying life, at the same time, not bound to anything. That is the space of completion, Purnatva, that Bhagavan Krishna taught. We'll go through a small story to tell how our faith is pseudo if it is not life transforming. A guy lived as an atheist. One day, he fell from a cliff and was hanging on to a small branch. Slowly, the branch also started giving way. The man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." A guy who has lived as an atheist, when he's about to fall off from a cliff and the branch to which that he's holding on to is about to give way, he's about to die, he'll say, "Oh God, please save me. I never believed in you, but now I do, so please save me." The man started shouting. A booming voice from heaven said, "Oh my son, don't worry, I will save you. Just let go of the branch and I will save you." Immediately, the man responded, "Is there anybody else out there who can save me?" You understand, when your faith is so shallow, it cannot be life transforming. Mahabharata is a fight between the completions and incompletions within us. For the very first time, Bhagavan Swamiji Nithyananda Paramashivamam has used the Mahabharata happening itself to depict the inner fight that is continuously going on inside each one of us. The fight that is happening between our completions and incompletions, between our possibilities and patterns within us. Krishna, the superconscious, constantly looms over our being, eternally reminding us of our space of highest positivity, highest possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with his tremendous patience and infinite compassion, day in and day out. See how Bhagavan is there facing everything and anything that he has to face to raise each one of us to this space of highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with the highest sacrifice, tyaga, the compassion and patience. That is exactly what the avatar does. The superconscious constantly is looming over our being, awakening us to our own divinity. Arjuna's progress on this path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of Bhagavad Gita. That can also be our path of dharma if we internalize the message of the Gita. Arjuna, the most courageous fighter among the Pandava princes, the darling of all his teachers and a close friend of Krishna, is now in deep dilemma, deep incompletion. Arjuna is both the yogi and the kshatriya, the warrior. As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered, and complete within himself, deeply aware and integrated to his moral and ethical obligations. He knows. But as the kshatriya, the warrior, empowered with responsibility, ready to avenge, ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma, he is a typical kshatriya prince. Understand, there are both components in him. On one side, he is the yogi who is so spiritual, centered, and complete within himself. Krishna was his best friend. They grew up together. Very intimate relationship with Bhagavan Krishna. That is one side of him. The other side, he is a warrior who has all the responsibility to impose law, order, and uphold dharma. Only with enlightenment, it is possible to continuously, consistently proceed with both these personalities of inner completion as a yogi and outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Understand, there is always this problem for most seekers. Oh, I am a spiritual person, so I should not be doing this particular action. Swamiji says it's not right. I am a spiritual being. I am not got anything to do with material possessions. It is like, you start attaching sacredness to poverty. No, it's wrong. Only if your consciousness is expansive, you will also be wealthy in life. If there is poverty in your life, understand there is something deeply wrong inside, in the consciousness level, that needs to be corrected. On similar lines, when you are a spiritual being so completely and centered within yourself, if you have to execute all your responsibility of a warrior on a consistent and a continuous basis without faltering, you should be enlightened. That is the only way that you will execute both aspects, both dimensions of you to completion. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. His dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. See, the moment you become powerless inside, you are no longer a yogi. Where is your centeredness gone? Are you getting the point? When you are in a dilemma, you are not a yogi. At the same time, now you say you are a leader who wants to uphold dharma, but you're not ready to face the war, fight the war, to re-establish dharma. Now, this is what the dilemma caused in Arjuna. He is neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He loses his space of completion and falls into such deep grief that bewilders his mind. Understand, Arjuna's dilemma is the dilemma of humanity. It represents the collective root patterns of humanity. It is the internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do, our inner identity, that is the mamakara, the inner image that you deeply believe yourself to be, and what we project as us to others, what we feel we want to actually do, our outer identity, that is the ahamkara, what others think and perceive as us is the anyakara, and what we think about life and others and what we perceive as our value systems and beliefs, our swanyakara. So basically, see, what you are is these four identities. First, your inner image, your mamakara, your outer image, the ahankara, what you show as you to others. The third is the anyakara, what others perceive you to be, and the life image. All right, the swanyakara. Always there is a conflict between your inner image and your outer image. Bhagavan says, when you align all the four images, that is your enlightenment. What you believe deeply inside you, your mamakara, will always be a lower than your own possibility. But what you show yourself as you to others will be very high than the factual reality, much higher than the factual reality. Swamiji says, Arjuna's dilemma is representing our collective dilemma, the conflict that we feel between these four images. And living in your peak capacity in all the four identities, aligning your life to all the four dimensions and expressing your peak potential in all these four is authenticity or Shraddha. Living your peak inner image, aligning your inner image to the best positivity and possibility. Similarly, your outer image to its peak, the life image and others' image. When you align all of these in all these four dimensions and express your peak potential, it is then that you are living Shraddha or authenticity. Bhagavan says, a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions is an animal who lives in a very low-level consciousness. Duryodhana, along with the Kaurava army, represents this low-level consciousness. We are talking about the Mahabharata war akin to our own journey, basically. The negative thought patterns and the completions and our incompletions that are inside of us. On that thread, Bhagavan is telling how Duryodhana and the Kaurava princes, that army, represents the low-level consciousness. A person who feels responsible for his own actions is a human being. He lives middle-level consciousness. There were many warriors who felt responsible for their actions, their duties, and even supported Duryodhana, and they represent the middle-level consciousness. The third is the person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva. Śrī Kṛṣṇa is the Ishvara, the leader of the universe, who is responsible for the whole cosmos with the ability to do anything with the cosmos. Bhagavan says the law of cosmos is responsibilism, depending on what level of responsibility each one of you take in your life. That decides the level of your consciousness. If you are not taking responsibility even for your own actions, then you are living like an animal. If you take responsibility only for your own actions, then you are a human being. Whereas, if you take responsibility even for others' actions, then you are established in leadership consciousness in the space of Ishwaratva, and that is a divine quality. The job of an incarnation is re-establishing Dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration, known in the Hindu spiritual practice as Nidhyasana. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling or Prema Shakti in you. Now, this whole Mahabharata war is Krishna's expression of the power of responsibility, the Ishwaratva. Even though Krishna or his actions are not responsible for the war, even though he is not the reason for the war, understand, the contention here is the land that the Kauravas and the Pandavas are fighting for. Krishna is not going to get anything out of it, if you are to look at it in that sense. But he chose to take responsibility, and even though he's not the reason, sometimes you may say, okay, fine, maybe there's nothing to do with the land itself, but maybe he's one of the reasons. No, he's neither the reason nor he is responsible. His actions are not responsible, but still he takes responsibility even for others' inauthenticity, others' irresponsibility, and re-establishes Dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism, and this is the job of an incarnation. Whenever righteousness goes down on the planet Earth, incarnations happen to re-establish Dharma. We are in that juncture in humanity, and that is why the happening of the avatar. Krishna himself has told, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srujamyaham, which means every time the dharma is going down, I will reincarnate myself to re-establish the dharma. That is the responsibilism that the avatar feels. The avatar now has descended to do the same, re-establish Dharma, the cosmic principles on the planet Earth, to the call of the prayers of millions of people. He has happened as Swamiji. Continuing, Arjuna could see within the armies of both the parties, his elders, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, friends, as well as fathers and fathers-in-law and well-wishers. Now, this is what causes his dilemma. When Arjuna, the son of Kunti, sees all these friends and relatives present there, he was so overwhelmed with deep pity, and he says, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is drying, my hair is standing on its end, my bow, the Gandiva, is slipping from my hands, my skin burns, I am unable to stand here any longer, I'm forgetting myself and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens. Oh, the killer of the demonstration. He is addressing Arjuna, describing the changes that are happening in his body, mind, and emotions when he is about to embark on the journey of the war, where he realizes that he's going to be fighting his own kith and kin. So he's addressing Arjuna and telling him, this is what is happening to me. The theme of the Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma, his incompletion, and its completion by Krishna. Imagine, Arjuna is the hero. He is the one of the greatest warrior of all times. If that has to happen to him at the time of the war, how and beautifully Krishna completes him and makes him wage the war to re-establish Dharma. That is the theme of the Gita, the Bhagavad Gita. Utter confusion, dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. Okay, before I come here, see, this verse is the literal translation of how Arjuna expresses his dilemma. If you were to read any other Bhagavad Gita book that has been translated by regular people, unenlightened beings, it would probably end there. What is the internalization for each one of us when Krishna is describing all this? Will you connect at an individual level? Ma Frederick, Guru Prasadani? Yeah. Swamiji is looking deeper than that. He's giving you the sacred secret behind this verse also for you to internalize and you to fight, rather to come out of your incompletions and lead you to completion. He says, utter confusion and dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. If we have not yet faced dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened up, isn't it? See, if everything is going hunky-dory, all is good in life, ooh la la, you go, get up in the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, have your cup of coffee, everything is beautiful around you, no, nothing, no conflicts, you have a nice house, you have your car, you have your friends, you have your party, you eat, you sleep, and life moves on. Will you ever ask the bigger questions of life? It is only when suffering hits you do you even ask, why life? What life? Yes or no? Can you relate to this? Or sometimes you may not even need to suffer. You have experienced everything in life. The utter fulfillment that you can get from all kind of material comforts can actually lead you to a space of depression of success. Swamiji says, see, people who are battling with poverty, they don't know where their next meal is coming from. They will not even bother about, oh, who is God? What is enlightenment? No. Only if your stomach is full, you will even ask the bigger questions. That is what Swamiji says. Dilemma is the first thing that the person has to face in his life for enlightenment. And only when you face the dilemma, the possibility for transformation will open up in you. Arjuna now has come to a dilemma where he has become the seeker of truth. It takes a lot of courage, of authenticity, to bring integrated listening to our thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society's plan for us. Understand, the attitude of asking why needs awareness. Ma Jayanti, do you agree? It takes a lot of courage to ask these questions. Yes, ma. Thank you. If we just keep asking this one question, alive, why am I doing what I am doing? And are able to take this one question to logical conclusion in our life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Bringing integrated thinking for the modern day mind is almost become an impossible task. With so many distractions, so many confusions, so many incompletions inside you, the integrated listening in the first place doesn't happen. And you can't ask the bigger questions of life and integrate your whole thinking process to reach a logical conclusion. Swamiji says, if we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what I am doing? And if you're able to take this one question to logical conclusion, you will be enlightened and radiate enriching. The essence of Gita is living in the space of completion and in the present moment. The truths that are expounded in the Gita are all about personal transformation. It is not just some scripture that you keep in your altar, your puja room and worship. All the truths that are here are about each one of our transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that you can work on and transform yourself through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with the people in your life in the present moment without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. Yes, are we all in the space of internalizing these truths? You know what completion is, right? We've spoken about it earlier, where there is no hangover of the past in the present moment, and you're completely available in the present moment and interacting with life and living your future without any influence of the past over it. So, Gita teaches you the technique to transform yourself and be in the space of Purnatva, where you connect with life in the present moment without any restraining influence of the past. So that brings us to the conclusion of the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. The second is Sankhya Yoga. Sankhya is the philosophy that was given by Kapila Muni. Bhagavan says, see, all this while who was talking? Arjuna was talking, isn't it? Arjuna was talking and expressing his confusion, his dilemma. Now, Bhagavan starts talking. Swamiji says, see, when you open your mouth, what you talk is what you are breathing inside. What is topmost in your head, what is deep in your heart, and that is what you talk. Sankhya is the philosophy that was given by Kapila Muni, and even Krishna was filled with Sankhya, and that is why when he started talking, the very first thing that he expressed was Sankhya. The essence of Sankhya Yoga is you are God. Let's enter into Sankhya Yoga. Now, Arjuna's concern about the death of his kinsmen and elders arises out of his root pattern of fear and insecurity about his own death and confusion. Understand, this is a very deep truth that we all need to internalize. Whatever it is that you are seeing in the other, you are projecting on the other, is what is very much in you. When I say I'm afraid my grandfather, my teacher, my uncle are all going to die, I am afraid of my own death. I am operating from that pattern of fear and insecurity about my own death. Are you getting the point? When Arjuna says that he is concerned about the death of his kith and kin, he is operating from the pattern of fear and insecurity of his own death and confusion. Bhagavan says, Shrunvantu Vishve Amrutasya Putraha. O sons of immortality, please listen to me. Are we all ready to listen? The truth is you are immortal. The right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. Bhagavan is giving the truth. There is no death in reality. Do not fear death. You are immortal. You are imperishable, and death is but a passage. It is just one event in the flow of your life that is immortal. Krishna continues with Sankhya, the knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you is you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you cannot be made wet by water, and you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. Nothing can be done to you by anything. Understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are given an amazing introduction about you to you. He says, Shrunvantu Vishve, all of you, listen, Amritasya Putraha, you are the sons of immortality. You have no death. Nothing can be done to you by anything. You are immortal. And this is the very essence of the Gita. Krishna says, Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha, na chainam kledyanti apo, na soshayati marutaha. Weapons do not cleave, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truths of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge of completion, about consciousness. This is a very, very beautiful verse from the second chapter, the Sankhya Yoga, 23rd verse of the Bhagavad Gita, which talks about how you, your soul, your Atman, cannot be cleaved by weapons, cannot be burnt by fire, cannot be wet by water, and cannot be dried by the wind. And you are that, you are the immortal son. The Apta Pramana is from the Nirvana Shatakam by Adi Shankara. It says, Mano Buddhya Hankara Chittani Naham, Na Shrotra Jihve Na Chakrana Netre, Na Cha Vyoma Bhumir Na Tejo Na Vayupu, Chidananda Rupaha Shivoham Shivoham. A very beautiful verse which says, I am not the mind, not the intellect, not the ego, nor the reflections of the inner self, the chitta. I am not the five senses. I am beyond that. I am not the seven elements, nor the five sheets. I am indeed that eternal knowing and bliss, the auspicious Shivam, love, and pure consciousness. This is Adi Shankara in Nirvana Shatakam about consciousness. Nithyanandam Amandeep Bakshiyaya. Nice to have you here in the session, Aya. All right. How are you all feeling with these truths? I would like to take some time off to get the voice from the participants. Listen to your voices. Sharings. How are you feeling? For how many of you is the first time that you're listening to these truths? The ultimate truth, says Sri Nityanandaparamashivam. Yes. When I listen to people say, oh, you have only one life, let's go and live it. It is such a poverty consciousness. Ma Jayanti says, difficult to apply in reality. Okay. Ma Atma Jyotikananda, I feel like I'm my master, so light. Oh, wonderful, beautiful explanation, says Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini. And I loved it for a long time, but now I can understand more. Thank you, says Ma Frederick. Thank you, Ma. Yes, Ma Jayanti. Internalize the truths. It is his job to make it happen for you. Okay? Why the Western and Eastern have such differences, says, is asking Sri Nityanananda. What Swamiji says is, see, the Western world has mostly worked with the outer comforts, the outer sciences. When you, Swamiji says, when people ask me why there are so many gods that you people in the Hindu tradition you worship, why so many temples? And Bhagavan tells them, why so many theaters? Why so many football stadiums? See, in Hinduism, we've had rishis, masters who have done a lot of research and development in the inner sciences. And that is why this land of Bharat, the Akhanda Bharat, where all the enlightened masters have happened as an unbroken lineage, have distilled out the truths as they are in the inner world. Whereas the same has not happened in the Western world. In the Western world, there have been a lot of research and development that have happened in the zone of material comforts. And what you believe in is what you see around you at the end of the day. Whereas in an Indian village, all children are told the truth that you will have to come back again and again if you to fulfill your karmas. Even a small child will tell you that. Are you getting, am I answering your question? Yes. All masters who have happened, they have had it as their own experiences, and all the incarnations who have happened, including Krishna, Rama, Bhagavan himself, stand foolproof methodology of the truth that you are eternal and you are immortal. Adi Shankara tells the same, Bhagavan, in the Nirvana Shatakam. You exist in the past, present, and future. The past, present, and future, all the three put together are eternal, Nitya or Atman. Only when you come to the present moment do you experience the Atman, your true self. But as of now, you are constantly shuttling between your past and future. So that was the essence of the Sankhya Yoga of the Bhagavad Gita. The chapter 3 is Karma Yoga, the beauty of purposelessness. Continuing, now when Bhagavan Krishna has delivered the truth of you are immortal, you are eternal, he is giving him the ultimate understanding. And now the confusion still continues in Krishna's mind, whether to act or not to act. Krishna says, "O Janardhana, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war if you think that knowledge is superior to action, O Keshava? My intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is most beneficial for me. You're telling me all these great truths that there is nothing called death, you are immortal, you are eternal. After all those understandings, you're still asking me and to go and fight this terrible war, and my intellect is confused by your conflicting words, so please clarify. Bhagavan says, O sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world there are two paths of firm faith, Gnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual, and Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing. So there is Gnana Yoga and Karma Yoga. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action. See, if you don't engage in action, you are neither going to enjoy freedom from action, nor are you going to attain fulfillment. To act is human nature, isn't it? Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something. Can you? He is always in action despite himself, as this is his very nature. Do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do we all click with this truth? Can you just be without doing anything? Any one of you? Even to maintain your body, you have to work, isn't it? You have to brush your teeth, take a bath, cook your food, feed yourself, wash yourself. Without doing anything, you cannot be. An idle man's mind becomes a devil's workshop. We are all very, introduced to this fable, isn't it? If you're not doing anything productive, Swamiji says, see, there is no neutral space when you're not doing anything. No, either you are creative and productive, or you are destructive. There is no space where you're neutral, not doing anything. So, do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. And how to do your work? Do work with devotion. Drop expectation. Now, this is Karma Yoga. Whatever is your prescribed work, do it with devotion, not expectation. Drop all expectations. Karma Yogi works with the courage of authenticity. Śrī Kṛṣṇa says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nityananda, the state of eternal bliss, and does his work from the space of completion. I reiterate, repeat, Śrī Kṛṣṇa says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nityananda and does his work from the space of completion. Any work that you are doing out of a space of incompletion is never going to fulfill you. Do we all understand this? Yes. When you operate from the space of authenticity, from the space of completion, you will be executing that work with extreme authenticity, being relaxed in the space of Nityananda. Work has to be performed selflessly. Otherwise, work binds one into this world. The beauty of purposelessness is being explained in the Karma Yoga. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and you will do it authentically liberated and without attachment. Act without attachment. One should work always without attachment, performing work without attachment. Man certainly achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. Selfless enriching liberates. When you get into action, do your actions from the space of completion without any your focus should be on executing that action authentically, devoted to the divine. The results that follow should not be your focus. This is what Bhagavān Krishna is giving as the essence of Karma Yoga. The Apta Pramana is from the life of King Janaka. Krishna says a beautiful thing. King Janaka was a beautiful example of a true Karma Yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action with a continuous commitment to enriching life in and around him. He was a king. He ruled a kingdom, yet was unattached and liberated. Just like Krishna, who ruled a kingdom, yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of the word. Janaka was a model king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. Once it so happens, an ascetic went to the court of King Janaka and saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of his kingdom, living like a king. He didn't look any different. All the extravaganza of the palace, he's continuously performing all the duties, maintaining the finances, the accounts, listening to all the people's problems. He's doing all of that. Now this ascetic thought to himself, Janaka seems to be a materialistic person. He is entrapped in so many worldly matters. Janaka understood what the ascetic was thinking. He called him and asked, "What kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, you're trying to find fault with others." Now, this is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic, a person who's supposed to know about these things. For this, I have to give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week. Now, the ascetic was terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope. He became very thin and pale, and Janaka sent a servant to call him on the day of the execution. This is a very beautiful Apta Pramana which goes on to illustrate what a Karma Yogi King Janaka was. So continuing with the story, the ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but his mind was still on the gallows. Janaka asks him, "How do you like the taste of the milk now? Is it good? Did you relish your food these past 7 days?" The ascetic replied, "O king, I could not taste the food nor the milk that you offered me just now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time." Janaka said, "Just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine, even though I'm involved in worldly activities. Though I am in this world, I am out of the world. Work for the world, unattached, like myself." Janaka, though neck deep in the administration of his kingdom, was completely unattached and liberated. The ascetic was unable to stand. This is a repetition. Continue. So with this, I guess I will hand over to the next Acharya. We have been done with the first 3 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, the Sankhya Yoga, and the Karma Yoga. Each of the chapter has a message for all of us to internalize and transform our lives. All the questions that Arjuna asked are the questions that each one of you have had at various points in your time, for which you probably did not find answers. The happening of the avatar to demystify and decode the Bhagavad Gita, so that this scripture that was delivered by Bhagavan Krishna exclusively to lead each one of us to attain the ultimate, the space of self-realization, the state and space of Nithyananda, the eternal bliss, happens for all of us. In deep gratitude to Bhagavan for taking up this beautiful job of decoding and demystifying the Bhagavad Gita, let's put our hands together and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Śrī Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandama, Uma Balaji.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. So good to see all of you. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Friedrich, Ma Jayanti, Ma Atma Jyotika Ananda, Sri Lingodbhavan, Amandeep Bakshi, Nithyanandam, everyone. Yos Yuhuan, Ma Nitya Chandra Shekhara Priya. So can we all turn on our videos and connect? Yes, please turn on your cameras. Amandeep Bakshi, Liu Yuhuan. Yes, let us, connect with each other by keeping our cameras turned on. Yes, nice to see you all. Nithyanandam. Ma Nitya Chandra Shekhara Priya. Yes, so can you all type from which place you're all attending the program? You can type in the chat. Very nice to see that all the people from across the globe are attending this program. Very good to see that. So Ma Jayanti is attending from Malaysia. I know it must be late, very late for most of you, because you're all attending from across the globe. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini is from Macau. Okay, so Ma Amandeep Bakshi is from New York. Okay, it will be. Sri Nitya Lingodbhavan is from China. Okay, welcome one and all. Ma Friedrich, you have a guest with you. You have yes. Nithyanandam, welcome to the program. Good to have you here. Yes. Okay. So a beautiful evening. Today we are learning about the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita happens to be the source scripture, the sacred scripture of yoga. It is the ultimate sacred scripture of yoga. So how many of you have heard about Bhagavad Gita before coming, apart from being here in this session today, have you heard about the Bhagavad Gita? How many of you have heard about the Bhagavad Gita? You know something. What do you know? You can type here. Whatever knowledge you have about the Bhagavad Gita, you can type here. Of course, after the the first 2 sessions, you have had, your knowledge has increased, it has expanded, you have added knowledge and information about the Bhagavad Gita. But let us find out what we have understood till now. You can type your understanding. So, Ma Nitya Chandrasekhara Priya, I'd like to connect with you. Please turn on your camera, Ma. Ma Luo Siu Huan. Okay, Amandeep Bakshi is sharing that he learnt about 4 tattvas and 4 identities. Beautiful. There's much more that we will be learning, and not only learning, we will be applying this science in our daily lives. So work without expecting results. Beautiful. That is Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa's teachings. Working, you do your work and leave the rest to me. That is what Bhagavan says. If you just put in your efforts and leave the results to me, I will take care of it. To put it in simple words. And Sri Nitya Lingodbhavan is sharing that he learned about karma yoga. Yes, beautiful. Who else? Atma Jyotika Nanda, would you like to share something? What is your understanding or learning from the previous sessions? Okay, so for those who are yet to turn on your cameras, please understand that Nayana Diksha is happening continuously. That is Bhagavan's Diksha, initiation. He is seeing all of you. He may not be present in this room here, but his energy is with all of us, and it is his energy that conducts the program. So keep yourselves available, be available in front of the cameras to receive the truths. Your availability shows how intense you are in your seeking. Okay, so let's enter into the session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Your hands in the Anjali Mudra. If you know the Sadguru Vandanam, you can chant along with me. Om Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. So Atma Jyotikananda is sharing, he is feeling the existence of the ID. Is it ID? Am I reading it right? Okay. Yes. You can, okay. Okay, Atma Jyotikananda, got it. Let's enter into the session. See, what is Bhagavad Gita? Let me give you a quick recap. For all the people who are joining in new, Bhagavad Gita is the ultimate sacred scripture of yoga. It belongs to the whole universe. Whole universe means it belongs to you as well as me, because it is delivered to the universe by the source and embodiment of universe. We salute and bow down to Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa, who spoke the Bhagavad Gita out of his infinite love and compassion for all beings. Whenever unrighteousness, that is adharma, becomes predominant and dharma, righteous living, declines, and the yoga of enlightenment is lost, Parabrahma Krishna, the Supreme Consciousness, appears again and again to revive the sacred yoga, to protect and to enrich the devoted beings, and destroys adharma, to re-establish the pure and everlasting dharma, the science of enlightenment. Dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. That is Sri Krishna's promise and the essence and spirit of the Gita. Now, Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra out of his utmost concern and love for him and humanity is the content of Bhagavad Gita. See, all of us have a guru in our lives who is an incarnation. He is an incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Now we are experiencing negativity in the whole cosmos. The whole world is, planet Earth is going through turmoil. There are natural calamities happening, wars are happening, there is death, the sins are rising, isn't it? We are all becoming just observers. We are watching all these happening. It is at its peak. The adharma is, the negativity is at its peak, and that is why the incarnation, our own Bhagavan Śrī Nithyananda Paramashivam, is here to take us across, to help us move across this ocean, the samsara it is called, the ocean, the samsara. He is here to liberate us from the samsara bandhana, how we have all bound ourselves in this deluded world. He is here to liberate us. So Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna is nothing but Arjuna is representing the whole of humanity. It is because of his utmost concern, Bhagavan Krishna's utmost concern for love, and love for him and humanity is the content of Bhagavad Gita. Gita is the ultimate practical teaching on the inner science of spirituality that expresses as outer victory and success in life and now and after life. So I hope you're all with me. Yes, wonderful. So welcome, Linkle Souza. Welcome to the program. Requesting you to keep your camera turned on so that I can take a look at you. So now we'll be looking at chapter 4. We have been through the first 3 chapters, and now we are entering into the 4th chapter, which is the Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. Just give me a minute. Yes, Lincoln Souza. Good to meet you. Welcome to the program. Yes, it is highly recommended that you attend the program with the camera turned on so that you are in the right receiving space. The energy is more intense and your awareness levels are also very high when you are in front of the camera. Okay, so now we are entering into chapter 4, the Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. The first step beyond intellect. Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sa kale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. The science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has seen the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter the inner world. If somebody who has not experienced depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in front of God and beg, God, give me this, give me that. If you want divine relationship to happen, you need love. You have to leave logic behind. Krishna further says, Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa further says, Sa evayam mayate dya yoga prokta puratana bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetat uttamam. I am telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being my devotee and my friend, you will understand the supreme mystery of this science. So here, Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa is addressing each one of us as his very own, as his friend. Arjuna is only representing the whole of humanity. So here, in this verse, Krishna says that he is going to share this ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being his own devotee and his friend, we will understand the supreme mystery of this science. Beyond logic lies devotion. The qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Please understand, the only qualification that is required to receive this truth is devotion. So let me reiterate this statement again. Whenever you ask something, whenever you want to ask for something during the darshans, when you are on two-way with Bhagavan, ask for that devotion. That is the greatest gift one can have. With devotion, everything is possible. Life becomes very sweet when you connect with Him, with the source, with devotion. It is a complete different feeling. You will enjoy Him every moment, every single moment. You will enjoy His presence. So ask for devotion. So great truths can never be expressed by logic because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, Bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetat uttamam. You are my devotee and you are my friend. You are my very own. The person who does not have a connection with Krishna cannot receive the message. So you can start relating to Bhagavan Paramashivam, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as Krishna. You can start seeing him as Krishna, the one who's delivering the signs of completion to all of us, who has come back in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Bhagavan Śrī Kṛṣṇa is here in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and delivering the whole of humanity. He is raising the whole of humanity to the next level. So once you know Him, you are liberated. To know me is to be liberated. The very act of identifying, your being will identify Him. It is not the mind that can identify. The being will know who is Paramashiva. The one who knows and experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again and again in this material world, but attains me, O Arjuna. So, he is here to show you that you are divine, for the self-realization to happen. He is here to make us understand that we are all divine and we are all a part of this universe and we have always existed. The universe is eternal, it has always existed, and you and me have also existed. We're all here eternally, maybe in different forms, in different parts of the. There are 14 worlds. Maybe we have been in different parts of those worlds, but now we all exist here on planet Earth in different forms. The forms may be perishable, but the Atman, the self, is imperishable and it has always existed. So when you know this truth, when you understand the science, the fear of death just diminishes. In the Bhagavatam, the life history of Lord Krishna, Krishna himself sings, I am the Lord. He says, there is a possibility when I can achieve. Why can't you? When I can achieve, why can't you? Because we're all his extensions. We are not separate from him. Understand? You are all not separate beings. You are all his very own extensions. If we authentically decide and we will enter in the same consciousness and bliss as Krishna, we can all achieve. Achieve what? The truth. The truth is that you are all enlightened. It is your patterns that is stopping you from understanding, from accepting that you are just normal beings. Please understand, you're all divine beings. Your inner space is connected to the universe. The inner space you carry is Hiranyagarbha, the space where the planets get created. So anything you decide in your inner space becomes a reality in the cosmos, reality in life. So once you know this truth, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. All you need to do is alter your inner space, because your inner space is connected to the universe. So start deciding whatever you want in your life. Make changes, alter the cognition that you carry. Once you start manifesting your reality, see, the science was not given to anyone and everyone. In the ancient period, this science was given only to the royals. Only the royals received this science. But today, he is making it available for the whole of humanity so that the whole of humanity gets enlightened. The truth is shared with the whole of humanity so that the humanity at large benefits from these truths. So when you understand these truths, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. The purposelessness of life. There is no purpose to life. Understand, there is no purpose to life. Since a very young age, all of us have been taught that we need to have a purpose. There is some purpose. We have been asked to set goals for ourselves, isn't it? This is how we have been conditioned by the society, by our parents, by our teachers, by our peers, by our friends. We have all been conditioned to have some goal in life. When you don't have a goal, you're not respected. People don't look upon you with respect or regard when they see that you don't have a purpose in life. You're just roaming like a vagabond. Bhagavan is not asking you to be useless or jobless. What is he telling us? Let us find out. See, there is no purpose to life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. Only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. What Krishna calls yadarcha labha santushto dvandvatito vimatsaraha Samasiddhav asiddhau cha kritvapi na nibbadhyate. So here Krishna is saying, Bhagavan Śrī Kṛṣṇa, there is no purpose to life except to live in completion. So when you live in completion, you also help others around you to live in the same completion. You enrich others and yourself with completion. And only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. So when you do not have the purposelessness in life, you also don't have expectations. See, only the expectations are cause for our suffering. We suffer only because we have expectations. Somebody doesn't live up to our expectation, we cringe, isn't it? From within. We have certain expectations from our business, certain profits. When that doesn't happen, what happens? Unnecessary suffering. When you don't receive from life what you are expecting from life, from others, when you don't get it, you're not able to achieve it, then you go through suffering. So Bhagavan Śrī Kṛṣṇa is the only being, the supreme, telling us that there is no purpose to life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. So with that, we come to the conclusion of chapter 4 and we move to chapter 5, the Sannyasa Yoga, living all your possibilities. So how do we live our possibilities? Let's find out in this chapter. Yes, Ma Guru Prasadini, Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Frederick, Ma Jayanti. So what is your understanding, Ma, from this chapter? What did we learn? You can share. You can share here in the chat. What was your understanding? The truth that you received. So how can we run our life with this understanding? How are you going to apply this truth in your lives? See, accepting the reality as it is and is completion. Okay, accepting the truth as it is. When you don't hang on to your past, that is completion. Living in the present moment is completion. Living in the present moment powerfully is completion. See, one thing all of us need to cognize or understand, what we need to understand is every moment of life, this is the moment where life is happening. Life is happening in this moment, this very moment where all of you are sitting and receiving the truths. So when you are here, be completely present. Do not hang on to your past. Do not hang on to your past memories. Do not bring in your past memories into the present, which affects your future. And that, when you do that, then you are in incompletion. But when you live in the present moment, accepting the reality as it is, then you are living in complete completion. See, try it. Okay, give it a try. Living in an unclutched way, having no thoughts bother you. Do not cling on to your thoughts. Do not connect your thoughts from one thought to the other. Living in an unclutched space, that is completion. Anytime, see, if something is bothering you at the back of your mind, it can be a person, it can be a situation, it can be an experience, it can be some happening that is bothering you. Okay? Decide now to drop it, to drop the suffering. Just decide that you will drop it because you are eternal. Understand, you are not here for a limited period. You are eternal. You have eternity in front of you. Now, even when you carry these things in your mind and bring upon yourself unnecessary suffering, what are you doing to yourself? Please understand. What are you doing to yourself? What are you doing to your body? Your thoughts create your body. Your thoughts create the reality for you. If you're going to give energy to all the unwanted thoughts in your life, you're going to create that. You're going to make it happen. So decide to drop everything and being in the present moment and enjoy this moment. Then you will be receiving the truths in a powerful way. Always feel powerful in whatever situation you are faced with. Feel powerful. The existence is beautifully guiding you. It is leading you every moment. It is present. Let me read out your understanding here. So Ma Jayanti is sharing that enriching others can help to attain fulfillment. Okay, Ma? That's nice. So what are the steps you are going to take, Ma, to enrich others? You are sharing that enriching others can help attain fulfillment. So what would be the first step that you would be taking to do that, Ma, to enrich others? How are you going to enrich? Okay? Come with a plan and do it. Immediately apply it. Whatever truths you learn here, apply it in your lives. This moment, this is the moment that is happening. There is no future or past. Okay? The present moment is the moment. Whatever you want to do it now. This is the moment. See, like when Swamiji initiated us into the power of levitation, we were all physically available, and we are all, very fortunate, very lucky, and very fortunate people to be around him in his presence. So when he initiated everyone into the science of levitation, initially, I felt very incomplete because I was not levitating, and everybody around me, most of them around me, were levitating. Okay, and I would very frequently visit the Adhinam. I'm also fortunate to live in Bangalore, which is just about 35 kilometers away from the Adhinam. So we would regularly visit the Adhinam. And so one day, like when I visited the Adhinam, Swamiji was again initiating everyone, and he was initiating everyone into the power of levitation. I decided that moment. Of course, he expresses through you, he gives you the intelligence. Okay? The intelligence that happened at that moment is the levitation will happen now. I'm going to levitate now. This moment, I'm going to manifest this power. I decided, and you won't believe it, it happened. I levitated when I decided that it is going to happen. I'm going to make it happen at this moment. I'm not going to wait for another session or another sarvadarshan or another program. It is going to happen. Let it happen now. My prayer to Bhagwan was, because I wanted to experience that. I saw people levitating and I thought, okay, it is something completely different. Let me experience that. What is levitation? Let me also have that experience. And that is how I started levitating. Okay, so whatever truths are being shared here, if something appeases you, something attracts you, let that become your prayer. Bhagavan, let me be complete at this moment. Make me complete. Let me experience completion. Allow me. Let it happen. Let the completion happen in me. Let the unclutching happen in me. Let it happen at this moment. Okay, so that should be your prayer. Okay, Ma Frederick is sharing. Enlightenment is always, but we are on the way to be complete. Okay, Ma. Yes, you are. Yes, on the way. You have arrived at your destination. You just allow the master to do whatever needs to be done. Okay. The inner space is connected to the universe. Okay, Guru Prasadini. Very nice, Ma. Very nice sharing. Atma Jyotikananda. Setting aside expectations is the only way to fully realize the possibility of life and gain wisdom and benefits from it. Feeling eternal joy. Yes, very true. when Atma Jyotikananda is sharing a very beautiful truth. Do not have expectations. Okay, when you have expectations, you suffer. So why have unnecessary expectations? Accept the reality as it is, living in the present moment, and it is a beautiful place to live in the present moment. Okay, when you live in the present moment, you actually look at the beauty of life. You enjoy the beauty of life, and every minute becomes very beautiful. When you start living in the present moment, your connection with Bhagavan also increases. Okay, you connect with him beautifully, and then you will feel his presence. You will always feel his presence. You will see that he is guiding you. Every moment he is guiding you and he is with you. Okay, that is how I experience. Whenever I live in the present moment, I experience him. Whenever I get deluded, it's not like I lose the feeling connection, but I get deluded and I forget to live in the present moment, but I bring myself back again and again. I tell myself, no, this is important. This moment is important. Let me live in an unclutched way. Let me bring in completion. Let me drop all expectations from others. Okay. Devotion, Ma Guru Prasadini is also sharing, devotion is important in enlightenment. Beautiful sharing, Ma. We are beyond the body and mind. Yes, we are immortal. Beautifully expressed, all of you. I see all of you are beautifully sharing. So if you continue to share and receive the truths in the same manner, believe me, whatever needs to happen to you, he will make it happen. Bhagavan will make it happen. Just be here. See, Swamiji always says, be physically available and I will do my job. That is why we request you to be on camera. Because Nayana Diksha is happening all the time. Bhagavan is watching over all of you. And he will make the reality happen for each one of you. See, he is Antaryami. He resides in each one of you. And he knows what each one of you want at this moment. He knows how to complete you, how to walk you out of all incompletions, how to liberate you from the bondage. Allow him to do his job, and he does a wonderful job. Okay? I speak from my own experience. He does a wonderful job. You can trust him. Yes. So, Atma Shatakam is given to us by Adi Shankaracharya, another incarnation of Paramashiva. So here he is sharing his Atta Pramana. Okay, I think I moved. So, sorry, we have moved forward to Sannyasa Yoga. The next chapter is Sannyasa Yoga, live all your possibilities. Now, let us look at the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana means the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science. Okay, so let us all thank Bhagavan because he has imparted these truths. Bhagavan, our own Swamiji, Guru, in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all offer our gratitude at his feet for sharing with us this beautiful science that we can apply in our lives and liberate ourselves from all sufferings. So here, Adi Shankaracharya, another incarnation of Paramashiva, is sharing, I am not the enjoyer. I am not the enjoyed. Please listen. I am not the enjoying. I am not the enjoyer. I am not the enjoyed. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all that. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer. I am not the deed. I am not the doing, he says. I am just the witness beyond all these. Beautifully, Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya is sharing. He is beyond everything. We are not doing, we are not, see, it applies to each one of us here. Let us apply this truth to ourselves. I am not the enjoyer. Then who am I? I am not the enjoyed. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all that. You just become a witness to everything, is what Swamiji says. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. Again, Bhagavan beautifully shares that I am not here to prove that I am divine. I am here to prove that you are all divine. This is one of the most beautiful messages here from Shankara. I am not the doer, I am not the deed, I am not the doing, he says. I am just the witness beyond all these. So what is sannyasa? What is the definition of sannyasa? What do we understand by the term sannyasa? Can anybody share? What do you understand? The term sannyas. What does it occur when you hear the word sannyas? You can share here. You can share in the chat what you understand when you hear the word sannyas, when you look at somebody who is a sannyasi. What do you understand? What happens inside you? So let us look at what Bhagavan is sharing. Sannyasa is you living in the space of completion and constantly enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Let all our feelings, all our mental thoughts, our physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. So all that is happening in your life, every moment, let you be in that space of gratitude and continue to surrender every happening, whether it is joy or sorrow, pain or gain. Let you offer it at his feet and live in complete completion. Now, devotion above action. Yat sankhye prapyate sthanam tad yogairapi gamyate ekam sankyam cha yogam cha ya pashyati sa pashyati. One who knows that the state reached through Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga are both one and the same, and that the state reached by Sankhya Yoga can also be achieved by Karma Yoga, sees both of them in the same level and sees things as they are. Just the small shift in your space can do wonders for you. Every moment will then be a celebration. So apply it. Now, if you are holding on to something, some pain, some past memory, okay, some impossibility, just decide to drop, okay? Just decide to drop now, because this is the moment that life is happening, where life is happening. Just decide to do it and you will see a different you. How free you are, how light you feel when you drop. Because you are not doing anything. It is he. Only when he does, things move. Allow him to do what he needs to do. You are not doing anything. It is his energy that makes things happen in your life. It expresses through each one of you. Only when the channel is empty, you can allow him to work through you. Understand? If you are filled with incompletions, you are holding on to all the impossibilities in your life. This is not happening, that is not happening. Why aren't my prayers being answered? Why am I not receiving what I want in life? How will the energy flow through you? When you drop everything and surrender, surrendering means you drop something and don't make, plans. Don't start planning the next project or, how your life should be. Allow him to decide for you. Allow him to make it happen for you. So now, because the truth is, life is happening in the present moment. Just decide to drop everything that you're carrying from inside, from within. Decide to drop all the disturbances, the suffering, the pain, and sit here with an open mind. Be receptive. Decide to become receptive. Decide to become open and allow the magic to happen. He will cause miracles in each and every one of your lives. He will take care. Okay? Allow Bhagwan to work through you. And then every moment becomes a celebration. Now next, Bhagavan is sharing, controlling the mind. Krishna says here, Sangam Tyaktva Karoti Yaha. Action without attachment is renunciation. See, renunciation is not dropping everything and running away to the forest and living. That is not all about sannyas. Renouncing everything and living like a beggar. No, that is not the definition of sannyas. Bhagavan calls each and every one of his sannyas, he addresses them as prince and princesses. Understand? You live like a king. When you live without attachment, that is real sannyas. When you live in complete completion, you help others around you to live that completion. That is sannyas. Okay, here he is giving us the right definition and right understanding of sannyas. If you see the lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water and the dirt around it is hardly noticed. Similarly, when you are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. Very beautifully put across by Bhagavan. So how a lotus flower appears beautiful on the outside. It is not affected by all the dirt and around it. And the dirt is not even noticed. The dirt which is around it, it is all entangled inside the water. It is very difficult to bring it out. Okay? But still, the flower is so beautiful. It is unaffected by all that is happening around it. Similarly, each one of you decide now that you will not be affected by anything that is happening in your lives. Nothing can disturb you. See, you coming here for this program itself is a great achievement. Okay? You have achieved something really great by deciding to be here in this program. This master always tells, when the devotee is ready, the master appears. So understand, all of you are ready for enlightenment. All of you are that seed, that possibility. Okay? You are all here for enlightenment. You have been through all the ups and downs in life. You have seen everything. Now is the time to decide that it is either enlightenment, a life without suffering, and to live with complete completion, to live in an unclutched manner. Decide now. You will see Bhagavan will make it happen for you. When you decide and drop everything at his feet, he carries you. He carries you in his very own heart. And it's a beautiful journey after that. Now, look in. Dhyana Yoga. Be complete and renounce your thoughts. The renunciation of the past and the future by bringing our mind to focus on the present space of completion is true renunciation. So not clinging on to your past anymore, letting go of your past as well as your future, because future also does not exist. How the past does not exist, your future also does not exist. You are creating your future now by living in this present moment. So bring your mind to focus on the present moment of completion, the present space of completion. That is true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Beautiful explanation, beautiful definition of yoga. So what is yoga? One of the definitions or explanations for yoga is renouncing the fantasies. Renouncing all the fantasy. Your desires can never be fulfilled. Today you desire to have one house. Tomorrow you will decide or desire to have 10 houses. And every time you achieve something, you will want to achieve more. You want to achieve more and more and more. What has happened to all our kings? What happened to all the emperors who ruled this planet Earth? They accumulated so much wealth. They had everything. But are they here physically? That needs to be understood. Everything is impermanent. The impermanence of everything. Please understand. Please decide to drop everything and be in the present moment, because life is happening in the present moment and everything else is impermanent. Even if we achieve something, we're not going to stop at that. We want more and more and more. Human psyche is like that. Humans are never satisfied with whatever they have. They want to accumulate more and more and more in the form of, it can be in the form of wealth, it can be in the form of knowledge, it can be anything. Desires are endless. So decide to drop your desires now, because life is happening now. So let's continue. Yoga is the state when our desires expressed through sensual pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self in this state. In this state, there is no gap between the divine and us. Every atom is divine. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each of us. Only when we are not open to receive it, existence sees everyone as equal. So understand, existence is showering even now, at this moment, it is showering bliss upon each and every one of us. So you are receiving that bliss energy and I am receiving the bliss energy. All we need to do is just be open and receive the energy, receive that energy that is being showered upon all of us. Now, existence does not discriminate. Please understand, it treats each and every one of you as equal. You're all equal. That is when he makes the statement, you, me are one and the same. You and me are no two separate beings. You and me are one. Okay, so we've heard Swamiji repeat this again and again. He does not discriminate. Everyone is a part of the same existence because all of us come from the whole, the Purnatva. Similarly, masters see the whole world as one with their own selves. That is why only they can show compassion to anyone and everyone. So the master doesn't judge. He sees each one of you as his own equal, as his own. Doesn't that give you a sense of happiness? How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel? See, you are always, let me put myself also, we are all always biased. We are judging. We are framing. We are giving labels. Isn't it? We are labeling each one based upon their actions. We have certain expectations. So when you drop all that and decide to see the other person as you, an extension of you, what happens then? You will be able to forgive, you will be able to let go, and you will stop having expectations. So Bhagavan is doing that to all of us. Bhagavan, yes, you experience deep joy when you understand that Bhagavan looks upon you as his very own. You are his very own extension. So the path to self-realization. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the Supreme, the Brahma Nirvana. So, those people whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the Supreme. See, when you only think about yourself, you suffer. But when you think of taking responsibility for everyone as well as you, first you take responsibility for yourself. How do we take responsibility for ourselves? Let us decide to be happy. Okay? The first responsibility that I take for myself is I want to be happy always. I want to be blissful. I want to be in the space of complete completion. Let us all decide now, okay, to be blissful all the time. And when you are blissful, you will radiate that bliss in such a way that the other person will catch it. You don't even have to do anything. Just they will be able to catch that bliss. And when you decide to make each and every person in your life to remain blissful, to complete others, that then you attain that eternal liberation in the Supreme, that is called the Brahma Nirvana. Okay, let us watch a short video here where Swamiji talks about raising your raising your taste to subtler levels. Raising your taste to subtler levels.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 22nd verse.
Yehi samsparshajā bhoga dukkhayo-naya evate ādyantavanta kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha. Yehi samsparshajā bhoga dukkhayo-naya evate ādyantavanta kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha. Yehi samsparshajā bhoga dukkhayo-naya evate ādyantavanta kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha.
Yehi samsparshajā bhoga dukkhayo-naya evate ādi antavantah kaunteya nateshu ramate buddhaha. The translation: the wise man does not amuse himself with the experiences born of the contact with the senses, O son of Kunti, for indeed they are the source of all troubles and they have a beginning and an end. Important sacred secret you need to know from this verse. Bhagavan is insisting on growing in subtle planes. Please understand, anything which is grass, matter, which has beginning and end will bring only suffering in your life. Anything. The more subtle you grow, the beginning and the end, the gap between the beginning and the end expands, means the longevity becomes more. The more subtle you go, there are some things which has no beginning but which has end. But the subtlest level when you go, there are some things which has beginning but no end. But when you go more subtle than that, there are something which has neither beginning nor end. Please understand. In the grass level, first level, there are things which has beginning and end which you can see. You can see the beginning of it and end of it. Second level, there are things which has beginning and end but you can't see, like a 300-year-old tree. You know there is a beginning, there is an end. Only by logical conclusion, you yourself won't see it. For example, some temples. You know there would have been beginning, there will be an end, but you yourself will not see. You are not going to see it. That is second level. Third level, there are some things which has no beginning, but end will be there. For example, delusion, Maya. You can't try to find the beginning of the Maya. If you try to find the beginning of this whole cosmic Maya, how did it start? When did it start? You will only break your head. You will never find the beginning. But there is an end for it. If you become enlightened, the moment you are enlightened, Maya ends. So the third level, there are things which has no beginning, but which has end. The fourth level, there are things which has beginning, but no end. For example, enlightenment. We know the moment it is going to become your life, which has a beginning, but it has no end. Once you achieve, over. There are some things. Next level, which has neither beginning nor end. Understand? The subtler and subtler you grow, you experience the subtler and subtler dimensions of this. I'll explain once more, catch it, because it is such a subtle truth. Catch the truth. First, which has a beginning and end, which you will be able to perceive. Second, which has a beginning and end, but you will not be able to perceive, which was born 300 years before and which is going to die after 500 years. Third, which has no beginning but end, Maya. Fourth, which has only beginning, no end, enlightenment. Last, the ultimate, which has neither beginning nor end. When you go subtle and subtle in your life, you experience the next levels in the life. Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa was taking us through the earlier sutras to the subtle and subtle truths. Now he is taking us to the ultimate truth with a straight one statement. I can say this statement, the 22nd verse in Bhagavad Gita, is the conclusion of last 10 slokas, 10 verses. Through last 10 verses, Bhagavan was preparing our logic by leading it to the subtle and subtle subjects. Now he is giving the ultimate conclusion. Please understand. Let me define teaching. Teaching means leading your logic to a subtler and subtler planes, and finally making you get the subtlest truth, the unison of existence. When you listen the truth from the right teacher, the very listening makes it as an experience to you. Teaching means, let me define once more, teaching means raising your logic to the subtle and subtle and subtle space, finally making you experience the subtlest existence, the unison of cosmos, unison of universe. Here Bhagavan is leading us to that unison. Is very clear. O Kundi, O son of Kundi, Kaunteya. Bhagavan is using the word Kaunteya here. O son of Kundi, to address Arjuna. Bhagavan is so beautiful and intelligent. For each subject he will change the Arjuna's name. Now he is talking about suffering. He is using the word, O son of Kunti, because Kunti's whole life is nothing but suffering. A long suffering. And Kunti asks Krishna a boon. O Krishna, let the suffering from all the four corners of the world come to Kunti, but let her not be distracted, removed from your remembrance. Kunti's life is a long suffering. That is why, very subtle way, Bhagavan is saying, O extension of Kunti, O extension of Kaunteya, let you not allow that same patterns to be repeated in your system. Why Kunti's life was a long suffering? Because too many attachments. Too many attachments. Attachment to the name and fame. First thing, our attachment to the name and fame is responsible for Karna being orphan. Otherwise she could have been open. She has not done anything illegal. Calling a divine energy and having a son through the divine energy was acceptable in those days because it was not a physical relationship. Please understand. When Surya came, he did not have a physical relationship with Kunti to deliver Karna, because the Surya appearing and Karna delivering, the whole thing has happened within 3 kshana, 3 seconds. So it was not a physical relationship. Nobody is going to question virginity of Kunti. It was a blessing. And that energy came out as Karna. She could have explained to the father, because if you know the whole story, you will understand that Durvasa comes and Kunti serves him, takes care of Durvasa. Durvasa was so pleased. He gives this as a boon to Kunti. Oh my daughter, you have served me so beautifully, so well. I give you this as a boon. So use this mantra to any god. They will appear and give you whatever you ask, and their own energy as a child. So it was a complete straightforward. There is nothing illegal in this whole thing. There is nothing illegitimate. There is nothing immoral. Because nobody is going to question the virginity of Kunti. Nobody is going to say, oh, you did not get married. How did you get the child? Because it's after all a straight spiritual experience. And Kundi's father is not such a guy who will not understand the Durvasa's bone. She could have openly told the father, somehow did not have the courage. And she was too attached to her name. So Kundi, the Karna has to be orphan. And then from there starts her suffering. Understand, keeping a secret inside is not a joke. It is not a joke. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, what is the reason for your joy? I tell you, one person who constantly speaks will not be able to keep secret, will not have any load on the heart, will always be joyful. I tell you. Because I have to constantly speak, I never tell a lie. Maintaining a lie is very difficult. Once it is a truth, no question, no problem. I can repeat this any number of times. You can listen to all my mystical experiences, whether Ganesha eating the food or Aranagiri Yogeshwara giving me Kavishal, any of those experiences you can listen. Every time I may be giving you more detail, but there will never be a conflict between the facts. Because I have described exactly as it happened. I don't need to remember and repeat. It is very difficult to maintain a lie, understand? Not very difficult, impossible. Especially a person who talks day in and day out. You don't know when you said what. How will you keep it in your memory? The best thing to check whether I am telling the truth, only truth or not, is check me out during the Akashic reading. Put the same question, after 2 years, I will be giving the same answer. From memory you cannot answer. Even if the same question is put by the same person, after 2 years the answer will be same. Exact word. Even the word will not change. This is the evidence. The Akashic reading is not from the ordinary mind or logic. I am reading from the cosmic archives. If any of you are here who put 2 years before some question during the Akashic reading and got the answer, maybe in the next Akashic reading, put the same question by the same person. See, even the letter or the way the answer comes out will not be different. That's the way to check whether whatever comes out is from some other plane. Keeping a secret is very difficult. Kundi, the poor lady, has to live with that secret almost till the war beginning. Please understand, till the war beginning. Just before the war, Krishna goes and reveals the secret to Karna. Then she goes and meets Karna, not as a mother to shower the love, but to take the boon to protect other 5 sons. There is a fight between the elder son and other 5 sons. If she is a mother, she must be sitting in the center and trying to patch it up. But she goes there to protect these 5 sons. And then, finally, even her death, when she hears Krishna left the body, in the deep suffering, she has cardiac arrest and leaves the body. Her whole life, it's a long suffering. Now, Krishna reminds Arjuna, O Kaunteya, son of Kundi, who is extension of a long suffering, do not let that pattern repeat in your life. Come out, wake up. Because mother's patterns are very
Yes. So what was our understanding? Let us all share. Let us all share what did we understand in this session. How was the session? So I see many of you are still awake, even though it is so late. All of you are taking time. It is nothing, it shows how sincere you are in your seeking. All the people on camera, all the people who are sitting and listening attentively, you're all the chosen ones. Please understand, you're all here to get enlightened. And Swamiji just shared from moving from subtle to subtler. So this is just the beginning. Enlightenment is the beginning and there is no end to it. So all of us are in the making. Okay. So you can share what is your understanding, what you learned from this segment. Ma Jayanti, would you like to share, Ma? Ma Frederick, Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Nadapriya, Amandi Bakshi, Weng Xin, Linkle Souza, Luo Siu Huan, please turn on your camera. Living in the present moment, living in the powerful space, living very powerfully, being complete, helping others to complete, enriching yourselves with the truths, the powerful truths, and enriching all the other people in your life. How do we live like a lotus flower? The lotus flower, which is surrounded by dirt, does not get affected by the dirt around it, but it is always beautiful. It appears beautiful and it is used for auspicious rituals. It is offered to the divine, it is offered at the holy feet of the divine. Yes, what else do you remember? You can share. If you are already experiencing miracles after signing up for this program, you can share here. You will be motivating the other people. You'll be motivating the rest of the group by sharing your experiences, by sharing the miracles that are happening in your lives. Life becomes magical with Bhagavan in your life. Life becomes magical. There is no space for impossibility. Okay? Whatever you want to achieve, he makes it happen because he is your soulmate. He walks the journey along with you. He carries you in him. Please understand. Let go of all the impossibilities, all the suffering. Decide. See, that one decision will change your entire life. You're not going to be the same person. One decision is going to change your entire life. Please understand. Deciding to let go, deciding to become complete, deciding to live in the present moment, deciding to manifest powers, being in oneness with Paramashiva. Yes, I'm waiting for all of you to share whatever you need to share here so that we can take this forward. The Swamiji always says, the program doesn't start when I start speaking. The program starts when you start listening. So please provide your listening. Be here in the present moment. Give your listening. Decide to provide your listening. Okay, we will continue this chapter. and the next chapter will be taken over by the next Acharya. Let's finish this. Okay. Kunti was not in peace because she was keeping a secret. Okay, you need to be open. You need to. That was the load that she was carrying. Swamiji says, carry a light being. Okay, carry a very light being where he can work, he can fill your being with his energy. Okay, so just a minute. So outer guru is a necessity to awaken the inner guru. We all of us need a living master. Only a living master can guide you in an apt way, isn't it? In the right path. Only a living master can guide you to achieve what you need to achieve in your lives. The outer guru is necessary to awaken the inner guru. One who, knowing me as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the living beings, achieves peace. So if you know him, that is Bhagavan, as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, the amount of sacrifice that he does to make that being enlightened. If you recognize him as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the beings, then you achieve peace. I always tell people the outer guru, the master is needed only to awaken the inner guru. Once the inner guru, the consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. Just like after burning the dead body, the very stick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same fire, so also the outer guru needs to be dropped. So once you become enlightened, you will not have the necessity to have to be connected to the physical form of the master. Okay, because you and the master are in oneness. He resides in you, you reside in him. You both, the enlightened being and the incarnation, the master, become one. They see everyone as equal. There is no bias, no difference. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. The next segment will be taken over by the next Acharya. So let us all have this understanding that the inner guru, once the inner guru, the consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. And just like after burning the dead body, the very stick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same fire, so also the outer guru needs to be dropped. Okay? So he empowers you and ensures that you become independent, you become powerful, you become a possibility. With that understanding, let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Let us offer all our learning, the knowledge that we derive from these sessions at his holy feet, and help us and seek his blessings to be complete and live in an unclutched state and space. Let us now chant the Purna Mantra. If you know the Purna Mantra, you can chant along with me. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Śrī Nithyānanda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you all for your participation. Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, everyone. Am I audible? All of you can hear me? Yes. How are you all enjoying the Bhagavad Gita? Are you learning new things? We have the first 5 chapters we have learned. So interesting, isn't it? We are going to learn the rest of the chapters. Before that, let's do one power manifestation. Are you all ready for it? So, today we are going to manifest the power of Mahima, meaning increasing the height of any object, including your height or any other object you take, increasing the height of the object. So, let's start. Let's start posting your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Also, bring an object that you want to work on. You want to increase the height and manifest the power of Mahima. Please go ahead and bring an object. We're going to work on the power of Mahima. Lingodbhavaya Atmajyotikananda. Yes, so when we believe that the mind is just a thing, a biomachine, we have created hell for ourselves. Fortunately for us, the mind is not a thing. There is a hope. The truth is that mind is not a thing, as well as all have been taught. Jayanti, this is by Guru Prasadini. Jayanti, Sanchita karma can only be dissolved through the Master's grace. Yes. Now, please sit straight with your object. Please go ahead and bring your object if you don't have it already. If you do not have object, you can increase. If you want to increase your height, measure your height Get ready with your object. Yes, are you all ready? Now please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming now, let it come, let it go. Be in the space of unclutching. Practice unclutching. Bring your attention back again and again and again to your third eye. Now visualize Swamiji's form. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object that you're holding to increase. Increase your height if you are experimenting on that, manifesting the power on that, or if you have taken any object, measure the initial height. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. Manifest the powers of Mahasarashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and post whatever you measure again. Measure your object height again and post your manifestation result. Measure your object height again and see the difference. To manifest difference in height. Okay, ma'am. Now we are going to start the next chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Heaven ball. A temple and a blue heaven ball. Okay. We are going to start the next chapter of Bhagavad Gita. This is the one of the most important chapter, and one of the verse from this chapter, Swamiji made us write 1,008 times the verse and the meaning of that verse. He made us write 1,008 times. So we get that meaning of that verse gets synced in us. What is that? We are going to learn that. See, there are few verses. There are 3 or 4 verses gives the gist of Bhagavad Gita. This is one of that verse. If we just practice this one verse, literally you're practicing the whole Bhagavad Gita. So let's learn what that is in the chapter 6 of the Bhagavad Gita. You have any questions so far? What we are learning? Please do let me know. Technical glitch. So this verse that Swamiji made us write 1,008 times. Uttaredana atmanam atmanam avasadaye. Atmaiva neva atmano bandhur atmaiva ripurantpak. Atmaiva ripurantaka. Understand the meaning of this verse. You are your friend, your own friend. You are your own enemy. Sorry. Listen to this very carefully. You are your own friend. You are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self. Evolve yourself. Yourself means the smaller self that you are perceiving. To the self, capital SELF, the highest self. Evolve yourself, smaller self, with the help of your divine self, the highest self. And do not degrade yourself. Actually, Swamiji says, this single verse provides the essence of the whole Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. How can that be? How can I become my own enemy? If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. If you just let yourself down, you will become an enemy to yourself. How can, see, we are our own friend, understand. How can I become my own enemy? How that is with the conditioned soul, with our patterns, the way we think, the way we behave, the way we make decisions are all conditioned samskaras. So you are your own friend and you are your own enemy. And if you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. If you don't help yourself, you become your own enemy. If you're carried away by sufferings of this world, if you are in depression, you are not helping. If you are powerless, you are not helping yourself. You become your own enemy. Let's learn more detailedly. A small story. There was a great enlightened master. He was always in ecstasy, always in joy. One of his disciples asked him, "Master, how are you so blissful? I have never seen you suffering. You're always joyful. How this is possible?" Master replied, "Every morning when I get up from bed, I ask myself, what do you want today? You want to be blissful or you want to be suffering? Naturally, what will the mind thinks? Only the blissful. So then I immediately said, then tell the mind, all right, be blissful, that's all. No cribbing. Now let's do this exercise and we go ahead and listen to this Swamiji's explanation of this verse. Write down, take a few minutes and sit and analyze. Write down all achievements you have achieved not based on greed and fear, just out of pure love you just did. You will notice that all achievements are achieved not based on fear or greed. Write down all the achievements you have achieved, but not based on fear or greed. All the achievements you have achieved, not based on fear and greed, that is first step. Then you will notice that all the achievements are achieved not based on fear and greed. Consciously and actively think about it. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide, from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Yes, now, please, pen them down. Yes, now, quickly complete the exercise. Now let's listen to Swamiji explaining this Uttaredana Atmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse
I was just making a small comment yesterday. Because how can I be God? Even if you don't speak, you will not know your problem if you don't speak. Please understand, I may know your problem, you without speaking, but you yourself will not know what is your... Continuously you are answering questions. Of course, question answers should be always spontaneous. How you are able to answer so many questions? I told him the only one secret is I know how to listen to the question. That's all. If you listen, if you just know the technique of listening, immediately the reply will be ready in your being. First thing, we don't trust that we will be able to respond without preparing mentally. We don't trust ourselves. We don't trust our intelligence. That is why, before listening to the question, we start preparing the reply. We don't have that much of patience to listen to the problem. Before the problem is expressed, you start giving solution. Continuously, you are interested only expressing what you know. You are not interested in real problem. Here, Krishna is interested in real problem. He is not interested in expressing what he knows. He is interested only in solving the problem. He wants Arjuna to have the clarity. He doesn't want to show. He doesn't want to express what he knows. If we are in the place of Krishna, what we would have done? Before the Arjuna starts the trouble itself, whatever we know, we would have started repeating. But first thing Arjuna does is, Krishna does is, he allows the Arjuna to speak so that he can go to the root of the problem. He can straight away address the issue. You need intelligence. I can say you need enlightenment to listen. Only an enlightened master like Krishna can listen. In the 18 chapters, full one chapter, he just listens. He is not opening his mouth. Even in the second chapter, there are so many slokas. He allows Arjuna to speak. Not only he allows Arjuna to speak, he knows once he expresses the problem, automatically he himself will find the solution. Many people come to me and they tell me, Swamiji, you know my problem, please give the answer. I tell them, please open your mouth and tell clearly, only then I will know. They know, no, you are enlightened, you will know all our problem. Please give me an answer. Tell them, yes, I know your problem, but I know your problem even if you don't speak. You will not know your problem if you don't speak. Please understand, I may know your problem, you without speaking, but you yourself will not know what is your problem unless you speak. Only when you verbalize, you yourself will be clear exactly what is your problem. When we don't verbalize, when we don't express, we ourselves don't know exactly what is our problem. We ourselves don't know exactly what is our problem. Only when we verbalize, we ourselves will know what is our problem. Here, Krishna is allowing Arjuna to verbalize, so that first Arjuna will understand what is the problem. First, Arjuna will have the clarity where he is stuck. Then, next, he can address the issue straight away. Here, Krishna is first opening his mouth. I can say he is opening his being. He is straight away addressing the problem. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Kudaspakasmalamitam Vishame Samupastitam Anaryajushtamasvargyam Akirtigaram Arjuna. Lord Krishna says, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. These two slokas, this sloka and the next sloka, they are connected. Klaibyam mam smagamat partha naitat tvayubhavatyate Shutram hridayadaur palyam Yakpo uttishta parantapa. O son of Partha, O son of Pritha, Partha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of enemy. I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. Krishna is really a real Zen master. He is not beating around the bush. Straight away he is addressing the issue. He is not beating around the bush. He is not a philosopher. First thing which we need to understand, Krishna is not a philosopher. He is straight away addressing the issue. He is straight away addressing the problem. He says straight away, oh my dear Arjuna, how these impurities came to you? They are not for a man like you who know the value of life. They will not lead you to higher planets. They will only defame you. The next sloka he says, give up this petty weakness. Arise, O chastiser of the enemy. It's a straight Zen answer. A seeker goes to a Zen master, an enlightened master. He asks, Master, what is Buddha? How can I become Buddha? Please teach me. Master just gives me a good slap. Just gives me a good slap. The fellow is shocked. He came to the master expecting some meditation technique, expecting some blessing, some guidance. Just imagine, you go to a Swami and ask how to achieve God, how to realize Atman. He just gives you a blow. What will you do? Same thing. He goes to Zen master and he gives him a blow. This guy is shocked. But the disciple is a matured guy. He did not go out and start speaking ill of that master. He said, Master, I know whatever you do has got some meaning behind it. Please explain. I am not able to understand. That is different. But I can't say what you are doing is wrong. Please explain. The master says, Fool, you are Buddha. Why are you trying to become? You are Buddha. You are God. You are divine. Why are you trying to become something which you are already? If a horse comes to me and asks, how can I become a horse? Please teach me. How can I become a horse? What else can I do? You are already that. There is nothing else needs to be added to you. Straight away, in one slap, he gives the reply. Same way, here Krishna is giving, in one shot, he is giving the gist of the whole Gita. He knows the problem of Arjuna. Arjuna is not having depression because of spiritual seeking. Please be very clear. Arjuna doesn't want solution. Now he wants only support. We need to understand. Asking for support is different. Asking for solution is different. Now all Arjuna needs is only support. He doesn't need solution. That is why Krishna never speaks anything about spirituality in these two sloka. These two sloka does not speak anything about spirituality. The problem of Arjuna is from fear and worry. His Manipura chakra and Swadhisthana chakra is in trouble. He has got a tremendous deep fear and worry because of fear. Straight away, Krishna is addressing the problem. He is not speaking any philosophy. He is not beating around the bush. He straight away instructs Arjuna, this is not the right thing for you. Get up and fight. Give up all this foolish weakness. If Arjuna is in stotra mood, surrender mood, to which he comes later on, later stage. If he is in the stotra mood, this two sloka would have been a sutra. It would have been a technique. Arjuna would have become enlightened, or Arjuna would have achieved the ultimate just with these two sutra, with these two sloka. That's enough. If Arjuna was in the mood of the stotra, means surrender, devotion, no more Gita is necessary. This two sloka is enough. In these two, whole Gita would have ended. Neither you need to come here for 18 days, nor I need to come here. Gita is over. Gita will be over with these two sloka. If Arjuna was in the stotra mood, because he was not in the stotra mood, now Krishna has to create the Shastra to bring him to the stotra mood. If Arjuna was in the stotra mood, just these two sloka would have become sutra, technology to transform the life of Arjuna. Straight away he is addressing the problem. The whole problem is just worry, fear. That's all. Worry because of fear. Depression because of fear. All our depression is rooted in anxiety, rooted in fear. A small story. One presidential candidate is addressing press conference. He says, I am very optimistic about my future. journalist asks, then why do you look so worried? The candidate says, my optimism is not warranted. I am just worried. My optimism is not warranted. You are continuously expecting your optimism to be warranted. When you don't get the warranty for your optimism, you start worrying. All your depression, all your worry, all your anxiety is nothing but deep fear about life. Fear of life, fear of losing something. There are many levels of fear. Fear of losing the wealth, fear of losing some parts of your body, fear of losing the near and dear ones, fear of unknown means death. Here Arjuna is facing all the four fears. All the four fears Arjuna is facing. You can classify all your fears just in these four categories. Fear of losing your wealth, fear of losing some parts of your body in accident or some other way, fear of losing your near and dear ones, or fear of the unknown, fear of death. Here Arjuna is facing all the four fears. He has got the fear. He may lose whatever he has. Next, he has got the fear. He may lose some part of his body in war. Third, main fear. He may lose his near and dear ones. Fourth, he may lose his very life. There is a possibility of death. He is facing all the four fears. Because of these fears, the worry has started. Here, Krishna is straight away addressing the worry and fear. If Arjuna is in the stotra mood means completely with his whole being, if he has understood Krishna is nothing but God, Purnavatara, this 2 sloka is enough. It doesn't need any more instruction. It doesn't need any other words. You would have just simply followed. But unfortunately, I can say in a way fortunately, otherwise we wouldn't have had Gita. Gita. Fortunately or unfortunately, Arjuna was not in the mood of stotra. So these 2 words have become Shastra. Now the Shastra starts. If he was in the mood which he gets after the Vishwarupa Darshana, 11th chapter, he comes to the mood of surrender and he says, Krishna, now I understand you are not a normal human being. Krishna, I am not surprised why all the devatas are worshipping you. You are beyond everything. You are beyond my imagination. He surrenders. I surrender myself unto you. Then again, Krishna says the same word. Immediately Arjuna starts the war. Gita ends. The same word, when it is repeated, when Arjuna is in the stotra mood, it has become sutra, technique for Arjuna. Now because he is not in the stotra mood, it has just become plain Shastra. Plain Shastra. Just an advice. Now he starts the Shastra. Krishna is not a philosopher. And I tell you, all philosophy is just trying to convince the other person to do what the philosopher wants to do. It is nothing but convincing. Maybe slowly. Maybe slowly. But all philosophy is nothing but trying to convince the other person what the philosopher wants to do. There's a beautiful saying from Adolf Hitler. In his autobiography he says, if you repeat a lie 100 times, it will become truth. Even if it is a lie, continuously if you repeat 100 times, it will become truth. And even if it is a truth, when you express it first time, people will think it is a lie. Lie told 100 times will become truth. Truth expressed for the first time will be considered as a lie. Whether it is lie or truth does not depend on the fact. It depends on how many times you repeat it. That's all. All philosophy, what the philosopher wants to do, including the philosophies like communism, whatever philosophy you say, not only the philosophies related to religion, the philosophies related to politics also is same. They invent logical reasons why you should follow their words. That's all. Why you should follow their words. That's all. But here, Krishna is not a philosopher. He never creates any philosophy. First of all, he doesn't want to create philosophy. He straight away tries to give the conclusion to the Arjuna. Because Arjuna is not in the mood of receiving it. Because Arjuna is not matured enough to digest it. He has to give the experience to Arjuna. There is a beautiful story in Upanishad. A disciple goes to a master and asks, Master, teach me the Atmajnana. Master says, that art thou, Tattvamasi, you are God. But the disciple is not able to believe. He is not able to believe. He is not able to understand. How can I become God? How can I be God? Still I am afraid of my wife. How can I be God? I have all the problems. How can I be God? He has got 1,000 questions. Then Master proves his divinity. He proves he is God. When Master proves he is God, the disciple is able to trust the Master's words. Then Master says, now do you trust? You are God. Look into yourself. Masters have to prove that they are God to make you understand you are God. Here Krishna is proving his greatness. Again and again he is telling, I am this, I am this. He says, among the rishis, I am the Narada. Among the month, I am Margasirsha. He explains all his glory. And he says, all the devatas are just at my feet. All the Vedas are at my feet. The whole world is in me. He says all these big statements. A normal person, if he listens to all these things, he will think Krishna is egoistic. God save, that time there was no psychiatric doctors. Otherwise they would have admitted Krishna in hospital. They would have taken him for some treatment. You don't know what is happening. Krishna again and again says, I am divine. He has to say, he has to prove he is God, so that you will realize you are God. When Krishna says, I am God, he means you are God. He makes the statement, I am God, just to make you realize you are God. You don't believe ordinary person's words. You want the proof or the authority, what right you have to utter that word. Here the Krishna is telling the same word which he is going to say in the end of the Gita. But now Arjuna is not ready to believe. Arjuna is not ready to follow. Once Krishna shows his divinity, once Krishna expresses his God consciousness, once he proves that he is God, then Arjuna is ready to believe Krishna's words and execute it. Same way, when masters prove their divinity, when they do some divine miracles, don't think they are doing this for their ego satisfaction. No. First, they have to prove they are God so that you will trust their words and experience you are God. That is the reason, again and again, masters prove their divinity or their energy, what they are. He is not going around. He is not creating a big philosophy. Straight away he is answering. One more thing. There is a beautiful small note which you need to know. A great author, he wrote a book, just 40-page book. 40-page book giving the gist of his philosophy. Somebody asked him, what is this? You wrote just 40 page. Your whole philosophy is just 40 page. He says, no, I did not have time. If I had time, I would have written only 20 page. He says, I did not have time. That is why I wrote 40 page. If I had enough time, I would have written only 20 page. To give it in a simple form, you need more intelligence. To put the whole thing in a nutshell form, you need more intelligence. To go on and on and on, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can do. Any fool can write big volume. I think only fools write big volumes. Intelligent people express it in few words. He says beautifully, I did not have time. If I had enough time, I would have written only 20 pages. Because I don't have enough time, I am not able to reduce that. I am not able to put it in nutshell form. Here the whole Gita, whole 700 sloka is reduced to these 2 slokas. Straight away Krishna is attending the problem. Straight away is answering. Where Arjuna is stuck, he is just clearing it. He is stuck in fear. He has to work means there is only one possibility, name and fame, rajas. Because he is centered on rajas. Man who is centered on sattva will work out of compassion. Man who is centered on rajas will work only for name and fame. The man who is centered on tamas will work only for sense pleasures. Yesterday I was telling you, Duryodhana is in tamas. He will work only for his sense pleasures. Cruel way. Very crass. Dharmaraja is in sattva. He will work only out of compassion. Here Arjuna is centered on rajas. He will work only for name and fame. So here, that is why Bhagavan says, this will bring you bad name. Please don't lose your name. Come out and do. He's straight away addressing the weak point. Actually, straight away putting his hand on the tumor. But fortunately, Arjuna is not so intelligent, or he acts, he is not so intelligent to understand the trouble. Somehow I am not able to believe Arjuna is so dumb, because he lived with Krishna more than 30 years. Maybe he is putting all these questions for our sake, for the future generation. Arjuna must have been intelligent. He is putting all these questions for our sake. Klaivyamma smagamapartha naitat tvayubhavatyade shutram hridayadaurbalyam tyakpo uttishta parantapa. Again he is emphasizing, O Arjuna, yield not to this debasing impotence. Don't behave like this. Come out. He is straight away addressing the issue. He is not creating philosophy. He is not beating around the bush. Let me tell you a small story. In Newsweek, I read this story in the Newsweek magazine. There was a guy who had a compulsive obsessive problem, some psychiatric problem. The problem is he will be continuously tearing all the papers. Whatever paper falls in his eyes, he will start tearing them into bits and pieces and spread all over the room. Some habit, whatever papers, whether it is some important document or dollar bill, whatever comes in front of his eyes, he will start tearing it and he will spread all over the room. His family is worried. They took him to Jungians, Freudians, and whatnot, whatever possible treatment. Spending so much of money. They tried all possible treatment, but nothing worked. Nothing worked. Suddenly one day they saw an advertisement in the newspaper. Young but very innovative psychotherapist. They saw the advertisement. They thought, why not try? Let us try. They took him to the doctor. He was a young guy. He said, I just wanted to spend a few minutes with the patient. All of them left. He and the patient, both of them started walking up and down. And just 3-4 minutes, he came back and said, he is all right, please take him back. They were surprised. They took him back to the house and really he became all right. More than 1 year over, is perfectly all right. Where the problem disappeared, nobody knows. With full of gratitude, the family people came to the doctor again. They expressed their gratitude and they said, what have you done? Please tell me. Please tell us what you really did. How did you cure him? No Freudian, no Jungian could do anything. They were all trying their best to throw some light on his unconsciousness. They are not able to do anything. What have you done? He says, just I told him, don't tear papers. If you tear once more, they will bring you here for next session. I'll just push you out of window. Don't tear papers. If you do it again, anyhow they will bring you here for next session. And I don't bother about all these things. And I don't believe in all these psychotherapy, psychiatric and all these things. I'll just push you out of window. Throw you out of window. Simply became all right. Very simple solution. Straight solution. Simply became alright. Many times our problems are very simple. We complicate the problem by analyzing it. When you verbalize, label the problem and start analyzing, you complicate them. You give power to them. Your problems are not as big as you think. Your problems are not as big as you think. But when you verbalize, when you start creating, when you start categorizing, when you start rubber stamping, when you start downholing, when you start analyzing, you have created 100 more new problems which never existed in your being. By naming it, by verbalizing it, by analyzing it, you have created more problems. Why do you think the psychiatric doctors, they go on inventing new diseases? The more you analyze, you will invent more problems, more difficulties. The more you analyze, the more you will be in difficulty. Straight, simple solution, over. No more big stories. No analysis. No question of lying down in the couch. Just one word. If you do this once more, you will be brought to me again. Naturally, your family will bring you here only. Next time you come here, you will be simply thrown out of the window. Over. The whole problem is solved. Because we don't know how to solve the problems, we create more and more problems. You have only one mind. Either you can use that mind to solve your problems, or naturally you will be using that same mind to create more problems. Please be very clear. If you are not solving your existing problems, you will be creating more problems. Either you will be climbing or falling. No question of standing in between. In mind level, no question of standing. No question of status quo. Either you climb or you fall. You have only one mind. Either you use the mind to solve the problems, otherwise automatically by its own nature you will be using it to create problems. Here, Krishna is straight away addressing the Arjuna, is straight away addressing the problem. He is not creating any big story. One more small story. One guy walks into a bar with his pet pig. The bartender notices the pig with one wooden leg. He is surprised. First of all, he is surprised somebody bringing pig with them. And that pig having wooden leg. He asked the customer, why your pig is having wooden leg? This guy said, if you give me one drink free, I will tell the whole story. He wants to encash the curiosity. Bartender thought, all right, after all, one drink. He said, all right, have it. You don't know how special this pig is. After having first drink, this guy starts the story. You don't know how special this pig is. When there was a big fire in my house, this pig broke my house and helped me to come out and helped my wife to come out of the house. It saved my whole family. Bartender listened the whole story. Then he says, I understand, but why it is having one wooden leg? The guy said, wait. If you give one more drink, I can continue the story. This guy has now created too much of curiosity. He says, all right, have one more. Then he says, oh, you don't know how special this pig is. The other day when I fell in the lake, it just jumped inside the lake and somehow struggled and brought me out. Went and called my wife. She came and saved my life. Again this pig saved my life. Now it is too much. This guy said, I understand this pig is special. Bartender says, I understand this pig is special. But tell me why it has got one wooden leg. He says, if you can give one more drink. Now it is too much. But the bartender decides, all right, this is the last, have one more. After having the third drink, he starts. No, last time it was a tornado. It helped me to enter into the shelter house and it saved my life once more. Now it is too much. Bartender simply caught the shirt of this customer and said, tell me now immediately why it is having one wooden leg. Now it is too much. This fellow says, all right, I'll tell you. Such a special pig, who will eat all at once? I am eating part by part. The whole story is only one line. You can answer this whole question in one line. I just do not want to eat this pig all at once, so I am eating part by part. To tell that one line, he has to create such a big story. He must have been a great philosopher. He must have been a great philosopher. Here, Krishna is not creating any philosophy. Straight away he is answering. He is not telling any big story. He is not bringing anything. But because Arjuna is not matured enough, he has to give the intellectual explanation. Please understand, all the Western philosophy starts with logical analysis and ends in the conclusion. All the Eastern darshanas gives the conclusion, then starts analyzing. Because the Eastern masters are compassionate. They do not want to torture you with all the logic. They are giving you the first chance. If you are intelligent enough, please catch the solution, come out. When you are not intelligent enough, then no other way. They have to start the process from 1, 2, 3. They expect just by the trust you will come up. When you are not qualified, then they start the usual regular process. Here, Krishna tried the first method of sudden enlightenment, the immediate liberation, the immediate enlightenment. But Arjuna is not mature to receive it, to get it. So now Krishna starts the process step by step. Next sloka. Arjuna uvacha karpanya dosho bhagadasvabhava praschamitvam dharma sammuda cheta yasreyasyanyastidam bruhidanme shishyasteham sadimam tvam prabannam. Arjuna says, now I am confused about my duty and I have lost all the composure because of miserly weakness, in this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Now I should tell you an important truth. Here Arjuna says, my soul is surrendered unto you. Pure lie. If his soul is really surrendered, simply he would have executed what Krishna says. He will not be waiting for intellectual explanation. He claims, I am your disciple, but pure lie. I have seen so many people who are in the same situation. Let me tell you one small story, not story, history. One night, around 12 o'clock, I got a call from one officer, government officer. He is our devotee. Swamiji, I have a serious problem. Please save me. Please do something and save me. Otherwise, I have to commit suicide. Tomorrow morning, I have to commit suicide if you don't save me. I told him, don't worry. Come tomorrow morning. Let us talk and do what has to be done. Don't worry, we will take care. No, Swamiji, please tell me now itself. Please save me now itself. Otherwise, by tomorrow evening you will see only my dead body. Please save me. Please tell me now itself. Please do something and save me now itself. So, Larry, what is the problem? Went on, conversation went on. Finally I told him, all right, I will take care. Don't worry, it will be solved. But please come tomorrow morning, at least let us analyze. We will take care that once more the problem doesn't come. Tomorrow morning come around 10 o'clock. Immediately he says, no, Swamiji, tomorrow I have to go to office. Tomorrow I have to go to office. When he was speaking about his problem, he says his whole life is at my feet. It is only my words or my power is going to save him. I am your disciple. I have surrendered completely. You have to save me. My whole life is at your feet. When he speaks all big words, but when I told him, come tomorrow morning, we'll see. He says, I have to go to office. And exactly Arjuna is in the position. He says, I am your disciple. My soul is surrendered. But when Krishna says, do what I say, he is not ready to do. He is totally confused. Surrender out of confusion is not surrender. You don't even know you are doing the right thing. Please be very clear. Surrender after the clarity of Shastras is the real surrender. Surrender out of intelligence is surrender, not surrender out of confusion. Here, he is surrendering just verbally. He himself says, now I am confused. Two things. Either you have to do what you think is right, or you have to do what master instructs. Here, he is trying to find some bridge, some gap. He wants, master should instruct what he wants to listen. He is not ready to listen what master says. He is only ready to listen what he wants to listen, but from master's mouth. He wants only Krishna's rubber stamp. He doesn't want the truth. Here, he says, I am surrendered, but he is not surrendered. But just because of compassion, just out of karuna, compassion, Krishna continues to teach. He continues to express the truth. Here starts the Shastra. These two slokas which Krishna spoke is Sutra. Because the Arjuna is not able to receive, here starts the Shastra. Sri Bhagavan Uvāca Asosyam Anamosastvam Prajñāvādāṃsca bhāshase Kadasuna kadasumsca Nanuso sandhi pandita. Bhagavan says, I don't want to use the word past tense, use the word said. Because Krishna or Gita can never be addressed in the past tense. Even though they were written here in the past tense, it has been translated in the past tense. I feel Krishna should be always addressed in the present tense. He is still relevant. We can't say Krishna was. No, Krishna is. Krishna is. So we can't say Krishna said, Krishna says. While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Again Krishna straightaway addresses. Arjuna, you speak as if you are very intelligent, as if you are enlightened, but your emotion, your being shows you are not. The real person with enlightenment or wisdom will never worry neither for the living nor for the dead. If you are worrying about somebody who is living or somebody who is dead, you cannot be a man of intelligence. Please understand, what is after all death? There are thousands, or I can say millions who lived. Millions have gone. What is after all death? What is life? Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why these natural calamities are happening? Why so many millions of people are dying? The wars and natural calamities. Why God is doing all these things? I told him, to tell you honest answer, I don't know. But if you insist on the answer, I can tell one thing. Next time, if God calls for a conference, I'll ask him and give you the reply. Because these questions have no answer in existence. The question is asked from a very low level. But the divine or the God is beyond your logic. These questions are from your logic, but the divine is beyond your logic. You can never have an answer for these questions. For example, a small ant is seeing the elephant and he is asking, why are you so black? Why are you wearing the same color of me? I am also black and you are also black. Why? Why are you black? Why are you having the same color? Will that elephant be able to answer? Elephant will not even know small to understand the rules of existence, to understand the rules of divine. So only fools worry about the people who are living or people who are dead. A real intelligent man never bothers about death. The next sloka, here starts the essence of the whole Gita. Natve vagam jatu nasam natvam neme janatipa nachaiva na bhavishyama Sarve Vayamada Param. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. If you can understand this one sloka, straight away you can become enlightened. You will be able to enter into that eternal bliss. Krishna says there was never a time when I, you and all of these things does not exist. If you think that our souls will also die along with our bodies, then you are wrong. We were before our birth on this earth and we will remain even after death. This is also not true that any of us will not be in the future. In Zen Buddhism, there is a beautiful meditation technique to achieve enlightenment. You are asked to meditate on the face which you had before your birth. You are asked to meditate on the face which you had before your birth. Then you will realize you exist in the past, present, and in the future. Your face may change, your body may change, but you continue to exist. Why? Then why we think we will die? Why? The fear of death happens. Exactly what happens. If what Krishna says is truth, that we are never bothered by the time, we are there in the past, we are here, we will be there in the future. Why we are worried about our life? Why we are so much bothered about death? Let you first understand the concept of this time, past, present and future. Then you will be able to understand what Krishna says. I will try to explain a small diagram of the concept of time, the past, present and future. Then you will be able to understand the concept of time and the Atman. Focus. Time is like a shaft continuously moving into the past. This is future, this is past. Continuously the future is moving into the past. Continuously future is becoming past. Every moment, in every second, future is becoming past. Where the future and the past meets, that point is present. This point is present. The future is continuously moving into the past. Where the future and the past meets, this point is present. Now, your mind or your thoughts is nothing but moments between past and the future. Please understand, you can't have any thoughts. If you start thinking about the past, or the future. If you stop worrying about the future and thinking about the past, you will not be able to have even a single thought. Your thought is nothing but continuously moving from past to future, past to future. Your thought is nothing but moving from past to future, past to future, past to future. The more time you jump from past to future, more number of thoughts. The less you jump from past to future, less number of thoughts. The more you jump from here to here, here to here, you are having more number of thoughts. Your thoughts are nothing but your movement between past and the future. Just try to think. Think something about the present, you can't. Even if you try to think, you would have made that as a past, only then you can think. You can never think about the present. Either you will be worrying about the future or remembering the past. Nothing else can be done. Mind as such is nothing but the movements between the past and the future. The more the frequency, more your grasp. For example, if you have 100 thoughts per second, 100 TPS, thoughts per second, means 100 times you jump from past to future, future to past. And if you have 80 TPS, 80 thoughts per second, 80 times you will be jumping from past to future and future to past. The more the frequency, you will be more away from the present moment. The more the number of thoughts, you will be more away from the present moment. If the number of thoughts reduces, you will fall in the present moment. If the number of thoughts, if the frequency comes down, you will fall in the present moment. The more number of thoughts, the more you jump between the past and the future, the more you are away from the present. You will not be around the present. The more TPS or the more frequency, more you are away from the present moment. More the frequency, more your worries, more your suffering, and more your problems. When you are having high frequency, you think your body. This area is called Annamaya Kosha. Annamaya. When the frequency is little less, this area is Pranamaya. Pranamaya Kosha. If the frequency is 60, of course, I am just saying as a proportion, then Manomaya Kosha. You come little subtle, little near to the Atman. If you fall in the present moment, you are in Atman. In this present moment, you are in Atman. See. Past, present and future, all put together is eternal. Nitya, Atman. This is what we call Nitya, Atman. All three put together, past, present and future, all three put together is Nitya or Atman. You can fall into the Atman only by falling into the present moment. Only when you come to the present moment, you can experience the Atman. But as of now, we are continuously jumping between past and the future, past and the future. The more the frequency, more you are stuck, more you are away from the Atman. The Upanishad says there are 5 layers. Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. This is Vijnanamaya. Then when you come to 20 TPS, you go to Anandamaya. One more thing you need to understand. When the number of thoughts is less, you will not even know how time passes. A small example, when you sit with your close friend or whom you love, even if 2-3 hours passes, you will not know the time has passed. Suddenly you realize, oh, so many hours have passed. What happened? You forget everything because the number of thoughts is less. If you are sitting with somebody who is continuously boring you, with whom you don't feel comfortable, in every 5 minutes you will be seeing the watch. You will think, why the watch is not moving? Why the time is not moving? The time is more psychological, it is not chronological. That is why in our scriptures, in our Veda, we have a word Kshana. Kshana does not mean a second. It means the gap between one thought and the other thought. So if your TPS, if your thought per second is less, you will be naturally in ecstasy, in bliss. If the number of thoughts is less, you will not even know how much of time has passed, because you are in bliss. If the number of thoughts is more, you will be in hell. This is hell, this is heaven. Hell and heaven are nothing but number of thoughts, that's all. The more the frequency, you are in hell, caught in the physical layer, you think you are a body. When the number of thoughts comes down, you think you are a prana sharira. If it comes down, then you think you are a mind. When it comes down, you think you are an emotion. You are just emotion. When it comes down, you realize you are bliss. And when it becomes completely zero, you enter into the Atman, you realize you are there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. Only a man whose TPS becomes zero, he can experience what Krishna says, you will be there forever. The past, present, future, all three are only just words. You exist throughout. You exist throughout. But as of now, you are continuously jumping between past and the future. You are continuously jumping between past and the future. Your frequency is too much. You don't have that much of patience to know, to realize your source. You don't have that much of energy to understand who you are. What is your base? What is your nature? You are continuously jumping from past to the future, future to the past. If you can bring down your thought per second, if you can reduce the TPS, you will fall in the present moment. The moment you fall in the present moment, you will experience you were there in the past, you will be here in the present, you are here in the present, and you will be here forever in the future. This experience happens to you only when you fall in the present moment. Krishna says, you were there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. You don't die. When he says, he means you are Nitya Atman, eternal consciousness. You are beyond your mind. But you know only this space of moving from past to future. That is why you are not able to believe that this space exists in you. if you can bring down the TPS, if you can reduce the number of thoughts, you will be able to experience you are this. You are not just this. As of now, you are away from the present moment, means you are away from the eternal consciousness. You are away from the present moment. You are restless, moving from past to the future. So you are not able to see the truth of this Nitya Atman or the eternal consciousness. The more the TPS, more you are away. From here, you can't see this clearly. If you come down, you will be able to see your nature more clearly. You will be able to experience your nature more deeply. Here, Krishna says, you are the eternal Atman. When he says you are the eternal Atman, you are there in the past, you were there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. He means you are beyond time. He means as a being, you are Atman. But as of now, you are caught in the mind, between the past and the future. That is the reason.
Krishna.
As of now, you are caught between the past and the future. That is the reason. It will be difficult to believe what
Now, let's do one meditation. We are going to do one meditation. I'm going to project the slides for the guided meditation. Yes. So now listen to these instructions of this meditation. Listen to these instructions. In a very relaxed way, be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. In this area, bring your awareness. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself. Just be very relaxed in this area. Have a deeply relaxed awareness. Let your Mooladhara chakra, what is that? The root center, located at the base of the spine, be relaxed. You go one chakra by one chakra. So just listen to the instructions. Then Swadhisthana, Move to the navel center, move to the heart center, move to the throat center, move to the brow center, and then the crown center. Concentrate on the space between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Ajna chakra. In the space between the eyebrows, relax in the Ajna chakra. Forget all other parts of your body and forget about the body, mind, and world. Remember only Ajna chakra. The space between the eyebrows. Go deeply into the Ajna chakra in the space between the two eyebrows. And also visualize a beautiful soothing light here in the Ajna chakra. So relax into the same space as the Ajna chakra. Space of eternal consciousness, the gateway of super consciousness. Okay, so now I'll play the music. Let's do this meditation in next few minutes. So when you are focusing or bring awareness constantly, the pleasant awareness at the Ajna chakra, you will all have the grace of the divine consciousness. So now let's start doing this meditation. intense Bhagavān Śrī Visualize all your senses are shut. Your eyes completely closed. Do not allow any visualization to happen inside your being. Your eyelids have become completely dark. You're seeing only darkness in front of you. pleasant awareness. All your great Paramashivoham. Now relax. Now let's move on to the power manifestation. With the space of please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of Mahima. We're going to do one more round of the power manifestation Mahima. So what is Mahima? To increase the object's length, width, whatever, to increase the object's size, basically, is the power of Mahima. So post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Jayanti, Chandrasekharananda, Guru Prasadini, Mehri, all of you, please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the one more round of to manifest the power of Mahima, increase the object's length, height or length. So please also bring your object. Yes. Ma Chandra Shekhara is asking, can I use another book? I have Bhagavad Gita decoded. My husband is sleeping in the other room. See, to receive, Swamiji has blessed this book, the Living Enlightenment book, as a living deity. It literally responds to your thoughts. Any issue that is going on in your life, just open this book and see what kind of powerful cognition is there. Gratitude, no, powerful cognition says gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. So beautiful. So now please get your objects, be ready, get your object and measure the object's size. And you can keep it yourself. After the power manifestation, again you see the yes, now this power of Mahima increasing the size, the length of any object. Please sit straight, close your eyes, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Tie your eyes with eye band. And even for the object, yeah. Please sit straight. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring back your attention again and again to your Ajna chakra, the third eye. Now start chanting the Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, intensely chant the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, manifest the power of Mahima. The initial measurement. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object length increases to manifest the power of Mahima. Yes, now all of you please post, measure your objects again and post your manifestation results. Measure your object again. Muted. Any questions, clarifications? And would you like to share? To manifest. Like before, Chandra Shekhara. She says, I didn't measure before. So the Mahavakya chanting. Okay. Yes. Now, can you all please post your understanding of Bhagavad Gita so far, and what is that you have learned. So far, what you have learned, please post it in the chat. And we'll move on to our next chapter. So, Ma Chandrasekhara posting, okay, we are constantly moving between the past and present. If you are in the present moment, we will not have thoughts. TPS is related to our time and TPS is thoughts per second. We need to reduce our thoughts per second. Wonderful. Jayanti posted, being in the present moment can liberate us. Being in the present moment. Okay, all right. So now let's move on to our next session, next chapter. So Jnana Vijnana Yoga. The wisdom, the knowledge, Jnana is wisdom. The knowledge and the wisdom as a path. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. I like this, I don't like that. The greatest master, Krishna, explained how to move out of this bondage. He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate divine. Understand? Associating with the divine to radiate divine. How does it sound like? What is the one word that you can say? What is the one word that you can say for this? Associating with the divine to radiate the divine. Experiencing Advaita, the oneness space. That's what you're practicing in power manifestation every day. The power of listening. People can say that Krishna is repeating himself. Understand? If you have already listened even once, Krishna will not repeat it again. For the person who wants to begin the life, the first thing he needs to learn is listen. Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and others. You may be wondering, what is this listening will make us, something. Listening transforms us. How is this possible? Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and others. What is happening? Listening to yourself means what? What is happening with you? What are the conflicting thoughts that are happening? Are they really real? Are our mind's projection? That is listening to ourselves. Yes. Among millions of men, one man may endeavor few perfection, and out of those who achieve perfection, hardly one knows me the truth. You can see the capital M-E. That means he refers to the highest self. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to this Gita discourse. And out of them, few hundred, only few will listen authentically, as it is expressed. The beautiful pramana from Bhagavad Gita, Matta parataran nanyat kinchit adi dhyananjaya mayi sarvam idam pratam sutre mani jnana iva. The literal meaning of this verse is, I am the thread. He says, I am the thread, the sutra, the technique on which all living beings, all living creatures, I am the thread, I am the sutra, the technique on which all existence is strung. He declares with a complete clarity that he is the thread of everything. He is the common thread. He is the unseen essence without which there can be no substance. The unseen ultimate energy, without which there can be no universe. Yes. Now, all states of being, be they are goodness, the sattva guna, and the passion, rajoguna, and the ignorance, that is tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. Now, no living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the group, gunas, the Krishna says about himself, one begins at Trigunatita, one who has transcended the three gunas. So again, all states of being, they are of goodness, passion, ignorance, tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. So no living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the gunas, as Krishna says about himself, one becomes a Trigunatita. In this chapter, the next verse is Te samjnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir visishyate priyo hi jnanino tyatam aham sacha mama priyaha. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude is the best. The passion, for I am dear to him and he is the dear to me. Be clear. By this verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Krishna says beautifully that he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. The master or the divine is in you only when you engage yourself in enriching service to him. Sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form, is not the enriching service Krishna talks about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to him. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to him. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me. They attain me. Madbhakta yatni madam api. They achieve me. They attained me. There is another verse where Krishna beautifully says, if you ask for something, I will give you that. But if you don't ask for anything, I'll give you me. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me, they attain me. There is another, okay, this one is done. The next chapter is Akshara Brahma Yoga, the art of living. Triguna Rahita, and wonderful. This you have learned before. Be sure to reach me. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Anything that you do, if you relate with divine, you will achieve him. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty, even in your activities. You will attain me without doubt. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Please be very clear where we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us in the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows. He adds, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time when the life force is about to leave the body. But if we have led a life of such a higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. Krishna gives a different ways to attain Brahman or God or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learn in the Vedas attain Brahman. Brahman is consciousness. Immerse yourself in the scriptures. Keep reading some scriptures or other and imbibe its truth. It will have a tremendous impact on you. We will get into that mode of enlightenment. This is what Krishna wants. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. Yes. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. Now the next chapter, chapter 9, Raja Vidya Raja Guhya. The secret of the secret of the secrets. Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. Here, please understand, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Raja Guhyatamam, meaning the royal secret. Once we know this secret, then there is no difference between the divine and us. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our thoughts. Krishna transmits the king of all the knowledge and all secrets, which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done, to the one who is non-envious and trust him. And trust him, Krishna promises yoga and kshema, yoga kshemam. That means the success and protection. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyakshavangamam Dhyayam Dharmam Susuktam Kartukam Avyayam. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is the perfection of religion, dharma, and it is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. This knowledge is a king of all the knowledge and the greatest secret of all secret. It is the purest knowledge, a sacred, and because it gives direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is perfection of religion, dharma, and it is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. Raja Vidya. The whole universe is pure intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, oceans, rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, the whole universe is intelligent. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, river, whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. That's the essence of the chapter 9. The next chapter is Vibhuti Yoga. You are the ultimate. In Sanskrit, the word guru, meaning master, has two syllables. Gu refers to darkness and Ru, the light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into the light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has with oneself, one's material attachments and material possessions. So in Sanskrit, the guru means the master, and the two syllables gu refers to darkness and the ru refers light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into the light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has to with oneself, one's material attachment and material possessions. Whenever I have said, whatever more I can say will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me. Here, me represents whenever I have said, whatever more I can say will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragrance of what I am. There's nothing that is not me, nothing that can exist out of me, and nothing that has not been created from and by me. Vibhuti Yoga, next chapter. Whatever I have asked, whatever more I can say, will only be a drop in the ocean. A small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me, and there's nothing that has not been created from and by me. Krishna says to Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because they are set in that high spiritual eternal consciousness. At that time, I was in that high eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That's why enlightenment people speak to me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. That is why all these teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, the universal consciousness of that moment. Now I can't give you the same teachings again. We need to realize that we are part of the same energy system as the universe. Hindu scriptures describe the 5 energy elements that comprise nature, which are earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The human system is a combination of the same elements as the universe. So are all beings, inanimate and animate. An enlightened being has no identity. His only identity is the merged identity with the divine. An enlightened being has no identity and his only identity is the merged identity with the universe. We may not be aware that we continuously maintain enmity with the Paramatma, the existence. That's why we suspect life. We have fear about what will happen the next moment. We are afraid of life because we don't believe what is going to happen the next moment will enrich us. We don't trust the existence. Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma, the self, and Paramatma, supreme self. Arjuna is the Jivatma. The Krishna is Paramatma. Here, Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma and Paramatma. Arjuna is the Jivatma and Krishna is Paramatma. Krishna says, if you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. If you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. I am the source. I am everything. Now Krishna explains, oh my dear, understand, I am everything. Vittiloka Maheshwaram have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you. When Krishna says, he means the universal self of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. He doesn't mean the 6-foot form with the flute and peacock feather with Arjuna usually relates. Intelligence, knowledge, and freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth and death, fear and fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these questions of living being are created by me alone. If you understand this first verse, you can immediately relax. Krishna says, whatever you have, Whatever you have a good name or bad name is created by me. Then be certain that whatever you have a gift from the divine. Krishna is both macrocosm and microcosm. The Brahmanda, the whole cosmos, he's that. And he's also the small, the 6-foot form, the Pindanda. Cosmos and the Pindanda, everything is Krishna. Individual being, his energy permeates all living and non-living entities, and he decides upon their nature. Krishna declares that he is everything that really matters. Krishna says that he is the ultimate consciousness in all beings, and he is beginning, middle, and end of the beings. He declares that he pervades the entire space and time and beyond. Now, let's do one exercise. Write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice, cruel. God doesn't exist. Visualize you already have done all that you wanted. Life is so fair. What are you holding? To be away from reality that life is just. Every instant it is completing me because it is completing as a whole. God exists. Why you decided to hold this? Please pen them down. Yes. Now, let's move on to one more round of manifesting the power of Mahima, increasing the height of the object. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of Mahima, increasing the height. Quickly post. When you understand that pleasure and pain are both creations of the mind, you will realize they are temporary. Beautiful cognition. Now, please bring in a new object and measure the height. Bring in a new object and measure the height. We are going to increase the height of the object. Are you all ready? Measure and ready. Now, please sit straight with your object that you are going to increase the height and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch. Let it come, let it go. You bring your attention and your awareness back to your third eye with Swamiji's form in your inner space. With that, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object height increases. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object length increases and manifest the power of Mahima. Yes, now please post whatever, please post, measure it again and post your manifestation results. Please measure the object length again and post the results of your manifestation. Please post your results. Next chapter, we are going to move on to the next chapter, chapter 11. Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. Window. Meaning, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga means Krishna has given his original form, the Vishwarupa, to Arjuna. How does one experience universal consciousness? What exactly happens? What basic qualification does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very cosmic presence. In this chapter, Krishna shows how his cosmic and divine form to Arjuna. Krishna gives Arjuna the experience of universal consciousness. For the first time, Arjuna is about to experience Krishna's divine form. Of all this in Bhagavad Gita, this chapter, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the vision of the cosmic form had a very special significance. It is in this chapter that Krishna reveals his divine self, that of Parabrahma Krishna. Elsewhere, he speaks with the authority of Parabrahma Krishna. But he is still present as the mortal human Krishna form. Now, at Arjuna's request, he reveals his true cosmic self to Arjuna. This is the most important of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita, direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness and the realization that he is present in everything. This is the most important of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita and direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness and the revelation that he is present in everything. The wave in the ocean. One moment. I see some comments. So the wave in the ocean is part of the ocean. As long as it feels itself to be part of the ocean, there is no separation. However, when the wave experiences its own identity, creates its own identity, it no longer feels itself as part of the ocean. It feels itself to be a separate entity. When it is time to merge back into that ocean, it is afraid. love Krishna to experience Krishna. Arjuna says, "O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours. Purushottama, the Supreme Being, please grant this. But you cannot see me with your own physical eyes. Let me give you the divine eye. Behold my divine power and opulence." Arjuna saw this universal form wearing divine garlands and clothing, annotated all over celestial frequencies, all wonderful, brilliantly represented, endless and all-pervading forces on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to effulgence to the great Supreme Lord. Now, this beautiful special chapter, let's listen from Swamiji. Cosmic window, the Krishna, the cosmic window, how Krishna grant the boon of gracing his divine presence, the cosmic Krishna.
व्यासेन ग्रथिताम् पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणि भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। वसुदं देवं कंसचानूरमर्दनम् देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। I welcome you all with my love and respects.
Moment, there is some glitch.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada, whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. One beautiful chapter, this whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibirididam kalmashavagam Shravana mangalam srimadadadam bhuvigrunandide buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality. Words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both. Tapta Jivanam. Kavibirididam. Kalmashavagam. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam. Just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Bhuvigrunandide Bhuridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people. The people who experienced you, they again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavibirididam kalmashavagam. Shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If you fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing, when you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. A small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashram, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing that Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on that ant hill and kill all the ants, it is actually natural calamity for them. They may say, hurricane SUV. They may name that as a hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different. And your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself totally is different. The frequency in which the ant's accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India there should be an open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. You see, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All you can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand, whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should do, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them. Because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna. But it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came, And he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness. Let us enter into the sloka, then we will see these three things. Can the universal consciousness be experienced? What is the basic qualification? What happens when you experience? These three are explained beautifully in this chapter. Krishna explains beautifully in this. Arjuna uvacha madanagrahaya paramam guhyam atyatma sanjitam yatva yoktam vasastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna says, O Lord, by hearing the instruction you gave me about these most confidential spiritual truths and revealing your glory, I feel my illusion has disappeared. My illusion has been now dispelled. Next he says, Yeva medat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichami derupam aishwaram purushottama. Yeva medat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtumichami derupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, Purushottama, man among men. Purushottama, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in actual position, as you describe, you are the universal consciousness. You are the ultimate. I wish to see you, how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation, how you express yourself in that ultimate form. I want to see that form of yours. First time he says, O Lord, reveal me your cosmic conscious form. Reveal me your cosmic consciousness. Now, Krishna is the cosmic window. Yesterday he showed, I am ultimate. Now he gives the experience of cosmic consciousness. He is the cosmic window. Through him, Arjuna is able to see the cosmic energy. The next sloka, Manyase yadi chakyam maya trashtumidi prabho yogeshvara tado me tvam Darshayatmanamavyayam Manyase yadidachakyam Maya drashtumidi prabhu Yogeshwara tadometvam Darshayam Atmanamavyayam. Darshayatmanamavyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of my being, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that your cosmic form, universal self. He says very clearly here one word. If you think I am able to behold your form, means there is a little fear already inside. Be very clear. Many people used to come and tell me, Swamiji, if you think I can manage, why don't you give me an enlightened experience? I tell them, me thinking you will manage is not important. You should think you will be able to manage. You must be ready to take the responsibility. Whatever comes, let me face. Small story. When you are not ready to take the responsibility, naturally, you will put the blame on me tomorrow. I told you that time itself, if I can manage, I told you to give, but you are given me without even knowing whether I will be able to manage or not. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Of course, even a simple truth experiences cannot be given so easily. If you read the Swamiji as we know him, there is one of our publication. In that one devotee writes a reminiscence. Continuously that person was nagging me for spiritual experience. To read In the Arms of the Master, portion, there she describes, he or she, the devotee, describes clearly the experience. That person was nagging me continuously for some spiritual experience. I told you, see, do meditation, you will have it, don't worry. No, you give me something. It's not like a coconut, or it's not just a little bit of chips, I can give you straight away. It's an experience, you must be able to hold it, you must be able to receive it. No, give me something. It went on for 6 months. Then I said, stop asking, do meditation, it will happen. Then the person said, no, tell me clearly, you can't give. Don't try to escape from me. Now I said, all right, now the time has come for you. What can be done? Just single moment, if you can read the reminiscence. Person says, suddenly I felt the base in which I am standing is shaken. I felt the base in which are my boundary idea is slowly started getting loosened. And I felt the person who is in front of me also is boundaryless. And totally I was frightened. I said, enough, stop, I can't. And nothing has happened. Hardly I can say 1 volt current. 1 volt energy. Person was shaken. Same thing. When you have that fear, will I be able to hold or not? Be very clear, you will never be able to hold. And then the person started blaming me. I asked, that is true? Further, will you give whatever I asked? You should have been a little responsible. And 2 days the person was suffering out of fever and fear. 2 days the person was bedridden. Of course, after 2 days he became alright. That is different. But what I am saying, when you try to receive the experience without maturity, always you get into trouble. Here, Arjuna asks, if I am able to hold, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, my Lord, show me that unmasked manifested universal self. Please understand, before entering into the experience, you must have the courage. Let me see. I have always seen after 1 year, if they continuously meditate, people start experiencing this boundarylessness. They get frightened. They feel just totally shaken up. They run and come to me. Swamiji, I feel nowadays, the moment I sit in meditation, I am losing the boundary. I am afraid I may be lost. I told them, what for you are meditating? The meditation is to give you the boundarylessness. And you are doing whatever has to be done to achieve that consciousness, and you are afraid of that. It's like you invite some guest. First you send email, then you send a fax, then you give a call, then you give telegram, then finally you send one person with a ticket to bring that person. When he comes to your house, suddenly you say, I never expected you will come. I thought somebody else will come. I was inviting somebody else. No, you can't say that. It is you who invited. You did meditation continuously. When you do meditation, you will have the boundaryless consciousness. You will experience universal consciousness. But I have always seen, invariably, when people experience this first time, they are totally shaken. They escape. They try to escape. And same way I have seen people who practice mantra also. When they intensely go into that mantra, when the divine starts giving experience, they get frightened and run away. They are totally frightened and they try to escape from it. If you are meditating on divine, on mantra, or on some God, don't try to escape when you get the vision or darshan. Divine will never disturb you. Only your fear will disturb you. Even with the person whom I was explaining, he was frightened. That is the only problem. As divine, it never creates trouble. Even then he did not have any problem. Just the fear. Be very clear. Whenever you face the experience, have courage to face it. Just go with it. We always think, no, this is too much. I cannot handle this. No, nothing is too much. In divine, nothing is too much. Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the Amrita Sagara, how you will drink? Ocean of nectar, how will you drink? How you will drink? Vivekananda says, I will become like a small fly, sit in the edge of the ocean and drink slowly, slowly. Ramakrishna says, fool, jump into that and drink. Vivekananda asks, no, if I jump into that, I may die. Ramakrishna says, beautifully, it is the ocean of nectar, how will you die? Amrita means by drinking which you will never die. It's the ocean of Amrita, ocean of nectar, how will you die? Even if you fall, even if you completely drown yourself into the ocean of nectar, you will never die. So in the divine, in the spirituality, there is no such a thing overdoing it or too much. In the spiritual energy, there is nothing called too much. In the spiritual experience, there is nothing called too much. In the devotion, there is nothing called too much. In bhakti, there is nothing called too much. Many wives, they come and complain, Swamiji, my husband is becoming involved with meditation and bhakti too much, please do something. Or the husbands will come and complain, she is becoming too much involved in meditation, in bhakti, please do something. Please be very clear, if somebody is too much involved in the world, only then they need treatment. Of course, that I don't have to give, naturally they will be taken to psychiatric doctor. When somebody is too much involved in God, bhakti, nothing is wrong. There is no too much in divine. There is no too much in bliss. Be very clear, there is no too much in spirituality. Here, if you think there is something called too much in spirituality, you always have a problem. Arjuna says, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, means he puts the responsibility on Krishna. He wants the sweet, but he doesn't want to become diabetic. Of course, with the divine sweet, you will never become diabetic. You will never become diabetic. And you will never become diseased. Let me tell you one small story. It's truth. I was taken by one of our devotees to Melakote, where Ramanuja lived. God, the prasad which they give is so tasty and so beautiful. Actually, basically the Iyengar families, they cook beautifully. Their food is just Vaishnavites are basically very tasty people. Because the Vishnu is the God who accepts everything. And he is the Lord of Lakshmi. And not like Shiva sitting in Smashana and eating whatever you get by begging and eating. Not like Shiva. Shiva is poor guy and wears some little Rudraksha, and snakes are the pet animals. And that old bull, that is the Vahana, and the Smashan is the place where he lives. And simple that Smashan Basma is the cosmetic powder. And nothing much. But Vishnu is the Lord, King. So, naturally the Vishnu Bhaktas also will have the same energy. They will nicely cook. And so much of sweet. The intensity of sweet in that sweet is so much. I asked, do you make only for 1 or 2 days or every day? They said, Swamiji, not only we make this every day, the whole village is given this food. Because the whole village is few family who take care of the temple. The temple prasad only is served. Then I asked, surely the whole village should be diabetic. And please understand, you will be surprised, not even a single diabetic patient in the whole village. So much of sweet they eat. So much of sweet, not even a single diabetic patient. Not even a single diabetic patient. I was surprised because when the food is offered to God, it becomes amrita. Please understand, the mantras which we chant, it affects that food. Don't think prasad is ordinary food. It is energized. The words which you create, let me tell you an important research, then you will understand. Recently there was a book released called Messages from Water. This movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie they describe about this book. You all should see that movie. What the Bleep Do We Know? It's a beautiful movie. In that they say, one Japan doctor has done a research. He keeps 10 different tumblers of waters. In front of one tumbler he sits and chants some good words, peace, bliss, happiness, like this. Words which creates positive emotion. Then he keeps another one tumbler of water and chants the words, negative words, war, violence, anger, that type of emotion, and he puts the label of war. And after that, he takes one tumbler of water and chants Dhammapada, the words from Buddha's teachings, and different tumblers of waters. He says, if he freezes that water and sees through the microscope and photographs, he comes out with a research report. He says, the water which is energized by positive words, positive energy, it looks almost like a diamond, and he has published a book of all the photographs. So beautiful. The water looks like a diamond, clear. The crystals are clear. And the water which is energized by the negative words, the water in front of which he chanted the negative words, they show like a demon. The picture looks like a devil. And the water energized by Dhammapada, it looks so peaceful, so calm, and not once or twice, understand, 300 researches he has done and proved your thoughts affect the water which is in front of you. That is why our masters, they taught us to chant mantras standing in Ganga. The whole river will be energized. If just 5 minutes chanting 2-3 words in front of a water can change the quality of water, means millions of people standing in that water chanting mantra, what energy that water will radiate. That is why the whole Ganga is sacred river. Whatever our rishis did, today the modern day science is proving. Modern day science is proving. See, in those days, these British people, when they come from England, they will bring water in their ship. That will be spoiled within a month. They will suffer without water. But when they go back from Calcutta, the same time only, when they come, if it takes 3 months, when they go back also it takes only 3 months. But when they go back, the water never gets spoiled. They started analyzing why. Then they understood. They bring Ganga water. When they go back, the water is from Calcutta, Ganga. Then they started doing research on Ganga water. They say Ganga water has got quality to purify itself automatically. That is why the Ganga water never is polluted by, in spite of so much of pollution. In spite of so much of pollution, never Ganga water gets polluted because it continuously purifies itself. The whole water is energy. Whole river is energy. Same way, in a temple where continuously these mantras are chanted, when the food is put inside that temple, in front of God, when they chant that mantras, that food also starts getting the pure spiritual energy. That starts radiating the energy of positive qualities. You will never become sick by eating prasad. Be very clear. You will never become sick by eating prasad. You will always only become healthy. This is a solid proof. Actually, I was surprised to hear the whole village eats that same akkara vadisal. In Tamil they call it akkara vadisal. And so sweet, so much of sweet. The whole village eats that food regularly, every day, because that is the food which is given from temple. But nobody is diabetic. Nobody is diabetic. It is because of the power of that words, power of that mantra. Be very clear, with the divine, everything will do only good. It will never do any bad. With energy, it is always good. Never you will have anything bad. With Amrita Sagara, you will never die. When it comes to divine, just jump totally. Don't keep anything in reservation. There is no need for any fear. Nothing needs to be afraid. Just relax into the divine. You will transform. He says, Manyade edidachakyam maya trashtumidhi prabho yogeshvara tadome tvam dashayatmanam abhyayam. Dashayatmanam abhyayam. He says, if you think I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me your cosmic form. Bhagavan uvacha Pashya me partha rupani sadasoda sahasrasaha nana vidani divyani nana varna kridini cha. Lord says, O Partha, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are of divine forms, diverse divine forms, of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts, and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan. And before that, he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, "O Arjuna, you cannot see my form by an ordinary eyes. You have to see only with a divya netra, means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you divyam dadami, dechakshu." He says, let me give you the divine eyes, then you will start seeing me, then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Viswarupa Darshana. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan. Viswarupa.
We're going to manifest the power of the Mahima, increase the height. We are going to do one more round. Yes, now please sit straight and bring your object. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Be in the space of unclutching. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to increase the height, to manifest the power of Mahima. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the oneness space. With that space, declare the object in your hand to increase the height. Yes, now please post whatever you increase that happened. Measure it again. Measure your objects again. Mm. 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 Yes. Yet to manifest. All right. So now, all right. So now we're going to listen from Swamiji on the next chapter of the Bhagavad Gita.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today, he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid to Arjuna. See the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes, people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. And beautiful chapter, this whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamrutam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavagam Shravana mangalam srimadadadam bhuvigrunandide buridajana. This is Gopika Gita. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamrutam means your words and words about you. Katamrutam, words of immortality, words of nectar. Your words and words about you, on you and by you. Both tapta jivanam, kavivirididam, kalmashabhagam, shravana mangalam, srimadadatam. Shravana mangalam, just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana mangalam, srimadadatam, bhuvigrunandide buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashabhagam, shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If you fall in love with Krishna, if we are really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. And be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing, when you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. A small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little matured, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashramites, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing that Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in a morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on that ant hill and kill all the ants, it is actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name that as a Hurricane SUV. It is a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will. Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different. And your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself totally is different. The frequency in which the ant's accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India there should be an open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured 1 mug of water, by mistake the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, 1 handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured 1 mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All you can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand, whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them, because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion, because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna, but it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What is the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth, live your life happily, live your life intensely, that's all. We never believe in conversion, but there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression, because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better. lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness. Let us enter into the sloka, then we will see these three things. Can the universal consciousness be experienced? What is the basic qualification? What happens when you experience? These three are explained beautifully in this chapter. Krishna explains beautifully in this. Arjuna uvacha madanagrahaya paramam guhyam atyatma sanjitam yatva yoktam vasastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna says, O Lord, by hearing the instruction you gave me about these most confidential spiritual truths and revealing your glory, I feel my illusion has disappeared. My illusion has been now dispelled. Next he says, Yeva medat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. Yeva medat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtumichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, Purushottama, man among men. Purushottama, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in actual position, as you describe, you are the universal consciousness. You are the ultimate. I wish to see you, how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation, how you express yourself in that ultimate form. I want to see that form of yours. First time he says, O Lord, reveal me your cosmic conscious form. Reveal me your cosmic consciousness. Now, Krishna is the cosmic window. Yesterday he showed, I am ultimate. Now he gives the experience of cosmic consciousness. He is the cosmic window. Through him, Arjuna is able to see that cosmic energy. The next sloka, Manyase yajita chakyam maya trashtumidi prabho yogeshvara tado me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam. Manyase yajita chakyam maya drashtumidi prabho yogeshvara tado me tvam darshayam atmanam avyayam. Darshayatmanam avyayam. if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of my being, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that your cosmic form, universal self. He says very clearly here one word. If you think I am able to behold your form, means there is a little fear already inside. Be very clear. Many people used to come and tell me, Swamiji, if you think I can manage, why don't you give me an enlightened experience? I tell them, me thinking you will manage is not important. You should think you will be able to manage. You must be ready to take the responsibility. Whatever comes, let me face. Small story. When you are not ready to take the responsibility, naturally, you will put the blame on me tomorrow. I told you that time itself, if I can manage, I told you to give, but you are given me without even knowing whether I will be able to manage or not. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Of course, even a simple truth experiences cannot be given so easily. If you read the Swamiji as we know him, there is one of our publication. In that one devotee writes a reminiscence. Continuously that person was nagging me for spiritual experience. To read In the Arms of the Master, portion, there she describes, he or she, the devotee, describes clearly the experience. That person was nagging me continuously for some spiritual experience. I told you, see, do meditation, you will have it, don't worry. No, you give me something. It's not like a coconut, or it's not just a little bit of chips, I can give you straight away. It's an experience, you must be able to hold it, you must be able to receive it. No, give me something. It went on for 6 months. Then I said, stop asking, do meditation, it will happen. Then the person said, no, tell me clearly, you can't give. Don't say, don't try to escape from me. Now I said, all right, now the time has come for you. What can be done? Just single moment, if you can read the reminiscence. Person says, suddenly I felt the base in which I am standing is shaken. I felt the base in which are my boundary idea is slowly started getting loosened. And I felt the person who is in front of me also is boundaryless. And totally I was frightened. I said, enough, stop, I can't. And nothing has happened. Hardly I can say 1 volt current. 1 volt energy. Person was shaken. Same thing. When you have that fear, will I be able to hold or not? Be very clear, you will never be able to hold. And then the person started blaming me. I asked, is that is true? Further, will you give whatever I asked? You should have been a little responsible. And 2 days the person was suffering out of fever and fear. 2 days the person was bedridden. Of course, after 2 days he became alright. That is different. But what I am saying, when you try to receive the experience without maturity, always you get into trouble. Here, Arjuna asks, if I am able to hold, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, my Lord, show me that unmasked manifested universal self. Please understand, before entering into the experience, you must have the courage. Let me see. I have always seen. After 1 year, if they continuously meditate, people start experiencing this boundarylessness. They get frightened. They feel just totally shaken up. They run and come to me. Swamiji, I feel nowadays, the moment I sit in meditation, I'm losing the boundary. I'm afraid I may be lost. I told them, what for you are meditating? The meditation is to give you the boundarylessness. And you are doing whatever has to be done to achieve that consciousness, and you are afraid of that. It's like you invite some guest. First you send email, then you send a fax, then you give a call, then you give telegram, then finally you send one person with a ticket to bring that person. When he comes to your house, suddenly you say, I never expected you will come. I thought somebody else will come. I was inviting somebody else. No, you can't say that. It is you who invited. You did meditation continuously. When you do meditation, you will have the boundaryless consciousness. You will experience universal consciousness. But I have always seen, invariably, when people experience this first time, they are totally shaken. They escape. They try to escape. And same way I have seen people who practice mantra also. When they intensely go into that mantra, when the divine starts giving experience, they get frightened and run away. They are totally frightened and they try to escape from it. If you are meditating on divine, on mantra, or on some God, don't try to escape when you get the vision or darshan. Divine will never disturb you. Only your fear will disturb you. Even with the person whom I was explaining, he was frightened. That is the only problem. As divine, it never creates trouble. Even then he did not have any problem. Just the fear. Be very clear. Whenever you face the experience, have courage to face it. Just go with it. We always think, no, this is too much. I cannot handle this. No, nothing is too much. In divine, nothing is too much. Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the Amrita Sagara, how you will drink? Ocean of nectar, how will you drink? How you will drink? Vivekananda says, I will become like a small fly, sit in the edge of the ocean and drink slowly, slowly. Ramakrishna says, fool, jump into that and drink. Vivekananda asks, no, if I jump into that, I may die. Ramakrishna says, beautifully, it is an ocean of nectar, how will you die? Amrita means by drinking which you will never die. It's the ocean of Amrita, ocean of nectar, how will you die? Even if you fall, even if you completely drown yourself into the ocean of nectar, you will never die. So in the divine, in the spirituality, there is no such a thing overdoing it or too much. In the spiritual energy, there is nothing called too much. In the spiritual experience, there is nothing called too much. In the devotion, there is nothing called too much. In bhakti, there is nothing called too much. Many wives, they come and complain, Swamiji, my husband is becoming involved with meditation and bhakti too much, please do something. Or the husbands will come and complain, she is becoming too much involved in meditation, in bhakti, please do something. Please be very clear, if somebody is too much involved in the world, only then they need treatment. Of course, that I don't have to give, naturally they will be taken to psychiatric doctor. When somebody is too much involved in God, bhakti, nothing is wrong. There is no too much in divine. There is no too much in bliss. Be very clear, there is no too much in spirituality. Here, if you think there is something called too much in spirituality, you always have a problem. Arjuna says, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, means he puts the responsibility on Krishna. He wants the sweet, but he doesn't want to become diabetic. Of course, with the divine sweet, you will never become diabetic. You will never become diabetic. And you will never become diseased. Let me tell you one small story. It's truth. I was taken by one of our devotees to Melakote, where Ramanuja lived. God, the prasad which they give is so tasty and so beautiful. Actually, basically the Iyengar families, they cook beautifully. Their food is just Vaishnavites are basically very tasty people. Because the Vishnu is the God who accepts everything. And he is the Lord of Lakshmi. And not like Shiva, sitting in Smashana and eating whatever you get by begging and eating. Not like Shiva. Shiva is poor guy and wears some little Rudraksha, and snakes are the pet animals. And that old bull, that is the Vahana, and the Smashan is the place where he lives. And simple that Smashan Basma is the cosmetic powder. And nothing much. But Vishnu is the Lord, King. So, naturally the Vishnu Bhaktas also will have the same energy. They will nicely cook. And so much of sweet. The intensity of sweet in that sweet is so much. I asked, do you make only for 1 or 2 days or every day? They said, Swamiji, not only we make this every day, the whole village is given this food. Because the whole village is few family who take care of the temple. The temple prasad only is served. Then I asked, surely the whole village should be diabetic. And please understand, you will be surprised, not even a single diabetic patient in the whole village. So much of sweet they eat. So much of sweet. Not even a single diabetic patient. Not even a single diabetic patient. I was surprised because when the food is offered to God, it becomes amrita. Please understand, the mantras which we chant, it affects that food. Don't think prasad is ordinary food. It is energized. The words which you create, let me tell you an important research, then you will understand. Recently there was a book released called Messages from Water. This movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie they describe about this book. You all should see that movie. What the Bleep Do We Know? It's a beautiful movie. In that they say, one Japan doctor has done a research. He keeps 10 different tumblers of waters. In front of one tumbler he sits and chants some good words. Peace, bliss, happiness, like this. Words which creates positive emotion. Then he keeps another one tumbler of water and chants the words, negative words, war, violence, anger, that type of emotion, and he puts the label of war. And after that, he takes one tumbler of water and chants Dhammapada, the words from Buddha's teachings, and different tumblers of waters. He says, if he freezes that water and sees through the microscope and photographs, he comes out with a research report. He says, the water which is energized by positive words, positive energy, it looks almost like a diamond, and he has published a book of all the photographs. So beautiful. The water looks like a diamond, clear. The crystals are clear. And the water which is energized by the negative words, the water in front of which he chanted the negative words, they show like a demon. The picture looks like a devil. And the water energized by Dhammapada, it looks so peaceful, so calm, and not once or twice. Understand, 300 researches he has done and proved your thoughts affect the water which is in front of you. That is why our masters, they taught us to chant mantras standing in Ganga. The whole river will be energized. If just 5 minutes chanting 2-3 words in front of a water can change the quality of water, means millions of people standing in that water chanting mantra, what energy that water will radiate. That is why the whole Ganga is sacred river. Whatever our rishis did, today the modern day science is proving. Modern day science is proving. See, in those days, these British people, when they come from England, they will bring water in their ship. That will be spoiled within a month. They will suffer without water. But when they go back from Calcutta, the same time only, when they come, if it takes 3 months, when they go back also it takes only 3 months. But when they go back, the water never gets spoiled. They started analyzing why. Then they understood. They bring Ganga water. When they go back, the water is from Calcutta, Ganga. Then they started doing research on Ganga water. They say Ganga water has got quality to purify itself automatically. That is why the Ganga water never is polluted by, in spite of so much of pollution. In spite of so much of pollution, never Ganga water gets polluted because it continuously purifies itself. The whole water is energy, whole river is energy. Same way, in a temple where continuously these mantras are chanted, when the food is put inside the temple, in front of God, when they chant that mantras, that food also starts getting the pure spiritual energy. That starts radiating the energy of positive qualities. You will never become sick by eating prasad. Be very clear. You will never become sick by eating prasad. You will always only become healthy. This is a solid proof. Actually, I was surprised to hear the whole village eats that same akkara vadisal. In Tamil they call it akkara vadisal. And so sweet, so much of sweet. The whole village eats that food regularly, every day, because that is the food which is given from temple. But nobody is diabetic. Nobody is diabetic. It is because of the power of that words, power of that mantra. Be very clear, with the divine, everything will do only good. It will never do any bad. With energy, it is always good. Never you will have anything bad. With Amrita Sagara, you will never die. When it comes to divine, just jump totally. Don't keep anything in reservation. There is no need for any fear. Nothing needs to be afraid. Just relax into the divine. You will transform. He says, Manyade edidachakyam maya trashtumidhi prabho yogeshvara tadome tvam dashayatmanam abhyayam. Dashayatmanam abhyayam. He says, if you think I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me your cosmic form. Bhagavan Uvacha Pashya me partha rupani satasoda sahasrasaha nana vidani divyani nana varna kridini cha. Lord says, O Partha, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are of divine forms, diverse divine forms, of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts, and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan, and before that he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, O Arjuna, you cannot see my form, by an ordinary eyes. You have to see only with a Divya Netra, means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you Divyam Dadami, Dechakshu. He says, let me give you the divine eyes. Then you will start seeing me. Then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Vishwarupa Darshana. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan. Vishwarupa
Nityanandam, everyone. Now let's go ahead and do a power manifestation. And you can post what you learned from this session, internalize from this session. The 14th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Please post your powerful cognitions. We are going to pick round of Mahima, or manifestation of Mahima, before we join the darshan preparation.